Coming to you live from downtown Detroit, this is Benzinga's Pre-Market Prep with your host, Joel Elconin.
This is a volatile puppy here, isn't it?
And Dennis Dick.
I'm bidding a penny. I will buy the stock for a penny.
With everything you need to start your trading day. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to this Monday edition of Benzinga's Pre-Market Prep. Spencer Israel, Joel Elconin, Dennis Dick with you on this post-Super Bowl morning. I had some things to discuss, and then there was some Bitcoin news, or Tesla news. We'll call it Tesla and Bitcoin news about a few minutes ago, maybe 15 minutes ago now. So that's going to be our lead story of the morning. Bitcoin is moving. Tesla is moving. We'll talk about that. We'll talk about, there are some other headlines, but again, that's really going to be like the main story. The theme in the morning, I want to hit on Peloton. I want to hit on OCGN. We'll take questions from our chat, and our guest today is Tim Quast. He is the founder and CEO of Modern IR and Market Structure Edge. Today's show is also sponsored by Market Structure Edge. It is the first decision support platform for traders built on market structure. To learn more, go to marketstructureedge.com. There is the URL. Joel, why don't you pull up your charts here? Show us what we're doing in the overnight session in the S&P 500 futures.
I can do that for you. Good morning, Spencer. Good morning, traders, investors. Well, we had a strong close on Friday, right? And that strong close has translated into a strong open. Let me share my screen to give you the S&P 500 index futures here. Trading up, boom, boom. Let's see. It's giving me a little bit of a hard time. Here we go. We're trading up 12 3/4 handles at 38.93. We stopped at 3,950 for no other reason than it's never been there before. Nice round number. Pre-market low, that was made early in the session at 85.50. So no downside till we take that out. Crude, that's on its merry way. Great week last week. That's up 61 cents at 57.46. Crude getting back up to those February levels. It's taken a while for crude to get there, but it's working its way up towards $60. Gold, that's up 11.90 after a bad week last week at 11.24.90. Silver back above 27, my favorite metal, at up 22 cents at 27.24. And you knew it was a matter of time before Bitcoin cleared 40,000. Mr. Musk and Tesla helped out today, up 14%, $5,440.
Yeah.
Triple D. What's going on? How was your weekend?
It was interesting. I'll say that much. I had a very interesting weekend. Had a septic backup at my parents' house that I was trying to help out with, and and then I had an interesting weekend on Reddit too, I guess. So maybe we should address the Reddit stuff, because if people haven't been listening or reading the chat here this morning, so I had a Reuters reporter call me. I'll give you the backstory with this article. Had a Reuters reporter call me. They call, like, usually I'm in there once a week. So you get the Reuters reporters, and he wanted to talk Reddit, and he wanted to talk Wall Street bets. I initially said, I don't even know if I want to talk Wall Street bets, because I don't want everybody, coming after me type deal. But, what I did say was, I thought that, the Wall Street bets, I said, look, I changed my entire strategies. I've been trading, and shorting stocks for 20 years. And Wall Street bets was powerful enough that they made me change some of my core strategies. For a week and a half to 2 weeks, I backed off shorting mid caps and shorting small caps. That's how powerful Wall Street bets is. Like, that's how the back conversation is. But then, I got into the conversation. I said, I think the effects are starting to diminish, because you've obviously seen some stocks come down, and you've seen, some people lose some money. So, so I've started shorting stocks again. Well, that got quoted in Reuters, that end part of that conversation, and Wall Street Bets grabbed a hold of it. And I've been like, there are like 3,000 messages about me, like, not nice messages. So I have all the respect. Wall Street Bets people, if you're in there, I have so much respect for you guys. I changed my core strategies. Yeah. That part wasn't in the article. Like, I literally changed core strategies. Stop shorting stocks, like, temporarily. I just said I'm starting to short stocks again. And they didn't like that. Evil short seller. So, Wall Street Bets, I have the most respect for you guys, even though a lot of you call me some not so nice names. It's okay. It's okay. So I want to be friends. We want to be friends with Wall Street Bets. And you know what? I do have respect for you guys. And no, I'm not telling you what I'm shorting. They all want to know what I was. So all the respect for Wall Street Bets.
Well, I'll tell them what you're shorting. You're shorting some SPY. You're shorting Apple.
That's it. It's mega caps.
General Electric.
Shorting the Qs. Yeah, I'll tell
Ford.
Buying Qs. That could be a tough short squeeze on them. Maybe
I
not. Maybe they can squeeze those too.
If they can do that, man, I mean, someone's actually squeezing this higher, right? Institutions or whatever. I think the interview.
I'm not saying I was misquoted. I was just saying the whole story wasn't there. And yes, I was on RT too, and I said the same thing. I talked about the effects. People are calling me out for that interview too. I talked about the effects diminishing. I think the Wall Street Bets effects have diminished to a certain extent. We've seen some of these stocks come back down. So I'll stand by that quote. But I mean, still at the same time, I have the most respect. And if they start to gang up on stocks, I'll be watching out. But I am shorting some stocks still. I'm not going to come out and publicly, just like, we had, Citron saying he's not coming out and saying what he's publicly shorting now either, because it's a dangerous game, because they can squeeze them. They're a powerful group.
I mean, the funny thing too is like we talk about shorts and put short setups on the show, but I mean, our long-term portfolios are long. Fully invested,
sure.
in the market.
Yeah.
I don't think that interview on Russia TV helped you out any either. I mean, that guy was trying to make out, as like just a crazy trader and stuff, and you had to rein him in.
Okay, though.
It
was almost confusing the first question I had if you watched that interview, because he threw out, "Oh, here's one of the GameStop traders," and I was like, "Well, I wasn't trading GameStop." So, that was a little bit, that's why I was like a little bumbled up off the bat, because I didn't know how to answer that question, because I wasn't trading GameStop. I was saying I was intentionally staying away from it. I was like, but I could have got run over in that. I mean, I short stocks. I'm not an evil short seller, and the one thing that people don't consider, they think all shorts is evil. If you get rid of shorts, your S&Ps, everything, your ETF arbitrage, do you want your SPY to represent the S&P 500? Ask yourself that question. If you buy SPY, do you want it to track the S&P 500? Because if you eliminate short selling altogether, the shorts are what keeps that price in line. The stocks get a little bit too high, they short the stocks against the SPY. Stocks get a little bit too low, they buy the stocks against the SPY. And they keep it all in line, so it's always moving. You have that arbitrage. So this short impacts keeps the market more efficient, especially on the mega caps and the big caps. So just eliminate, and talking to the regulators as well, you put curbs on short selling, you all of a sudden introduce new inefficiencies that, prop traders are probably going to take advantage of again. So playing with the market structure, is not, ideal here. I don't think there was problems with the market structure. And you know what? They found a hole, and when people are short 140% of the float, there's the potential for a stock squeeze. So it was a learning, experience for a lot of hedge funds.
I think for a lot of other people too, but we're up this morning just to go over the GME action. It got the double Kramer pump.
It did.
On Friday. Wow.
Is he going to be on this week? Is that what, Spencer? Do we have confirmation that GME is going to be on Mad Money this week?
Well, that's what he said.
But he didn't give a date. So he said he's got 2 episodes coming up with GME, and that's really the catalyst for this wicked rally that we saw just off the open.
It doesn't even look
Kramer
that wicked.
tweeted that out, and it halted on volatility on the upside that GME was going to be on Mad Money. Because we know Mad Money moves stocks, and this is a stock that moves more than any of them. So, I don't want to be short GME right now ahead of a Mad Money episode. So if you're coming in here and shorting GME at 68 and thinking, well, this is, going to go back to 20 or 10, you're asking for a little bit of trouble, because ahead of Mad Money segments, you often see a pop ahead of those. And I don't know if there's a date even on it yet. So I'd be cautious being short GME. It's almost, I feel like there could be a little long trade short term. But again, it's such a wild stock. I don't come in there, because 68, the thing could fall to 50 on you. Then you get a pop to 55 on Kramer, and you're still down 13 points. So hard to trade it just because it's so wickedly volatile.
And I just said, tongue in cheek on Friday about, hey, if you get a pop in this thing, you're gonna find sellers. And I just threw out like the previous day's high of 91.50, not thinking in any way whatsoever that it would get there. Well, it got to 95 on that. So I think we could just look at it, forget the story, forget everything else, and we'll just look at this technically. And technically says you got a couple lows in the same area, 53.33 and 51.09, split $50. And then on the upside, you got two highs in the same area, 91.50 and 95. So could we trade in between this for, a long time and consolidate before next word? We very well could. But you got some nice parameters set up there. But basically, between 50 and 95, this thing can go anywhere it wants at any time.
So let's jump to the big story of the morning, and that is not the Super Bowl stocks. It is Tesla, and Tesla taking a position in Bitcoin. And this has popped the stock substantially. It is not just popping the stock. It has blasted Bitcoin off into orbit. Yes, I'm still long Bitcoin via the QBTC in Canada. Have it in my retirement account. I said 0 or what did I say my target was? I don't even remember now.
100,000.
100,000. Well, maybe I got to up that target after the Elon position here. So it's 40. Okay. Where is Bitcoin this morning?
I just got the futures at 43,380.
I think we're going to see 100,000 by the end of the year. I think we're going to see 50,000 by the end of the week. This is going to. I think it's already catapulting it. I wouldn't chase it, but you get a little pullback here. You now have Musk, and every time he's going to continue to tweet about it in all likelihood. So we know he likes to talk. His positions there. So. Apparently, anyways, even before we know them, because he was talking about Bitcoin for the last month, and now we find out he took a position in it. It's actually very smart of Tesla because, one, Tesla's a story stock, and now you combine it with the story of Bitcoin, and Tesla's not going to only be seen as, the EV play, the battery play, the solar play. Now it's going to be seen as a crypto play, too. So you combine all those stories, and you think, wow, this stock doesn't trade on fundamentals. It trades on story, and you just add a whole new story to it. I mean, really, 1.5 billion worth of Bitcoin to Tesla is next to nothing. You're talking about an $850 billion market cap company. 1.5 billion is nothing, but it's the story behind it. So even putting in perspective, I think there's like 970 million shares outstanding here. So you're talking about it's slapping on, or how many shares? Let's grab how many shares are outstanding on Tesla before I just.
He's not the first one to do this, and I just pulled it. I was talking all last week about the consolidation, and they did sneak it over 40 on Saturday, and then they brought it back down, and now this news has us well over. But what's the company? MicroStrategy? I mean, they did this a long time ago. This with that MSTR.
Yeah, but that's a bigger portion. So MSTR is like a crypto play, because it's holding Bitcoins. A majority of MicroStrategy's money is in Bitcoin.
Correct.
Such a small portion of Tesla's money. So I'm just saying, it makes sense because he adds a story to it, but it really doesn't change anything on the bottom line or the top line. It just adds the story element. So when Bitcoin's ripping, you're going to see Tesla, some investors thinking that that's a play now, because $807 billion company at the close, 947 million shares outstanding. So we just tacked on $20 billion worth of market cap here to Tesla. It just added $20 billion worth of market cap this morning because he bought $1.5 billion worth of Bitcoin. The math doesn't add up, but that's a genius move for Musk. If he's going to get that kind of move, I'd buy more Bitcoin again, and you watch it pop up again.
Well, it's not just the Bitcoin purchase. It's that they also said that they expect to begin accepting Bitcoin as a form of payment in the near future.
Who's paying with Bitcoin? Who is actually doing this? Do we have anybody in the chat that actively pays stuff with Bitcoin? I know people are using it. I'm holding it as a store of value right now for the simple reason is that, but I still say it's speculative, but I think the speculation, I think the story, I said at the beginning of the year, I think the story carries Bitcoin in 2021. I think Bitcoin is a story of 2021, and that's why I bought Bitcoin back in November of 2020. Now it's combined with Tesla, but who actually is transacting in Bitcoin? Is anyone?
Yeah, I'm sure people are.
I heard it's not that efficient though to even transact in it. Like it's not like easy. I mean, okay, I'm going to pay you a Bitcoin. I'm going to go buy a sandwich.
Well,
with a
isn't that?
What if they screw up a decimal point because it's going to be like 0.0000028 Bitcoins? What if they screwed up a decimal point or something when they're typing it in? I mean, the number of it being that high just makes it difficult to transact in.
Well, isn't that partly what PayPal and Square are trying to solve and make it easier to use to transact in Bitcoin?
Okay.
So, I mean, people do it.
I'm not going to say there's a bearish case. I was bearish Bitcoin for a long time, and I've been bullish, since like I got bullish back when back in March when I thought everything, and then Bitcoin ended up going down there, which didn't make that much sense to me, and obviously it's come back significantly since then. But we've been on the Bitcoin bullish train here for a while. I'm just sticking with it. I don't care if you transact it. I don't care. I just care that there's a story here. Story is what matters to investors in this market right now until proven guilty. Until we get some epic crash. Story is all that matters. Tesla now adds the crypto story to its portfolio. It makes me not want to be short Tesla. It makes me not want to be short Bitcoin.
Actually, November too is when we had Mark Yusko on. That's when
he talked me into it.
Yeah,
too.
yeah.
He's like, why not? Why get off zero? Is what he said. I was like, okay. I didn't go and load up and put, like Jeremy Newsom's putting like huge amounts of his money into Bitcoin. That's a big bet. I mean, I don't know. Like I'm not confident enough to go put 30 or 40 or 50% of my net worth. Can I throw 1 or 2% into it? Sure, because I can afford to lose 1 or 2%. But if you buy Bitcoin, you still have to say, we don't know how this story ends. So it's speculative. It's still speculative at this point in time. But I think it goes higher. I think you're going to see 100,000 by the end of the year. I don't know if it's going to 500,000 or 1 million. I don't know how you value it. It's just as long as the story is carrying it. That's what's got. But the story now does not cool off with Elon Musk supporting it and him tweeting about it every day. Even the Dogecoin, or whatever the hell they call it. I mean, Musk is tweeting about that continuously.
Yeah, I don't know.
And it's been jacked here too. I mean, we went from fractions of a cent up to what, 6-7 cents now? Where is it?
I haven't even kept an eye on it.
I don't even know how you bring it up.
But referring, you made that statement about Jeremy. He buys like on a daily basis. I don't know what percentage of his portfolio is. It's actually a good strategy if you're bullish in something long term. Just kind of like your S&P index. You put a little money to work each week, and you're not worried about. If it goes up a little or down a little bit, you're just kind of dollar cost averaging and building a stake. Now, he does have a core position lower, but the futures just hit 44,785.
Hard to be bearish.
Yep.
I don't. Why? Why do you want to be?
I don't want to be bearish anything.
Why do you want? It's a great point.
That's a good
Why
point.
do you want to be bearish anything? I'm going to tell you on the long side, everything is working. I mean, I don't know when it stops all working, but everything is working. I mean, I had Super Bowl stocks, that a list of them. We talked about them, before. They all worked. Like,
well, let's do some stocks. What were the Super Bowl?
Let's go to the Super Bowl stocks. I mean, General Motors. We talked about this as a Super Bowl play. We knew they were going to have a commercial. The commercial was really strong. I mean, talking about 30 EVs before 2025. Will Ferrell on the commercial. I mean, they brought it. I'm long GM. I think GM, I said it on Twitter, I think GM could be $100 stock. I'm going to say it. I think you've got to buy pullbacks on GM because this is not only a pure EV play, it's going to be a pure EV play eventually because I'm telling you, in 10 years, we're all going to be EV. And so, yeah, it's got gas guzzling, it's got oil in there now, but they're converting over 30 vehicles. Maybe they're not going to get that many, but there's going to be a lot of choice here. So this is a value EV play. And I think Ford is too. I like General Motors better. I own them both, Ford and General Motors. I think this puts them back on the map. I think they're going to be major players in EV.
Guess who helped creating and evaluating the Edward Scissorhand commercial for Cadillac?
No idea.
Dana.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Oh, that's awesome. Congrats.
Yep.
Daughter. Very nice.
Yeah. She was like,
wow.
She was like,
big Joel.
She was actually nervous almost all day. Talking about it,
Nice.
and like that, it was trending on Twitter and I like the whole thing. But yeah, she was really, really excited about it. Folks wanted to pull up the GM chart. You got the GM chart right here in front of you. You just hit a tad over $56 in the pre-market trading, but that's not the high. 55.77, where we're at. Well, we're just above that right now. Oh, we're up by quite a bit. The recent high, what is that high? All-time high. Well, all-time high since it got out of the government. Right there, 56.97, folks. So there you go. There's your bogey for today. I know Warren holds a big piece of this one. And all-time closing high, that was the day after at 55.40. So that's what you're looking at in GM.
Do you got this one, Joel? Do you have GM or
Yes,
Ford?
I do. Yep.
You have both?
I got both. Yeah, you got to support the Motor City.
The D.
I jumped in late. You guys got a much better price than Ford.
I jumped in GM late. I didn't get GM until that dip. That was when we were getting the GME, everything was selling off. And I was like, well, I wanted GM. It went to 57. It pulled back down under 50, and I picked it up then.
You know why it went down under 50?
Because of GME. It did. Everything that was the sell-off.
Well,
market. They were hitting every stock.
Motley Fool beat up on it.
I'm saying it was all GME.
You got to read.
Everything was getting sold off because they were worried that hedge funds had to sell everything because of the short squeeze and it was going to, impact stocks. I was worried about it too. GME sold off and all the stocks came back. So, anyways, General Motors, I think it was a steal under $50. I think I'll say it again. This could be. I'm not saying it is, but I'm saying this could be $100 stock. I can see the path to 100 for General Motors.
We were Spencer and I were talking on the Late Show that if you like a stock's at like 75, it's going to 100.
That's what it does.
If it's like if it's 780, it's going to 1,000. Except for Amazon, it's much higher. It's going to 5,000. Yeah,
I don't even know if Amazon's ever going to move. Shout out to Bruce again there. I mean, he picked up that entire straddle that he wrote. I'm thinking I should just start writing the straddle too on this thing every week if it's going to give you that kind of premium. I don't know where it is. I can go price it out right now in the background while you guys talk another stock. But Super Bowl stock. So the two you naturally think about, Penn Gaming, DKNG, they ran up substantially into the Super Bowl. They're still up this morning. I'd be careful chasing these ones, though, because they had a big move into it. And sometimes you do see a reversal on those moves. Like I like General Motors. I would buy a pullback on these. These have moved a lot. You're coming in Penn and DKNG now. You're chasing. I'd say wait for a dip. Great companies, both of them. But I'd wait for a dip.
Yeah, obviously, I don't know how they did on this. I know there's a lot of bats. I mean, the favorite, I don't know. I mean, it'd be interesting, but you know what? They make money on the juice anyways. So both stocks, I could just tell you, DKNG here, just running into a little trouble here. Just over 64.80. You have 3 15-minute brackets there, 64.90. And then what did you have on Friday? Just keep the high on that right there, 64.51. Trying to do a little bit better, but maybe you got a little seller at 65. And in Penn, I know that had a big day. From the pre-market trading, it just hit 134. Someone's got a little excited on that 4 a.m. print. You backed off $4. So that's your bogey there. Top of yesterday's range or Friday's range is 129.
This Amazon straddle for this week, it doesn't even have an earnings report in there. So it was jacked up to $170 last week because of earnings. Just a normal week for it. We're looking at 44. I'm just looking at 33.50 at the closes, obviously, because we don't have, and they're a little bit wide, so you got to take the middle of it. Looks about $84. So if you were able to just keep, you have to write the call and the put. And obviously, you're not going to always keep it all. You're going to get assigned, but then my buddy Bruce says, oh, you get assigned, you get the stock, then you start writing upside calls against it. You just keep sitting there, you just keep writing against it. As long as the stock doesn't crash or blast off into orbit. I mean, if you're nervous about, stocks that you don't want to be bearish stocks, then you could just write the puts. And you get $43 for the 33.50. So it goes down to 32.50, you get assigned, then he says, then I write the upside calls. And he says, eventually, if it just keeps staying in the same range, you eventually get called away and you're making more premium that way too. So, I mean, it's been a strategy that works very well in a sideways market. I don't mind that strategy at all. Not if you pick the right stock. $80. Like, I mean, $80. Annualize that. If you were able to pick up $80 a week in annual on a 3,300, like 80 times 50, Like, what the hell is that? It's 4,000. That's the whole thing. I mean, if you're able to pick up 80 a week, right? So $4,000.
Yep.
Stock's gone nowhere in the last 6 months, but if you're writing those straddles, you've made like probably $1,200, $1,300, $1,400 a share. Not a bad strategy. Again, when you're writing the straddle, it's both sides. So if it rips higher on you, then that's painful too. If it rips lower on you, it crashes, that's painful as well. But it goes sideways, straddle writer's just winning.
Yeah, Brian mentioned no split. No talk of a split on that.
I don't think they will. You think like they never have. Has Amazon ever? When's the last time Amazon split?
Let's look it up right now.
It's been a long time. I think they have before, obviously, but I don't know.
Everyone split in the .com bubble.
Yeah, they were split back then.
Let's see.
Splitting was cool.
3 splits. The last one was in 1999. They did 3 splits within the span of 1 year.
Yeah, because every time you split back, then the stocks would pop 20%. So they were being rewarded for splits. So all management except Warren Buffett was splitting stocks. Buffett said never. It costs money. It doesn't fundamentally make any sense for me. But everybody else is like, oh yeah, but this makes our stock pop up 20%. We're going to do a split. I thought once we saw the Apple and Tesla splits, I thought we'd start seeing some more.
I did too.
But we really didn't, see very many. So I thought we'd see some cool splits. But everybody likes the high stock price now. So. All right, so we talked Amazon straddles. We've talked a little bit about the Super Bowl.
Hey, they're bringing up this tweet from Elon from December. This conversation where someone tweeted at Elon that he said, "You should do your shareholders a favor and convert the Tesla balance sheet from U.S. dollars into Bitcoin."
I remember that tweet.
And he responded, "Are such large transactions even possible?" So that's not a no.
Yeah. I mean, he's combined the story. I think it's a genius move. If you're looking, he's probably looking at his stock and saying, well, there's no way it makes any sense on valuation, but you add this element to it. How do you propel it forward from here? You got to keep doing new things. I mean, this was an easy one. This was low-hanging fruit. Yeah. I'll buy a little Bitcoin and get a hold of the crypto story as well. And then, you can tweet a little bit about Bitcoin, tweet a little bit about Dogecoin. And away you go. I mean, this is
Doge.
I'm just gonna call it Doggy Coin for
right, whatever.
It's a dog. It's not Doge. That's
whatever.
I learned what that animal is called when I was little. When I was like 2 years old. It's called a dog.
Well, I mean, it sort of makes sense because the whole thing was, as far as I know, it was created as a joke.
Yeah, so it's a joke. It is a joke. I mean, but whatever. It's making some people money right now.
Yeah,
I tell you, if it was a stock right now and I could come in there, I'd probably buy it because the story probably carries it higher. Yeah. Did we ever figure out where it is?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's like 7.
That's incredible.
7.
Where was it like a month ago? Before
7.3 cents. I think.
Where was it a month ago? Wasn't it under a penny?
I didn't go that. I didn't look at that.
Wait, a penny. This thing's been an incredible mover.
Like 7.3 cents this morning.
Wow.
And there's 7.5 cents this morning. Where was it a month ago?
Yeah,
it was like
I know nothing about dog.
It was 1 cent. It was less than one. It was 1 cent.
Pretty good 1 month return.
Yeah.
Elon Musk basically doubled it from 4 cents to almost 8 cents here now. So you get Musk tweeting about something. He moves stocks. He moves crypto. He moves price.
What other Super Bowl stock commercials?
There was a few. There was quite a few actually. So I had them written down on this. Look at this paper though. It's
I noted the fourth quarter Robinhood commercial. Too. Did you guys see the Robinhood commercial in the fourth quarter?
No. I saw it. I didn't see it live. I saw it after though.
You're an investor. I'm an investor. We're all investors. That was the takeaway. That was my takeaway.
Interesting. Yeah, Rocket was on there. They want to talk RKT.
I mean, you got someone step up a plate at $21 here. I mean, it just can't. I mean, it just 21, 21, 21, 21, 21. It's had a few spikes, but building a base there, someone building a position. So excellent level to lean on. Spikes have been hard to hold. Trading up today, they don't hold.
It was even up this morning, like in the pre-market. The 4 a.m. traders getting all excited because they were sponsored the halftime show. Well, at least they were all over the halftime show. I saw
target for today. If you're looking for a daily target, 2240 was your high from yesterday, and that's about it. I see a high. I mean, they got this high when I got someone was on CNBC, I believe, and they said no short the stock. So I think that's when you got that fluff. But nice base of 21 to see. Only number I got for you, folks, for today is 2240 on the upside.
I don't know. I'm out of Rocket. I sold it into the short squeeze. When it got the benefit, obviously going from 20 up there, I got over $25. I didn't get that high, but I got out. I could get talked back into it, but I mean, there's so many other stocks that have been moving. It's like I looked at my long-term portfolio, and like I said before, it was like 93 out of 100 stocks I got, and they were up, and it was one of them that was down, and then I got the short squeeze and popped up. I mean, there's so many stocks that are moving so much better than Rocket. Does it eventually have a catch-up trade here? Is it a good company? I think it is. I think it's got a story. I think it's a good company. I think it could eventually go. But there's just so much stuff that's going all the time. Why try to, time this one that really hasn't gone anywhere besides the short squeeze last week? So I don't know if this is the catalyst to blast it off either. So because they were on, the halftime. So I just think there's better places for your money. That's all.
All right, S&Ps, we're just hanging comfortably here in the 38.90 handle. 38.95 is our last print, so not far. 10 points off the low, 5 points off the high. Just kind of quiet, just hanging in there. Nice game.
They want to talk Kathy.
Kathy, let's talk Kathy.
She made some moves. The biggest one she probably made, notable one, was Snapchat, actually. It's not popping here, but we know that Snap was wow. It was down. I was like, I hope it gets down to 50 so I could buy it. It didn't even sniff. It just turned around on a dime and then went straight up. So they were all over the dip just initially even. They even let it dip down below 55 in the regular session. And then, it continued to go higher. And now it makes new highs on the move again. So there's, an earnings report that was initially seen as disappointing in one day, getting it all back and then tacking it on. So, and Kathy bought the dip as well. And I doubt she was buying. You can tell what she does. She goes to good companies like you. You was another one that she bought on Friday because it had a significant dip. So she goes into the stocks that have significant dips, the storied stocks, the tech stocks that have significant dips, and she buys the dip. She listens to pre-market prep. She buys the dip.
She
does. She buys the dip.
Unity found support at 128.54. It's where it closed, and they had a low closed right near the low too. Let's see what else we got. That 28.64 where it's closed. Kathy was leaning on these two lows right here, going back to late November, 126 and 128. So that's a pretty good level, trading up a little bit today. And then what's the other one that you mentioned that she
I'll give you them all. So this is what she bought on Friday. She bought PayPal. She bought Thermo Fisher. I have a position in that, full disclosure. LVGVW. I don't know much about Longview, but she bought that one. That one's going to pop because that's a SPAC. And
what? LVG? Wait, what is that?
I have that she bought LGVW on my list. I'm pretty sure. I can go verify it, but I wrote it down.
All right,
I wrote it down Friday. Yeah. I'm pretty sure.
Up 2 sticks.
I'll look at the email.
Yeah, no, she did. I have that too. I just
so that's going to go up substantially when you're buying a SPAC. That's a big mover. She bought Vertex VRTX. She bought Regeneron, which she's been buying for a while here. REGN. She bought Unity. We already talked about that. She's been buying Novartis every day. NVS. She seems to buy that every single day. She bought Snapchat. KTOS, which she's bought before. It's up substantially, but I mean, I don't know why they keep popping every time she bought. She's bought this thing like a dozen times. Teradyne, she's been buying every single day. And Peloton, she bought. It dipped on Friday, so she bought some Peloton. And she bought more Nvidia. So there's your stocks. So LGVW is probably the one that's going to move the most, smaller cap, and obviously a SPAC. So that's where she's going to have the most push. So it's up 10% on Kathy.
All right. So here's my hot take. Whenever the day comes where ARK Invest and Kathy Wood goes from hot to not, we're going to reverse it. We're not going to look at her buys. We're only going to look at her sells, because stocks are going to go up when she sells them.
She doesn't.
I never even look at her sell.
Who
It's
sells?
the same thing as an
Who
SEC filing.
sells? Yeah.
You know what? They are selling, but they don't care. The market just doesn't care.
All right.
I look at those SEC filings all the time. You know what insiders are buying, and there'd be like an insider sell for like $1 bazillion, and the market doesn't even care. It doesn't even look at. It doesn't even impact the price. So it's the same thing. It's this market's so rigged to the upside. They only look at what she buys.
We said that a long time ago.
Joel said it like 10 years ago. This market's rigged to the upside. It is rigged by the Fed. So I mean, why be bearish?
It's a great question.
How many people following Kathy Wood are really interested in what she's selling? Chat. Is there anybody that's like, oh, she sold this? I don't even know what she sold. I don't even look. Let's go look at the email just for fun. Let's go see what she sold. We're gonna bring on. We'll keep
because she sells something. She's buying something else.
I'm going in there just to see quickly. We're gonna get to a guest in a second because Market Structure Monday. We're not gonna miss that. Tim, we're getting to you in a second. Stay in the background. Sell LSPD, which is Lightspeed. She sold Roku. She sold Splunk. She sold Pure Storage, PSTG. She sold Organovo Holdings, ONVO. She sold Pinterest. Is she a day trader? She just bought
I was going to say she bought that last week.
She started to trade this stuff, man. Why not? She buy it, go up 5%, and then she sells, and then it'll go back down, and then she rebuy it. So maybe that makes sense for her to do.
She rebuys.
Yep. AVAV she sold. HUIA she sold, and she sold Agora. It had the huge pop. Congrats, Jason Raznick, on that call. Had the
what's the symbol on that one?
That was
API. Stock's just a monster. Blasting off. She did ring the register on some of that. But
all right.
She's buying and selling a little bit.
It is Mondays, which means it's time for Market Structure Mondays. Let's bring on our guest here, Tim Quast, CEO of Market Structure Edge. Tim, good morning.
Guys, good to see you.
Oh,
I missed you.
We missed you too. So you took the week off there. We missed you. We had Joe Slutsy, who's pretty good though too.
You had the A team instead of the B team.
No, come on.
I listened to it and it was outstanding. As I said in my note to you, Spencer, it was the best market structure stuff you would have gotten anywhere last week, and it was here on the pre-market prep.
Yeah, we had Bill Hartz on too. Did you catch the Bill Hartz interview?
No, I didn't. I know Bill.
Oh yeah, we all know Bill. He's on the other side sometimes.
Yes, he is. He is. Yep.
But he knows the stuff. So Tim, talk to us. Obviously we're seeing lots of different things here happening in the markets. Did you watch the Super Bowl too?
I watched part of it. I just got the reason I look like I'm from Miami is I just got off this boat. I was in the Caribbean.
Oh my goodness, you were living the dream.
And that's why, so I look a little haggard. That's probably due to both age and rum. And
he was social distancing. He was social distancing.
So I came back to 4,000 emails. So I can only watch part of the game. And did it go as you expected? I mean,
yes.
Coming off the sea, I'm clearly rooting for the Buccaneers. That's
Brady,
right. People on the boats.
Our boy Brady.
Yeah.
Michigan.
Yeah. The Brady puts have officially expired worthless. I tweeted that last night, but the Brady puts are now officially worthless.
That's it.
And he's still going. He's talking about playing to 45. Yeah.
Well, if you play that well, why stop?
Yeah.
He's arguably got to be the most dominant player to his sport in the history of sports. In the history of sports.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, that's unbelievable what he's accomplished, and then he goes from the Pats to the Bucks, and the Bucks win the Super Bowl. I mean, the story behind this guy is unreal.
Right.
Unreal.
You can't say it's the coaching staff or the supportive cast. It's clearly Brady is central to those outcomes. No question.
Unreal.
Yeah. Just like market structure, all he does is go up. Right.
All right, let's talk market structure. Did you fix everything someone mentioned Michael Phelps too. That's very good. He actually spent some time at Michigan too. But so when you were out there sailing, did you figure out what to do with the market here to fix the market structure, or is everything fine?
Well, we leave and the market goes berserk. Wood pulp futures behaved like tulip bulbs in the 17th century Holland, and GameStop goes crazy, silver goes berserk, all kinds of things happen, and to me, it gets to something that Joe Saluzzi often talks about, that there's the market has this appearance of a lot of liquidity, but there's a very thin veneer, like an oiled pan, of real liquidity in the marketplace. So if there's any form of distortion in the supply-demand balance, the thing that we always talk about at Market Structure Edge is the market is supply and demand. And if stocks spend more time overloved than underloved, they go up. And a lot of the market has done that. And so we saw a lot of those distortions in liquidity. And in that same vein, something to keep in mind, traders, when you look at folks like, you were talking a lot about Kathy Wood's positions. Well, remember, she has an inherent insurmountable competitive advantage over you traders. She's not flipping stocks. She is trading stocks in the wholesale market for baskets of ARC ETF shares and trading them back. And she doesn't have to pay taxes on it. She doesn't have to pay commissions. And the whole transaction occurs off market. So sure, every time something goes up, you wash it out in the redemption basket and you bring something in the creation basket. And it's something that very few people understand about the way that ETFs work. So if you wonder why you cannot duplicate her results, it's because you're not an ETF. You're a day trader. That's the reality of the marketplace. Is that fair? Well, it is what it is. There are a lot of things about the market that aren't fair, including the way that GME behaves because of intermediaries like Citadel Securities. We talked about that last week. And I want the one thing that I think traders need to understand about what happened, not just with GameStop, but why Robinhood and others halted access to trading in some of these securities. And it's this notion of clearing and settlement. And I think if we spend 1 minute on it, you should know this. Everybody in the market should understand this because it's part of the behavior in context of rules of the money behind price and volume. So when a Robinhood, for a clearinghouse like the National Securities Clearing Corp, a unit of the Depository Trust and Clearing Corp, it looks at Robinhood, they don't see 20 million traders, they see a portfolio. And if that portfolio includes a bunch of stocks that have suddenly become very volatile, then what the NSCC is going to say is, Robinhood, pony up, because we have T+2 to settle these trades. And if anything goes wrong in those 2 days during settlement, we're not on the hook for that. You are. So instead of 300 million in capital, you need to put up 3 billion. Well, Robinhood doesn't have 3 billion. So they have to go raise it to supply it as a deposit so they can resume trading. And it's very important to understand that those dislocations occur because of huge swings in volatility in the marketplace. And now so I think that's just important for folks to understand.
Well, because everybody thought it was a conspiracy, and this wasn't really just a conspiracy here. You're saying the same thing. We were trying to talk about this on the show last week as well, is that they had to do this. I mean, you can't risk, the alternative is something does go wrong in those T+2. Robinhood goes down, everybody loses, now we got a major brokerage account, going down because of, one security. And so not allowing them to trade for 4 or 5 days, it absolutely was maybe their only choice. They just didn't communicate it well. Maybe that was the issue. They should have communicated it a little bit better.
They sure should have. And the funny thing is, in their blog posts, they're ironically very clear market structure writers. They write in very simple terms, but they don't do a good job of communicating, it appears, to their customers and to the public in a more open forum. So it's fascinating. And you can, so here's if we like, I'm going to share my screen.
For sure.
Because I want to show you something here that I think will be not my face. We don't want my face again, like we happened last time. But by the way, really quickly, there's the back of my balding head off of Jolly Harbor in Antigua, and that's what it looks like on a big boat. That's one of our friends from Texas. And here I am hanging out in the dolphin chair outside of Hermitage Bay. So if you know this, the reason we go is the Antiguans need us. You know,
living the dream. I am so jealous of you. If I showed you outside my house right now, I have 3.5 feet of snow.
Oh my goodness, that's that's crazy. Well, going over here to Edge. So here's what. And by the way, if you want to follow along, just sign up for a free trial. Don't need a credit card. And I'm telling you, you can look at it this way, feel no obligation. And I realize, Spencer, we don't want to spend much time looking at this, but I want to point this out. So here, back to GameStop.
Yeah.
Here's the illustration of what happened. And remember that one of the basic principles to me of market structure is that the market is supply and demand, and we think of it as a 10-point scale. Things above 5 tend to rise. Things below 5 tend to fall. And see how much time. This is market structure sentiment. Price is very volatile. Sentiment is not. So as long as sentiment remains above 5, stocks tend to do better. When they begin to mean revert, notice that is happening here, and short volumes begin to rise. Here's the short squeeze right in here. That's what happened. Very brief. It was just the immense pressure that was created that caused that. Well, it's going away. Doesn't mean it can't come back. But I will hazard here that the big runs in GME are over because of that. Market structure is beginning to revert. And Citadel, which buys all the limit orders, is going to know. They're going to look and say, well, here's the buy demand, here's the sell demand. They're getting really close. Now, Citadel will want to shift short. And that's how the market works.
So what is this? What are your thoughts just overall? Like, let's just stay with the GME for a little bit, because we've got, this, group of, 8 million traders strong here, Wall Street Bets here now. Right. Obviously, they have a huge influence on individual stocks, especially when they're smaller or mid-cap stocks. Right. What are your thoughts here just on, how, this impacts one, traders who are trying to trade these stocks, and then just two, from a market structure perspective, what are your thoughts here of this group of traders coming in, pushing stocks around?
Well, I tip my hat to them.
I do too.
I'm delighted to see retail money flex its muscle. It's the great, it's one of the great characteristics of Americans. And in some ways, I wish we'd see it in other places in our society where the common folks would flex their muscle. And that's what this is. And you can talk about, are there manias? Well, of course there are. Manias are always a product of excess money and limited supplies of product. That's what happened in the tulip mania of 1636. The Dutch merchants had collected all this money from the New World, and it chased a bunch of tulips. It's a classic mania. Is there a mania here? Well, yeah. If the government's pumping a bunch of money out and people have nothing but time on their hands to sit and play video games and trade in their Robinhood accounts, we're going to have these things. But do I think that the fault rests with Wall Street Bets? Of course not. I don't. There is a fault to market structure. Yeah, the fact that there is to me, it's the intermediation of the markets. As we've talked about before, over 50% of volume in the marketplace comes from folks like Citadel Securities and Two Sigma and Hudson River Tradings and Virtu, Wolverine. And I'm not knocking these folks. It's not their fault. They're taking advantage of the existing rule structure. But they don't care about the proper price for something. They care whether demand exceeds supply in this fraction of a second. And if all these retail brokerages are encouraging people to use limit orders, you're a fool if you use a marketable trade. Use limit orders, limit orders, limit orders, limit orders, limit orders. Well, you're creating an information advantage for Citadel if that's the case. Citadel buys those orders and they know the supply and demand. And so this causes extreme short-term distortions in the market. Now, here's the question. It's the great, it's the sword of Damocles. That market structure plus the T plus 35 advantage that market makers have in shorting, Citadel can manufacture shares to solve imbalances. Well, the good news out of that is that there is always something to buy and sell. The bad news is none of us know what real supply and demand are and whether the prices are correct. Because in truth, if there was not a Citadel and GameStop moved like that, it would go from $5 to $5,000. And there wouldn't be anything to buy or sell. Well, we would immediately recognize a bizarre condition in the market. So is that worse, or is it better? Is it worse to have Citadel? You tell me, Dennis.
Well, I've given the same argument. Obviously, I like a diverse pool of liquidity, which you don't have now. But what we have is what we have. We have high frequency trading liquidity. And so we have created this, like you said, this has been created. The high frequency traders obviously have taken advantage of the structure that we have. I mean, if you look to where liquidity was back in the 90s, you had floor traders, you had, the institutional, you had so many different types of traders. That's the diversity of the pool of liquidity. But now high frequency traders are so efficient at what they do. That's why we look at the floor of the exchanges and you don't see much happening there at all anymore, because there's no way a human being can compete. I mean, we get picked off in a split second. I used to, do a lot of market making as well. And Joel was a market maker on the floor as well as a local. And you know what? We've adjusted our trading strategies and just extended our time frame a little bit because we can't compete in that field. So now you have high frequency liquidity. But if you all of a sudden decide, okay, we don't want high frequency trading liquidity anymore, let's just tax it or something and get rid of it. Well, now you have no liquidity at all because all these other pools aren't coming back. So, I mean, what do? I mean, if you're a regulator, like, well, we can't just get rid of these guys because these are our only market makers now. I mean, how many market makers are on the floor of the NYSE now? 7 or 8 from hundreds?
It's crazy. No, you're dead on, spot on, correct. And it raises this thing that I hear from public companies all the time. When I say, well, a whole bunch of your volume will not show up in your settlement data. And they say, well, that's not possible because for every buyer, there has to be a seller. And I say, no, that's only true at the close. So somebody could borrow 100 shares from BNY Mellon and trade it 1 million times, and it's 100 million shares of volume. It's still only 100 shares. And whoever the last two parties are, who will have a clearinghouse in between them, who will be counterparty to both sides of that trade, that's 100 shares that'll settle. And that's what people can't wrap their minds around. Well, that's the market we have. And it creates incredible efficiencies on one hand and unbelievable distortions in people's capacity to understand real supply and demand in the market at the same time.
Yeah, like Bill Hartz was on last week talking about the rehypothecation of shares. And, and this was a main reason for why, we have these short interests of 130, 140%. It's because those same shares are being borrowed. And then you sell those short into the market to the buyer, who then, all of a sudden can lend those shares out again. Well, it's the same shares going again, lending, and just being reused. And it's not naked shorting. They're all legal shares. They're legal shorts. But at the same time, it's those same shares that are being lent. That's how it gets above the float.
I thought you did a great job with Joe last week explaining that what real naked shorting is. And I've long contended there's some folks who run around semi-nefarious telling public companies that, you have massive naked shorting and we can help you solve that problem. And I explained to them, no, there's very, very little naked shorting. You can go look at the threshold stocks. Almost all of them are ETFs, in fact, not stocks. There is very little naked shorting because, as you explained, people get punished for that. But what does exist is this market making exemption to create shares. And they're given that capacity because the market is so dependent on automated trading, high frequency trading. And there's no way a high frequency trader who's trading 1,000 different securities, long and short, in 400 milliseconds is going to be able to know whether those shares exist to borrow. So the SEC gives them leeway to create money in effect. And that's what happens in the marketplace. And so if you think there's a bunch of naked shorting, you're wrong. Right?
Tim Quast, CEO of Market Structure Edge. So what do you think? Is there going to be any regulatory changes coming down the pipeline? I mean, Dennis mentions the financial transaction tax. I mean, it is what it is. I mean, the GME was halted a few times and stuff. We saw one thing that Dennis and I and also Spencer talked about when the market, meltdown in March is, man, it held up pretty good. I mean, considering the S&Ps, the spiders, everything, and and we looked at it, and we could analyze it and everything. So if it it ain't broke. Don't fix it. What's your thought?
Well, Joel, you know how long it takes the SEC to get anything done anyway. So unless there's a giant smoking hole in the ground that yet lies ahead, I will be highly surprised if much changes. Now, there is a big update to Reg NMS called Reg NMS 2. I call it Reg Nemesis 2. That's coming. So we'll see. You know, that'll have to. I'm sure it'll matriculate through the courts and various forms of litigation. There will be some rule changes, but I would be surprised if any of it relates to GameStop ultimately. What do you think?
I mean, besides the halts and the circuit breakers and stuff, if people want to purchase shares and it goes through the marketplace, hey, I mean,
it's not the first time we saw a bubble on an individual security.
Free markets for free men. I mean, you know, the only thing, Dennis gets me nervous when he starts talking about the financial transaction tax. That's the only thing. But I think there's a lot of things going on in Washington right now where, you know, that's just not, you know, that's just kind of on the back burner for now. But I think that would be something that I'd like to see avoid. That could have a negative impact on the markets.
It could. Well, and I realize we're about out of time, but I'm not sure that Joe mentioned this, but, you know, there is a financial transaction tax in effect already. It's called the Section 31 fees. That's how the SEC funds itself. Interestingly, this explosion of volume, and there are other factors too that come into play, that actually got cut by an historical amount here recently from go ahead.
$22 a mil to I think $5 and change. I mean, that was saving me. I was like figuring out that I was like, that's going to save me like $100 a day. I was like, that's pretty cool. I trade quite a bit. That's right on my bottom line.
Right. There you go. And it will feed more. It will feed more trading. There's no question. The trouble is, what happens if that dries up? That will be the other shoe dropping. If volume dries up, and the SEC then has to boost that fee dramatically at some point in the future, it'll be a double whammy.
Up to $22, we've had that for, you know, it's been up there for years. So it was a nice, you know, that's nice. I was like, I don't usually get my fees cut. So I was like, I was kind of happy to read that. But at the same time, like this financial transaction tax, to just put it in perspective. So we're talking $5 a mil. They were proposing 0.1%. So that's all of a sudden, you're talking $1,000 on a mil. I mean, you're talking something that's 200 times the size. So what that does is it implodes all the structure. I mean, your high frequency traders all of a sudden aren't profitable until they're making 0.1 and 0. If they do both sides, it'd be 0.2. So all of a sudden your spreads go from being here to here because they're going to pass that on in the form of wider spreads. They're not going to give you this tight little 1 cent market on the SPY if they're getting taxed. So it just kind of implodes everything. And that's why, you know, we get Andrew Ross Sorkin talking financial transaction tax to curb speculation. That doesn't curb speculation. It destroys liquidity.
Exactly. He doesn't understand it.
All right. Tim Quast is the founder and CEO of Market Structure Edge. Joins us every Monday from Market Structure Mondays. Tim, we appreciate the time.
Good to see you guys.
Good to have you back.
Wow, we got you. Did you try and make up for last week, Tim? Here we are. Holy mackerel. Charge this guy more money.
Have a good one, Tim.
It's 8:35 to 8:59. Man, oh man. What are we doing here? It's charity. We run a charity.
We definitely got on some tangents, but that's okay. It was a good conversation. Let's do a couple more things before we wrap up. I want to hit on Zillow. I don't know if you guys saw the SNL Zillow skit, whatever, over the weekend, but I've never felt more personally attacked in my entire life. I feel like they were speaking directly to me. I highly recommend you watch it. It was just, you know, how SNL does those like those fake commercials, and they did a fake commercial about Zillow that was hilarious.
Why were you felt attacked?
Because the entire commercial, it was like, you know, it was a commercial for like one of those like late night hotlines, but instead of it being a hotline, it was Zillow. And, you know, the entire premise is like, you know, when you're lying in bed at night, you like go on your phone and you browse Zillow. And that's exactly what I do. So anyway, I thought of that just now. I remembered that just now, and wanted to mention that. If you haven't checked it out, check it. It was very funny. I don't know how the stock's at all-time high, right? Pretty sure.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
you look at the stocks and you try to think, okay, well, where are we going to find, where are we going to find something, where it hasn't run yet? I mean, everything has run. So yeah, I say don't chase stocks. So you got to wait a little bit of pullback here. But right now, like I look at what I've got in my long-term portfolio, and I'm chasing some stuff here too. I mean, even my GM purchase was chasing to a certain extent. I mean, I waited for a dip, but 40 to 57, then I bought at 50. I wasn't the guy that bought it at 40. So, I am chasing it to a certain extent. So it's hard. I mean, it just keeps thinking, okay, well, this one's going to go next. And I mean, if you do buy the ones that are in the gutter, like the Coca-Colas or the Procter & Gamble's right now, or even the Clorox, which is unbelievable because I got short squeezed and then, it's come all the way down and now making new lows. Maybe these turn eventually, but with a raging bull market, people don't want consumer staples.
Nope.
So they're laying off the consumer staples. If the market goes into the gutter, the consumer staples are a little bit of a hedge because those are the kind of stocks that people will then flock to and say, oh, I like making 3-4% of my money as opposed to losing 3-4% a day. But as long as the raging bull's intact, consumer staples are out of favor.
Yeah, those stocks have been Procter and Gamble. I mean,
In the gutter.
Get the return. Did Coke have I didn't catch all the commercials last night. Did Coke have a
They
commercial?
usually do.
If they did, I forgot about it already.
What was the best commercial? What are you ranking? General Motors, Will Ferrell?
I honestly don't remember. Like I remember the one for like oat milk. That was the one, and I remember. I don't know. I scoff at them, right? I scoff at the Uber Eats. Oh my gosh, that was so sanctimonious and fake. But yeah, support local business, says the firm that takes a cut out of every order from local business. But I don't know. I don't have a favorite. Sorry.
All right. Anyways, we are seeing a little bit of leakage in Penn Gaming. It's come down a little bit. Like I said, those stocks ran. If you're coming in and buying Penn now, you're buying somebody else's profits because this ran significantly up into the Super Bowl. You get the pre-markets like, oh yeah, Penn Gaming had to benefit. Feels like a little bit. It could be the sell on news events. So I still like Penn Gaming. I don't have it. I shouldn't have sold it. I sold it when I was nervous and it was in consolidation station, and it had obviously breached my price target, but pulls back and I probably reload. DraftKings, same thing. It's just run up into the report. So you got to be careful just chasing, after the event. I like buying the stocks before the event and then selling them like kind of on the news. Like if I had these, I'd be selling them this morning or selling them, prior to going into the event because sometimes, you get the actual event, you get a little lift and then they pull the rug out from under it. So just be cautious that way. Even on General Motors, a great commercial. Lots of people talking about this morning. It gets a little bit of a pop. I'd like to actually buy more shares, but again, I like buying dips, not rips.
All right, Mitch, who is listening but is not here because he's in the middle of moving, I think. He wants us to hit on, he reminded me, the home builders look good. He's pounding the table on the home builders right now. So
that's just the environment has been,
all of them. Keep it home.
They're value stocks. They are obviously in an environment that's been very good to them. They're all firing on all cylinders here. For the most part, I've missed this trade because they've, well, maybe not because, they've been in consolidation station for a while. But, you look at these and is this as good as it gets? That's where, Lennar is making new highs, which is nice. But again, these aren't, high growth tech stocks. So they're doing well. They're doing very well in this environment. Are these storied stocks that are going to continue to carry? I struggle to find the sexy story with the home builders, which is why I'm probably not getting in them. Joel, what are your thoughts on the home builders? They're great companies. They're value stocks.
Yeah, they just man, oh man, I don't have any. I believe I don't have any home builders in my portfolio. They are a precursor for the economy, and with COVID, value of homes. It's really, if you look at it, it's it helps your Home Depots, it helps your furniture stores, it helps your John Deere's because people got to buy tractors. It's really at the core of the economy. I don't know. I don't know where I would step in on these things. If you want to you feel like you missed a party, the one thing you can do is, just go out over a long time, say, hey, I'm going to devote $2,000, let's say, to this and do it over a period of time and hope you get some pullbacks on it. That's my thought. XHB, I looked at that. It's not quite at the all-time high, so you got some room there, but just one heck of just like all the other charts, just grinding higher since March.
Everything works. If you're long stocks, for the most part, it works in a bull market. We're all sitting with portfolios where we're up in all the stocks and we all feel like we're geniuses. And, that might be the case. Obviously, everybody's been smart to be long stocks. So I don't know. Like I said, it's hard.
It's stonks, isn't it?
Stonks. Yeah, it's stonks. Portnoy renamed it. It's stonks. We're all along the stonks.
He didn't do that. That wasn't him.
Portnoy.
No.
I heard it from Portnoy first.
It started as a joke. It started as an accident. And
I thought it was Portnoy.
I know. Most jokes originate from anonymous people on Reddit.
And then Portnoy ran with it.
And then people run with it. But yeah. All right. 9:06. Guys, any final thoughts before I wrap it up here? Or was that maybe?
I think that's it. We're just saying.
Yeah.
I don't see why the bull thesis is derailed all of a sudden. I think this is great news for Bitcoin. I know the Tesla's getting the pop on, that they bought some Bitcoin. I think that this gives another vote of confidence to Bitcoin. It's making new highs. You get a little pullback. I think it's a buying opportunity. I think Bitcoin's going to 100,000.
Okay. I don't know. I'll just say, the S&Ps here, we've only had a 15-point range overnight. And I'm looking, and it's been coming down a little bit, but we've been moving 50, 60 handles a day. And so right now, it doesn't look like we're giving any look to the downside. I noticed there's been some small sell-offs off the open. We did have that on Friday, snuck in the top of Thursday's range and took off. But there's certainly we're not going to stay here at 38.95.50 in a few point range, and bulls definitely favor the move on the upside.
All right. I want to remind everyone today's show was sponsored by Market Structure Edge. It is the first decision support platform for traders built on market structure. Try the new way to trade for free. MarketStructureEdge.com. I want to thank our guest, Tim Quast. Hit that like button, hit subscribe, hit share wherever you're watching this. That's going to be a wrap for pre-market prep. But if you've been watching for the last week, you've noticed that we've been staying on all day, open 8 a.m. to the close and sometimes later. So I'm going to say goodbye to Joel and Dennis here, and I'm going to bring on one of Benzinga Pro's onboarding specialists, Jonathan Mallard, and he's going to walk you. We didn't really cover any movers. We talked Bitcoin, which is a mover of the day, but we need to talk about any individual stock movers. And I want to bring on Jonathan Mallard here, who comes in every day and watches these movers too. And Jonathan, good morning.
Hey, good morning. Can you hear me okay?
We hear you. We see you. I want to bring you on here because you spend your entire day essentially walking people through how you use Benzinga Pro. I did a little bit of that last week. And so I want to bring you on here for like 10 to 15 minutes and just have you show us how you use Pro every morning. So I'm going to share my screen here. And why don't you start with here? Let me bring up the movers tool. Since I think, or actually you would know, is that the most popular tool on the platform?
I mean, we're most well known for the news, but the movers tool is a fantastic, very simple pre-market scanner. So myself and a lot of other people use it just to say, hey, show me where that volatility is every morning.
Yep. So, okay, I've got my movers tool up on the left. I got a news feed up on the right. Talk to us about how you use this every day.
Yeah, so it's pretty simple. Whether you're looking at what types of news will move the price of a stock, or you just want to find those big movers, you just open up that movers tool. You can see that Spencer has the gainers at the top and the losers at the bottom. And then you can choose different time frames. So if you want to see what's ripping right now or crashing to the ground, then you could choose the 5-minute or the 15-minute time frame. And if you don't mind, Spencer, can you just click on where it says applied filters there at the top?
Let's do that.
So you can see it's not too crazy, right? You can just choose, do I only want gainers? Do I only want losers? Or do I want both of them combined? Right now we're in the pre-market session, but you could choose regular session or after hours if you're looking at what happened yesterday. And then for the period, that's where I was saying 5 minutes or 15 minutes for that really short term volatility versus the entire session if you want to see the entire gap since the previous day's close. So usually if I'm logging on in the morning, I just set it to session. And so I can see all those big gaps since yesterday. And then if you want to filter it by sector or market cap or price per share, you can. If you don't see the exact thresholds you want right now, there's a little custom button. So you could say, okay, maybe I want something under $5 but above $1. You could do that with a custom button. And then once you get all that set, you just scroll back up and click on that blue bar there. And it's pretty simple. You just start clicking through these symbols and see, all right, do I like the chart? Do I like the news? So if you like for Oxygen, if you click on the symbol OCGN there in the gainers, see how it brings up the details tool. So you just have a quick little look at a basic chart. You have the why is it moving headline for a lot of these big movers there at the top. And you can see that the company issued 3 million shares of stock at a premium to where the stock was trading. So that's interesting because usually those secondary offerings would make the price go down. And then we can scroll down and see exactly, all right, when did this news first come out that's causing this volatility? So I always tell people this is really how I learned how to trade off the news. This is how I learned how certain stocks are affected by that news. So you got the press releases in there, the BZ Wire headlines that summarize the important information. And it looks like that came out, is that 9:40? Sorry, the screen's a little small for me, but 9:44 p.m.
How about we do that? Looks like, yeah, looks like this PR came out. Yeah, this was yesterday. So 9:44 p.m. on Sunday.
Yeah. So you got that from Globe Newswire there, and then people start to digest that, and it looks like it's up this morning. So anyways, and if you scroll up in the details tool, you'll see there's a more advanced chart from TradingView if you click on the chart tab. So that's just really handy just to do some quick technical analysis. Maybe you're just mapping out those pre-market highs and lows or other support or resistance levels, and you can add in, indicators and things like that, moving average lines, etc. So yeah, I mean, that's basically it. You're just looking, all right, what's moving? What are the news catalysts on this? Is it a pump and dump style, or is this a more concrete catalyst that could give us some continued momentum? And then if you like it, you just throw it on a watch list or take some notes there in the upper right corner of the details tool, and you're good to go.
Well, one thing I love real fast, I just want to commend our overnight team. So this press release was out last night. Right, 9:45 last night. By 5 in the morning, we already had an article about why Oxygen was up 75%, 74% today at the time.
Absolutely.
Right. So I mean, props to our overnight team for that. And you can see it right there. It is the top stock on my movers. I have my up movers and my down movers. It is the top stock on my up movers here this morning. This was the first ticker I looked up today for that reason. Right. And
then if you could click on Westport Fuel Systems real quick, I think that was on a contract, but I want to just double check. It looks like Amazon reported Amazon ordered 1,000 truck engines, which run on compressed natural gas. So I haven't done too much research on this, but this looks like, could you click on that actual headline?
Sure.
1,000 at 8:01 a.m. So there's a why is it moving headline that's tagged WIIM, and then it looks like we might have to scroll down a little bit more.
Yep.
For that Reuters rumor.
This is actually from last week. It was from Friday, right? There we go.
Yeah. So anyways, what I wanted to showcase was that as you're clicking through these, you'll see that certain tags show up on a regular basis. Like we've seen a lot of mergers and acquisitions this morning. Rumors are huge. There it is, the tag with rumors, contracts. So I just wanted to, this is a great place to start, but once you get a feel for it, I would encourage you to use those category tags on the news feed. So if you want to hop over to a news feed.
Yeah, let's do that. Here.
Yeah. So
I've actually already got a few, but I'm going to get those out.
Awesome. And there's a reset button in the, yeah.
See, I didn't even use that.
No worries.
Make it a little bigger.
So basically, just to give you a very brief picture, let's just choose like 3 category tags. So we click on categories, and a couple that I want to highlight are the hot category. It's the middle one in red there, just the biggest stories of the day. And then underneath that, you see M&A for mergers and acquisitions. And you can highlight any one of these in different colors. Like I always make M&A purple. I don't know why, but that's what I do. And so you could click and drag that circle to change the color. And then under the news category, if you just click on that, you have contracts toward the top. And I always highlight that in green for cash. And then lastly, toward the bottom, we have rumors. And I always highlight that in hot pink so it really sticks out at me. And if we click done in the bottom right corner there, I usually use like 12 of these different categories. You'll see immediately it's very easy to digest that information, and that's what it's all about. So I don't have to think. I already know this is mergers or acquisitions, contracts, and just by hovering over some of those tickers on the left-hand side, you can see the volatility that's associated with many of these headlines. So they're not all going to be home runs, but a great way to get a digest of the most, the most impactful news each morning or throughout the day.
Yeah, I've never really used the color coding system. I probably should, because I think it makes it easier. But I've never really. It's funny, what people use and what they don't use, and I've never really used that feature. I don't know why. I don't have a good reason for it, but it undoubtedly makes it easier to consume. I just, for whatever reason, have never bothered to color code my categories. But
yeah, some people don't need it. Just when I was first getting started, my eyes sort of glazed over when I looked at hundreds of headlines. So so it definitely helps me out. Especially
if we're gonna have, I don't know the number, but maybe easily like how many headlines do we have a day? Like 1,000? Yeah,
I'd say, and that's without press releases or SEC filings.
Yeah, so it gets to be a lot. So if you really want to focus on certain things, then look, and there is a hot headline right there: Tesla doing its Bitcoin thing, and that's been the story of the morning.
So absolutely. There we go. Yeah, that's about as big as it gets right there.
Right. Exactly. Great. That was super helpful. What else do you want to highlight, or what else do you use Pro for at the moment?
I mean, a lot of active traders like our audio squawk because Charlie's given those live headlines throughout the day. It's sort of, I describe it as a walkie-talkie alert system. So, whenever something major hits the market or for even a particular stock, you just click on that blue play button to activate it. And if you're on Benzinga Pro, use the beta version because that's a new and improved infrastructure before we get rid of the old one. We just want to fully test it out. If you're a beginner, the chat can be great because there are experienced traders in there sharing their watch list, their support and resistance levels, different strategies, options, the strat, etc. So great supportive community in there. And then, the calendar tool, I love the calendar tool for the analyst ratings calendar.
Here's today's ratings.
Yeah, so there you go. Like, when I was first starting out, I was like, just show me something that has a high probability of moving in one direction. Yeah. And so if the market is green, I mean, if it's a bloodbath out there, don't expect positive ratings to save you on your trades. But if it's a green day for the overall market, I love how you can just come in here and say, show me the positive initiations or the upgrades. And so it's a table format of all the same data that's in the newsfeed, but click on filters on the right-hand side. All the way on the right-hand side is like a vertical button. Right there. Yeah. So you just click on action on security there in the middle, and then deselect all of those except for initiation. Initiates coverage on. And then you can scroll down, and you could even get rid of some of those neutral or negative ratings. So, I mean, look at all this green for today, right? Some of these are on the same companies. But in terms of a high probability trade for a beginner, obviously know what's going to come back down after it goes up. But these initiations on smaller price per share stocks, they're looking for legitimacy, and then some sell side firm comes in with a strong price target, and they could pop 10-20% sometimes. It just depends on the company.
And just, if you're noticing a bunch of ratings initiations today on Affirm or on Poshmark, you're wondering what the hell is that about? Well, both those stocks IPO'd in January. So the analyst quiet period lasts, I think, 30 days, or maybe it's a couple of weeks. I don't remember exactly. So those quiet periods are now over. So all the firms that had a hand in the underwriting of the IPO, they can now come out with their ratings. So you will usually see a buy or an overweight. Occasionally you'll see a neutral. You very seldom will see a sell, at least at the outset, especially if the firm participated in the IPO underwriting process. But that's why you get like a half dozen ratings for a firm on one day, or for Poshmark on one day. So I'm going to go back, and I'm going to I'm going to go there, and I'm going to also bring on downgrades. And I want to bring on upgrades too, so we can see what was upgraded today. So we can see Tyson Foods got an upgrade, MGM got an upgrade from Bank of America, Estee Lauder got an upgrade. This is all from February 8th. That's today.
Mm-hmm.
Workday got an upgrade. Target got an upgrade. Hershey got an upgrade. Again, not a guarantee that the stock's going to trade higher, but analysts do move stocks. So, and then downgrades I just have down there. Really, let's see. So that's interesting. So Las Vegas Sands. So Bank America, it looks like they upgraded MGM. Right here, we can start by, there we go. Bank America, they upgraded MGM. They downgraded Las Vegas Sands. So Bank America was putting on like the pair trade today, right? They're saying MGM to neutral, upgrade, Las Vegas down to neutral, downgrade. That's interesting.
That is interesting.
Yeah. So there are all these patterns that you can look for. Is a firm, doing this pair trade? Are they going from buy straight to sell? They're skipping neutral altogether, or vice versa, sell straight to buy. Don't see that today. You've got the price target information there. So it's always interesting to see what patterns you can find in the calendar, because there's there can be some interesting things if you look close enough.
And you can download up to 10,000 rows from this. If you just right click, you can export it to a CSV. So if you like to analyze things in Excel or whatever else, that's a handy way to do it.
Yep. And again, it's up on the screen, pro.benzinga.com. And I brought on Jonathan because he talks to our clients about this stuff all day long. There's probably no one better who can talk about all the I mean, Mallard knows way more than I do about Benzinga Pro, right? I use what I use, but he's the one that has to know everything about it, because that's kind of his job. Yeah, that was kind of it. Man, that was great. We got to do this more often. We have to figure out time in these 8-hour streams to do more of this. This was fun. There's like a bunch of stuff that we didn't even cover. Let me see if there's anything from the chat that we can get to. Let me see here. Any questions? Let's see.
Talking about BMXC.
BMXC.
And I don't know. I don't know what you normally do, but there's some tickers in here.
Well, there's so many though. I had to scroll up to find them. There's so many. I don't even know like where to start. So, gosh, I'm just scrolling up and now I'm scrolling down. What I missed, BMXC. Okay, let's look at BMXC. I have not looked at that today, so I have no idea what it's doing. I don't know if you've looked at it.
Until I was excited. You pulled me on the show. I was doing normal reporting stuff before this.
BMXC. Wait, do I even have anything? BMAX? I don't even have any headline for that, so I don't know what's going on. What's going on with that? Any other stocks that you're watching today? I mean, or do you just watch the biggest movers?
I mean, mainly the big movers. I know Luke was talking about the vaccine stuff out of South Africa earlier. I don't know if you guys talked about that.
Here's a good comment from Brent Slava. Brent Slava is the head of our news desk. And so he's putting together a watch list, and we didn't even go over the watch list feature really, but in case you want to figure out how else to trade this Tesla Bitcoin news, there's a bunch of tickers right there that you can trade with that have crypto exposure, right? Overstock, Mara, we've talked about these on the show, BTBT, Endlessly, MSTR, right? So that watch list is I closed it out already, but it's published every day in Benzinga Pro and the stocks to watch feature. So thanks a lot, Brent, for that. Anything else you wanted to leave us with before we go?
Just if anyone doesn't have that free trial, there's no credit card required. We're not going to automatically charge you or whatever. So just check it out and give us a call. You'll probably be me or one of a few other people.
We will automatically charge you if you piss me off. If you insult me in the chat, I will automatically charge you. But other than that,
never give Spencer your credit card.
other than that, we will not automatically charge you. Yeah. All right. Jonathan Mallard is the Benzinga. What is your title? The Benzinga Pro customer
onboarding specialist. I lead the sales team, right? So I'm a sales manager, but it's all about helping people understand how to use the software and hopefully make some money.
How much does it cost? Oh, I don't even know the answer to that question.
Yeah, that's a good question. It's like $99 a month or $177 a month. There's 2 levels, and then it's a lot cheaper if you purchase it quarterly or annually. So you're looking at like $377 a quarter or $1,400 for the year.
Okay, and are there discounts? Yes, we do have discount periods. I don't know if we're in one right now or if we have any sales. But we do.
President's Day is coming up. So I think, definitely check it out. And if it's a good fit, President's Day sale should be a good time to buy. There should be a sale code for that.
President's Day. Okay. When are we going to have a Benzinga Pro Super Bowl commercial? Is that next year?
Yeah. Hopefully we can move from like top 1,000 sites in the U.S. to top 100. Then we'll be talking.
Yeah, that should be the goal, right? That should be the goal. Next year, Benzinga Pro Super Bowl commercial. All right, Mallard, thanks a lot, man. I know it took up 20 minutes of your morning, but I appreciate it.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
All right. I hope you guys got some value out of that. We'll definitely get Jonathan back here on our stream, hopefully on a more regular basis once we figure out what we're doing throughout the day here. But we've got Neil Hamilton joining us in a couple of minutes for Get Technical. I'm going to take a back seat when that happens. Until that happens, though, I just want to go over a couple of things I didn't get the chance to go over on pre-market prep. The big one is this Peloton IBM news, which is always interesting how the same headline impacts different stocks. If you look at a headline here now my newsfeed settings are all screwed up because I just did all that stuff with Jonathan. So I don't even know where the Peloton headline. There it is. They announced a deal.
Share your screen, dude.
Oh, it's Palantir. Is that why I'm not seeing it? Thanks, Randy. I'm dumb. Randy says it's Palantir, not Peloton, and he's right.
Spencer, share your screen.
I'm working on it. There we go. Thanks, Randy. I got this. See, I didn't even get the news right. Palantir announces a partnership with IBM to help businesses easily deploy powerful and open AI applications and unlock valuable data across hybrid cloud environments. I don't really know what that means. All I know is that Palantir is trading up on that headline like 10%, and IBM is trading up like 1%. So that was one headline I was watching before crypto kind of took over the show today. That was kind of the top story. I had seen it as well as that OCGN mover, which you don't often see pricings above where the stock is trading. So that's highly unusual. And very usually you see the price at or below. We saw that, for example, with Win this morning, right? Win announced an offering. They didn't announce the price yet, but they announced an offering, and just the announcement of that offering is enough to make Win trade down. So those are a couple of things I was watching this morning. And now it is 9:30. I want to bring on my dear, dear friend. There's the opening bell. I hope you can hear that. Neil Hamilton, Let's bring him on here. Neil, how are we doing?
I'm doing great, man. Thank you for that warm welcome.
How's your weekend?
It was wonderful. It was fantastic.
Good.
I heard a lot of noise from my neighbors. I have to imagine there was some type of. It was like they were watching Harry Potter or something. There must have been something good on TV.
Okay.
But yeah, I loved the session on Benzinga Pro. I'm also a fan. Who's that move?
Whoa. Wait a minute.
Benzinga Pro Special Edition Giant Mug.
How do I get one of those? I don't have one of those.
Spencer, I think I might be able to hook you up. But if anyone else wants the mug, just go ahead and drop the link in chat and they can grab that. But guys, we are getting started. It is 9:30-ish in the AM Eastern Time. This is Get Technical with Neil. That's me. This is the show where we talk about using charts, price charts, and all sorts of technical indicators to figure out when to time our trades and make money in the markets. And no, I'm not a highfalutin, super special guru trader or anything like that. I started at Benzinga about 4 years ago, where I was sweeping floors and returning Luke Jacoby's energy drink cans until Jason Raznick noticed just how much money I was making on those returns, and he decided to hire me onto the team full time. And over that course of 4 years, I learned a bunch of stuff, probably not unlike you guys. Learning stuff from osmosis, watching random stuff on YouTube, Twitter, talking to fellow traders, fellow investors. And over time, I started to assimilate a basic baseline strategy for trading technical analysis. So during the show, we will talk about that. We will talk about education. We will talk about trade ideas, opportunities to make money. We will have little contests like we're going to have today. It's going to be sweet. We're going to give away over $10,000 in prizes, but make sure you stick around to the end of the show for that. Thank you to everyone that registered for the 10,000K giveaway contest. We will have more of those in the future, but stick around to the end to find out if you have won. With us today, I'm very excited. We have technical analyst and educator Julia Cordova. She will be starting at 10 a.m. Eastern, so make sure you stick around, 10 a.m. Eastern. The whole point is I'm going to show you what I'm trading. I'm going to talk about a little bit about Bitcoin. If you guys got some, if you guys give me ones in chat, we can talk about scalping Bitcoin this morning. Elon Musk tweeted that I'm not sure if it was a tweet, but we're talking about Tesla using Bitcoin as a reserve instead of regular cash. So that's going to make it spike up quite a lot, and we're going to figure out how we can scrape away as much money from that as possible. Happy to do that. Give me a 1 if you want to talk about Bitcoin. Give me a 2 if you'd rather talk about stocks, and I'll take your picks. But I want to go back to some picks that I had last week, check in on how they're doing. I do think that we're in a pretty good position with one of them in particular, so let's go ahead and get rolling with that. Guys, also, as always, make sure that don't be a weirdo. Don't watch a show without being subscribed. All right? It's creeping me out. Just hit the subscribe button. All right, the first one I want to look at, you guys should be able to see my chart. On my chart right now, thank you, Spencer. Go ahead and full screen this bad boy so that everyone can see it. On my chart, on the left, I've got Bitcoin. All right, so here we've got this big move. I'm on the 5-minute intervals. I like to look at Bitcoin and cryptocurrencies when I trade them over the weekend. I like to look at them on like 15, like 30-minute, 15, and 5. In this case, if I go ahead and just remove this crap that you see on the screen, so we can just see price and volume, we can see what happened after people found out that Tesla, Elon Musk, was doing something with Bitcoin. So it shot right up. We'll get into that. I got a good mix of 1s and 2s, so I don't want to spend too much time on this. I do want to talk about some of our previous picks. So the first one I want to get into is OXY. In fact, I want to keep Bitcoin open because I'm in a trade, so I'm going to keep an eye on that for my own sake. Let's go ahead and get OXY here. Petroleum, guys, if you remember from last week when, holy crap, look at this thing. Remember from last week when we had JC Peretz on, and he was talking about how we're entering a commodity super cycle based purely on the technicals and market relative strength, not the RSI down here, something completely different. What he's talking about is sector strength compared to other sectors. All right, so he's looking at commodities and he's thinking we're entering a big bullish market for it. And if you quote JC Peretz, the idea is that it's just the beginning of that. And it just so happens that I found a nice reversal pattern, I think the next day, by Coinky Dink on Occidental Petroleum, OXY. You guys should have the ticker in your watch list if you watch the show. Let's go ahead and switch this up to a day chart, because remember, with these trades that we're doing in the morning, we like to look at things over a little bit of a longer period because we're looking for big, fat, juicy, double-digit percentage breakouts. And those usually happen when a pattern is resolving over a longer period of time. Doesn't mean it can't happen over a shorter period of time, but usually the longer the pattern, the bigger the breakout. So what we've got here, guys, if you remember, I was talking about bottoms, all right? Big old bottoms, which we got here with Occidental. We've got a pretty sustained downward trend on this thing. All right, looking ugly, looking ugly. All of a sudden, it's a teen romance movie. We're taking the nerdy girl to prom. All right, we're giving her a makeover. It's the year 1999. She's all that. I'm not sure if that's actually the movie I'm thinking of, but you guys get it. All right. So we've got a couple things going on here that I love. We've got a double bottom pattern, which is characterized by a downward trend. So remember, number one, we're always looking for the trend. The trend is your friend. So we're looking for a downward trend. And then this double bottom, it's a reversal pattern. Okay. We've got continuation patterns on one side, which are abundant in this market. We're going to talk about them. But in this case, it's a reversal, which is often very, very powerful. So we're saying ugly, ugly, ugly. All right. Time for the makeover on OXY. So double bottom pattern characterized by two dips, right, that are hitting the same level. That's where the buyer's saying, this is enough. I have noticed this girl. She's got a great personality, a lot of potential. We just got to get her a new pair of glasses, makeover. All right. Downtrend, little booty, uptrend. That's what we're looking for. All right. And so when we look at this thing, something interesting, I previously drew support right about here where the meat is. And the way that I usually want to do that on a double bottom, instead of just drawing a line, I'm going to grab myself a rectangle. So let's do that. Paintbrush, rectangle. And I want to do it where the meat is. I don't like this little peaky thing. It's playing games with me. All right. I don't like the way that it's playing games with me and you guys. It's not fair. Let's do it where the meat is, where the action was, where the actual battle happened, where the blood was spilt among the bulls and the bears here. All right. Now let's go ahead and draw this out. All right. In this container, we've got our double bottom pattern. We also have something really juicy. You guys remember? A gap. That gap, though. Gaps get filled, especially in this bull market. All right. So we got a very powerful thing happening, and this is perfect. All right. So let me draw this out for you guys. All right. We've got gap down. Eventually, that's going to get filled if we hit any sort of support and a bounce. But even better than a bounce, we've got a double bottom reversal pattern. Looking great. We're in a great sector, according to JC Peretz. We're in commodities. We're talking about petroleum here, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Even better. A lot of times when you get a double bottom pattern, what you get is something like this. You get this line that's just about where the action took place, and then you get a little breakout, and then you get a bounce on it, and then you go to the moon. All right. So this is looking good. This is looking like it's going to resolve the way I want it to. Again, we're keeping our stops just a little bit below this neckline or former resistance line. Both mean the same thing. When you're talking about a pattern, the neckline is typically the top portion of it. In this case, we like this bounce. Yes, it crossed over. Yes, it's not exact. But patterns are not exact because they're based on nature and human nature and all of these things that go into what makes up the price chart. So yes, it looks a little bit messy. Is that okay? Yes, it's wonderful. So let's go ahead and get rid of this box. I want to show you something else kind of cool. I previously did a Fibonacci. I did a video like it's like Neil explains Fibonacci sequence. All right, we posted a little bit of a clip where I was talking about the Fibonacci sequence and how it matters and how it shows up in charts. And then someone came in. I really want to thank this person for the feedback. I love feedback. This is the worst explanation ever. And then someone from Benzinga pinned it to make it the top comment every time someone looks. So, you know, guys, if you want to learn more about Fibonacci stuff, do me a favor. Just go to this video. Just, you know, maybe get the conversation started. Watch it. Give me your opinion on the explanation. But I want to thank you, Viet Tuan. Any rate, so we're back over here. Let's go ahead and bring the Fibonacci into the equation. You know, let's invite him to the party. Let's get this. Let's invite the Italian. So what I'm going to do is trash can all of my drawings, and then I'm going to use what is called the Fibonacci retracement tool. And the way that I'm going to use this tool is I'm going to draw a point. I'm going to pick a point at the swing low of my pattern, so the bottom here, the resistance. And then I'm going to draw the other point at the absolute tippy top of the swing high, which in this case is that sort of middle of the W that we're getting here. But remember, I want to stay close to kind of the action, so let's do that. Well, you know, whatever. We'll do it in the body of this candle. Something interesting, guys. Do you notice that we are getting bounces at each of these lines? These lines are showing up where we had little battles, periods where traders were taking a breather, battling it out over the fair value of the stock, and then letting the market decide where it goes. We get a little bit of a breakout, then we come back down, and look where it came right back down to, guys. This is the first line of the Fibonacci retracement, which actually lines up perfectly. All I did was draw a point from here to here, and it drew a line pretty much where that battle was taking place. So very cool tool, Fibonacci retracement. It should be on most of your brokerages if you have a desktop platform. It comes under different names, but if it has Fibonacci in it, the thing that we're doing is called retracement, Fibonacci retracement. This is TradingView. You can find it in Benzinga Pro on the charting tool, which is actually powered by TradingView. I'm sure Thinkorswim, TD Ameritrade, you guys can find it. But I love this because we're bouncing off of this. Am I in this stock? Yes, full disclosure, I'm in this stock. Why? Because we're looking for a resolution of this double bottom pattern. We're bouncing off right now. The bulls are coming in. We have RSI coming in and showing that we have momentum behind this trade. I do believe that this will break out and close this gap. And how do we get our price target? We go from the base of our W to the peak, and then we add that to the breakout level, which is right about here, we'll say. Actually, let's go ahead and just go a little, well, yeah, let's be conservative. We'll go right about here. These things aren't exact, but this is kind of how you come up with it. It is the base of your double bottom to the neckline, and then you add that distance. So we're looking at about $34 as our price target, which is if you were to get in now, that would be a gain of about 45%. Next on the list, let's take a look at Microsoft. Yeah, are you guys getting bored with Microsoft? If you are, you shouldn't be. All right, sometimes making money is boring. That's what we're here to do, make money. So MSFT, let's take a look at this bad boy. Let's change our range. Let's get down to, let's get to a week maybe. Okay, so let's look at the whole thing. We've got upward trend. That's number one for a breakout. We need to confirm that we have an upward trend. In fact, we've got what could be a nice little pull right here for a pattern, right? When we're talking about breakouts, the one that comes up a lot, we're talking about flags and pennants, all right? So we're thinking about flag pulls here. So looking good, looking good. RSI is where we want it. On a momentum stock, we're maintaining 50 to about 70 on the weekly increment. Let's take a look. Let's use the week. All right, I'm going to trash all my drawings. Okay, we've got a couple things going on. Number one, bull pennant on a great stock. Already broken out right just the way we wanted to. Delicious. I told you, quote unquote, go back to my video. I said Microsoft is looking like a snack. And if you had a little bit of this snack, you would be fat in a really good way right now. So what we've got is 1, 2, 3 times it touches that sloping resistance line. All right. 1, 2, 3 times it touches that sloping support line. And again, this is a bull pennant, which is characterized by lower highs and higher lows following an upward trend. How do we set our entry and price target? With a bull pennant, we're talking about the apex. So make sure when you're drawing lines on a pattern like this, go ahead and draw these things out. Draw them out so that you can see where they cross. All right. And then to clean it up, I'm going to bring it back in just there. I want it to look like a pennant, like that little golf emoji, the little golf flag emoji. All right. Nice and pretty. This thing is looking beautiful. It's already broken out. So then how are we measuring our profit potential from a healthy breakout on this pattern? Base of the pole to the top of the pole, which is the swing high, or that first big upward momentum in your, or upward move in your bull pennant. All right. So this is our pole just about. I'll bring it down a little bit. I like to be conservative on how I draw these. We add the pole to the apex, guys. On a bull pennant, we don't add it to the breakout. We add it to the apex. Okay. So when is a good entry? When there's a close above the breakout point. Has it closed above the breakout point? Yes, it has. A couple times. So we are in the midst of a breakout. How long will it take to resolve? Who knows? But look how fast this thing was moving up previously. Look at the RSI behind it. We're looking good. Where is my volume? Why don't I have volume on my chart? Let me double check. Maybe I should type in indicator and go to volume. Just make sure I have it on my chart. There we go. Do we have a surge in volume? Hell yeah, we do. These are the things we like to see. We like to see a close above the breakout line, and we like to see surge in volume. We got a nice, tall, standing above the crowd, green volume bar, and we're going to watch for more of those. But this is a fine time to get in here. And then let's look at profit potential. Full disclosure, I am in this stock. I waited for this close. But if one were to enter today, profit potential is about 30.5%. Okay, that's Microsoft, folks. Remember, pole plus the apex equals price target for a bull pennant. Stop loss just a bit underneath the breakout point. Move your stop loss as you go up. That's how we do this. With something like this, where it's going to take, we're on a weekly chart, so it's going to take longer for this thing to resolve. So it's going to look like, like a classic trend where it's zigzagging up. So a trailing stop loss might get you stopped out. My recommendation for something like this is over a longer period of time is to just keep raising your stop loss. Stay about, as you're getting up on something that's like a 30% potential, say around like 5 to 8% as your stop loss, 5 to 8% below where you are at any given time. Just keep an eye on it. Remember that we're looking at weekly candles, so maybe check every couple days on something like this. That is how I would play this. That's how I am playing this. That's Microsoft. All right, we've got a few more minutes here, folks. Calls turn green. So Pete, I'm in the same, but Pete says I need Microsoft to break out so my March 19 calls turn green. Same boat. I bought calls on Microsoft, and we didn't get like a crazy breakout, but you know what? I believe that it is coming based on this volume and the direction that this RSI is going in. So if you have calls, you're in the same boat that I am. So we're waiting for those to turn green. And we're talking about options for those of you not totally familiar. All right, new pick. A new fighter has entered the arena. By the way, I'm still here. I want to see BTC. I'm getting stressed out. Is this BTC? Yeah, it looks like it. Okay. BTC looking like, God. We need some momentum here. We need Elon. All right, so let's look at, what is this? SENS. Sonic Holdings Inc. I don't know what the company is. I don't know what they do. I don't know what they produce. I don't know what their customers are. I don't know anything about them. I'm purely just looking at the chart. All right. I don't even know what sector they're in. So looking at this thing on a shorter time frame, let's switch away from week. Let's switch over to what was I doing? I think I was doing the day chart when I found this. No, what was I doing? Yeah. Okay, got it. So let's switch to the 4-hour, guys. Let's look at this thing on the 4-hour chart. Drop in chat if you know Elon Musk. Drop in the chat if you know what this pattern is. Quick hint, we cover this pattern like almost every day in this market. So guys, drop in chat. There's a little bit of a delay, so I'll wait for you. What is the pattern on this stock that we see? It's already broken out a bit. Elon Musk. Matt, not quite, but maybe Steven. I mean, a lot of times with these patterns, like people will see different things. So like Julia, who we're going to have on in 9 minutes, might look at some of the same stuff I'm looking at and identify a different chart because she's a different pattern because she's looking at different increments, or maybe she has a better idea of the longer term trend. So a lot of times in technical analysis, we'll see different patterns. But the interesting thing about charts is that they are fractal. All right, and I'll leave you with that. That's one maybe later when we all take mushrooms together, we'll get into how that works out. So it's a bull flag, Max. No, actually, no, it's a pennant. So shout out Stephen Hutchinson. Well done. So why is this a pennant? Let's take a look. Swing high to swing low, lower successive highs. Swing low to the apex, higher successive lows. We've got a pennant, ladies and gentlemen. Remember, it's got to look like we're looking for a pennant, and this is like the best, most bullish pattern you can possibly get. Looking for something like this, but since markets move over time, usually the pull on the pennant looks a little more like that, right, guys? So we'll go ahead and delete that crap. Get that out of here. So we've got a pennant that's already broken out, guys. Already broken out. And so just like we did previously, we're going to go and measure the pull on this. I'm going to do it conservatively with this big breakout that we had. I could go down here. We could do that, guys. But I'm conservative. I have paper hands. Paper hands. Don't tell anyone. I like to be absolutely sure about making some money. So we take this pole, it's the height of the pole, and we're going to add it to the apex once again, guys, not the breakout, not the breakout. So we're adding this to the apex. So we're already about 1/3 of the way through this full breakout. And again, guys, this is basically a penny stock. It's right now, it is a penny stock. All right. So it is a volatile puppy. It is a very volatile puppy. So keep your stops tight and watch it. Watch volume. Volume is your friend. We want to see trending upward volume. We want to see green candles to confirm this. This can go sideways and you get what is called a rejected breakout. So if we get a bunch of red, if the RSI starts to trend down, if the RSI literally starts to look like this, you've got a trending downward momentum. All right. So be careful with this one. But full disclosure, I own this. Full disclosure, I have a tight stop loss on this. Full disclosure, my price target is about $5. All right. So let's look at the profit potential. Were you to enter right now, profit potential is about 46%. SENS. Let's see if I can do the NATO phonetic alphabet. This is Sandbox, Ernie, Neil Hamilton, Sandwich, SENS. All right, so that's my last pick that I've got for you. It is volatile. Keep a very, very tight stop if you so choose to enter this stock or another one like it. Bull pennant, very bearish though. We love it. It's one of the most consistent bullish continuation patterns that you will find in the market. All right, guys, I am taking. Did I call it something different? It's a pennant. Yeah, all caps, pennant. And again, here I'll just type this up for you guys. How about this? Boom. Bull pennant price target equals pull plus apex. So in this case, that is, so it's the length of the pull. So I should say this. It should be height of pull. And then I'm going to grab, let's see if it'll let me grab the ruler tool at the same time. No, it closed my text, and but I'll change that. So the height of the pull in this case, $2.42. So let's edit this text again. So target equals 242 plus, and then what is this level at the apex? About 265, we'll say. Equals, and we'll just say roughly that that's like $5, right? And some change, 5 and some change. We'll do this little thing. All right, we're looking for something like this right here on it. Screen cap it, guys. Screen cap it. This is a good one to just keep for bull pennants. And one thing I'll add to this is, again, we like to give resistance little kisses, sweet little kisses. We like to do the same thing with support. We're in a polyamorous kind of thing. Open relationship with support and resistance. Three times I kiss you. All right. 3 times I kiss you, support. And we've broken out. Please don't clip that, producer team. So at any rate, guys, all right, that is SENS tickers for the day that we're looking at for those patterns. We've got OXY with a double bottom reversal pattern looking to get resolved and close a gap. We've got Microsoft. Who doesn't love Microsoft? With a bullish continuation pattern of a bull pennant and another bull pennant on a penny stock SENS. All of these are they're ranging from 32% to 40% profit targets. And then I want to pull up BTC because, again, I am in a trade right now. So I'm just going to pull this. Oh, wait, BTC. No, not futures. What the heck? I want BTC. We do BTC USD. This is how you look it up. Ooh! Okay. So obviously that looks really good. Bitcoin really quick. I'm going to look at a shorter time frame. As I said, I like the 15-minute right now. 15-minute also looking like a snack. We're consolidating. Let me bring in my Fibonacci level so you can see what I'm talking about. All right, Fibonacci. Let's do it again. Fibonacci retracement. Draw a point at the base. Draw a point at the top. And the idea here is to time when we're going to go down and bounce. And let's see if going down to the body of the top makes a little more sense. Yeah, it seems to make more sense. So if I go down to the body of the top, this is a little bit more accurate. And we can see that we bounced off this first level. We went up and we kind of did a little bounce. We have this candle here. Julia might be able to correct me on this, but this sequence of candles, not sure if that's bearish or bullish, but at any rate, we had the bulls come back in, buy us, and keep us just above that resistance level. We want to stay here. So my thing with this is I really want to see another candle that's going to get us back above all-time highs. We get back above all-time highs, I'm going to pile in. Right now I'm in a little bit. We hit all-time highs. We break above. Let's go ahead and be conservative and say let's break above the top of this wick. That's when I will pile in. I don't bet against all-time highs, especially when it's got a name like Elon Musk behind it. All right, guys. So we are at 9:59 in the AM Eastern time. I still haven't had a sip of my coffee out of my Benzinga mug, only available at swag.benzinga.com. Guys, Julia Cordova, someone that I followed on FinTwit for a long time. I've been a silent admirer, and I've borrowed her trade ideas for quite some time. I recommend you do the same. Check out her YouTube channel. Spencer, can we get the YouTube channel and can we get the Twitter dropped in chat so that folks can go find more from Julia? And hopefully you guys some of you are already aware of what she's been doing. She's just one of the best on FinTwit. Great technical trader and great educator. If you're watching her videos, she will break things down for you in a way that's easy to understand. So that's why we love to have her on the show, because that's what this show is about. So without further ado, producer Spencer, could you also please bring on Julia?
She stepped away for a second.
Funnily, yeah, no, hold on. My headset just turned off. Funnily enough, I think that she just left the studio.
No,
okay,
she's back. She's back.
Reconnecting. Okay.
There we go. All right, Julia, if you're ready, give me the thumbs up. All right, here we go.
Julia, wait. Hi, Julia. Welcome. How are you doing this morning?
Do I need to scooch?
Yeah, you gotta shimmy over. I do that every time. Good thing we both have Herman Miller Aeron rolling chairs. Am I right?
So luxurious. Actually, it feels really good.
I like, yes. Talking about double bottoms, this feels good on my double bottom.
You're funny. I'm sorry about before. I went to go plug in some headphones just in case we have like a, echo and stuff, and it just like turned my computer off. So I mean, it would have been, I don't know.
So I mean, I was worried. I thought that I would have to entertain these. I don't have enough jokes for these people. They're going to eat me alive. I can't go for another 30 minutes. I'm good with 20-minute sets.
I think you can, because I was watching before you brought me on. I was like, this is really good. Your show is really good. And I'm not even just saying that, because it was actually super helpful. I mean, it's interesting because we have different ways that we look at things, but if I were, in fact, I could absolutely learn a lot from, I think, watching your show, because it was just for you to talk about, the measured move of pennants, and then like how you would handle stop losses was super helpful, I thought.
All right, I'm fogging up a little bit. Glasses are getting foggy. You're gonna make me cry.
Oh.
You're gonna make me cry. Do you know that? It's too early in the morning. I'm not ready for a good cry. I'll have a good one later, depending on how Bitcoin goes. But thank you so much for the praise.
Are you long Bitcoin right now?
I was long this I was long this morning. I've been getting in and out. So there's a new term for that, which is a paper hands bitch. Which I've been getting in and out of Bitcoin. And what I like to do, Julia, is on the weekends, I like to practice all of my scalping chops with cryptocurrency.
Okay.
And just trade it up and down as it trends. And that's where I've like really been practicing with Fibonacci patterns. And yes, maybe I do sound a little bit like a newbie with this, but I'm still learning. I don't
know. Everybody's still learning, first of all. Like, if anyone ever thinks that they've got this thing nailed, I mean, you can find things that work, but then sometimes they stop working. You know what I mean? So like, everybody's always learning.
True. So quick answer to your question. I'm in it right now. I am long Bitcoin. I might be exiting depending on how things go. My perspective on Bitcoin is that we will get to 6 figures on it. So long term, I'm bullish on it. How about you?
I am not cuckoo enough to trade it, because already I trade futures, so it's like 23 hours a day, 5 days a week, and I feel like if I also traded crypto, it would be like I can't. I'm not capable of it.
Well, futures are a whole different beast. You've got that shorter window. You've got, but it is, as far as I understand, one of the origins of technical analysis. If we go back to a lot of the early, what would we say? We would say the early explorers, the early pioneers of technical analysis were using it on futures. I've been reading. Okay, I've been reading for the show, so I can sound smart.
Who are some of your favorite early pioneers of technical analysis.
Well, it has to be Dow, right?
Okay.
Dow. So you guys know the Dow Jones Industrial Complex. Dow was a publisher who partnered with a fellow named Edward, I believe it was Edward Jones, Charles Dow and Edward Jones. Dow was one of the first guys, any technical analysis book that you find is going to reference his early plots of price over time where he's recognizing trend. So basically, he was the first one to postulate that you can look at what has happened in the past and expect history to repeat itself. All right, so that's where he's looking at trends, and then he has a couple sort of like the big three things you need to know about technical analysis. Number one is that when there's a trend, it has no reason to stop until there's a force that stops it, which is like a really Newtonian sort of, an object in motion will stay in motion unless there's a force of like equal blah 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 that will stop it. He has a lot of that kind of stuff. And then there were a couple folks after him that get really psychedelic with the way that they look at markets, even applying astrology to charts.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it gets a little out there.
I like it. I think it's super cool. I mean, I don't understand it, but like I've had people DM me about the moons and how it affects silver. And I mean, they're not all, I mean, they're right as much as anybody else is right, honestly.
True.
Yeah, there's a lot going on.
Yeah, so I mean, so that's what technical analysis is great. It helps you with your love life. It helps you understand like when you're in retrograde Venus, what retrograde Venus, and when you have opportunities to enter a trade. So,
Neil, you're very knowledgeable.
No, I'm not. I'm making this shit up right now. Absolutely not. But enough about me, Julia. We're here to hear from you. I want to know what tickers you're interested in today and what you are trading. And I also want to know the thought behind it. So if you wouldn't mind sharing your screen, that would be ideal. So if you go to the bottom of your little StreamYard window, it's kind of like Zoom where you go to the bottom.
Yeah, I see how to do it, but I have to reload my chart because when my computer shut down, it did something weird. Okay, I got it. I got it now. All right. Okay, good. Okay, hold on 1 second. Okay.
And Gurkin, I am not into astrology. I promise I'm not. Maybe a little bit. Maybe a little bit, but not a lot. All right, so once you share that, producer Spencer will pull it up and get me out of here. And just a reminder to everyone, just as the neon sign behind Julia says, this is not financial advice. This is for educational and entertainment purposes only, hopefully in equal quantities.
Can you still see me?
I cannot see you, but I can see the full screen of your chart.
Okay, so nobody can see me right now if I make faces and stuff?
We want to see you make faces, so I'm kind of conflicted.
No. I was just curious because I don't know. Okay, I won't make any faces. All right.
Okay.
So I wanted to talk a little bit about how I created my Tesla chart because it got a fair amount of attention only because I hadn't really traded it up until about here when I took a short on it. So well, actually not here. What am I talking about? It was actually here. But I wanted to talk about just how I created the chart and how I do measured moves and just generally how I do technical analysis because I think people might be curious.
Perfect.
Okay. So generally, and people make fun of me all the time because I have tons of lines on my chart. It's not clean. There's no it's not beautiful. I mean, I think it's beautiful, but other people might not think it's beautiful because there's all lines everywhere and stuff. But what I generally try to do is I try to find lines in price that, look, I mean, see, this is sort of a general 3 data point hit. And then if I move that line around, if it, again, hits some beautiful places, then I think because, I believe that the price action is controlled by computers or algorithms. And I have to believe that they respect certain slopes of trend lines. So what I generally do is I find a few different upslopes, and this is just I mean, you can see this is sort of a copy of my original Tesla chart, which is different. But and because I tried to make this one simple, that was why. But anyway, so what I try to do is I try to find lines that correlate with price. I move them around to make sure they're good lines that are respected by the algorithms. And I try to find a few different upslopes and a few different downslopes. And then I just apply them. And in this particular instance, I had identified a pennant here, and like what you were talking about before. So I measured the length of the pole from the bottom to the top. And by the way, I realize I do this differently than some people, and there's all different ways to do it. And in my opinion, there's not a right way. There's just a way that you choose based on your experience and being either right or wrong. But I take this, and I know I just heard before that you apply it to sort of the tip of the pennant, but I applied it to sort of where the breakout was. So that's how I identify different support and resistances. So,
Julia,
Yeah.
really, sorry to interrupt. When are you entering?
Well, it's hard to say with Tesla. I mean, I enter a short once it gets to a measured move. And so I basically calculate what the measured move will be. And then I watch price action around there in the smaller time frames. I mean, I think I entered the first short here. And so it did get a little bit higher, like a titch. And then I was lucky to catch a 10% move down. But I generate measured, and I had to simplify the chart. I actually got rid of my original, like, here's how far it will go up. But it was actually from here to here and then from here to here. But anyway, I generally would enter a short there or take profit there if I were already long. So I sort of wait until it gets to a measured move and then scalp downwards. And then, when it got back above here, I would normally say, yeah, that's a great time to go long. But if you look at what happened in the price action, Tesla likes to, I mean, look what it's doing now. It likes to do weird things. So I don't just use my measured move. I use, these curvy things that are called MAs. I was like trying to think of the name of it. But it's cool. Look how beautiful that is. And, people are like, oh, this chart is so great. These lines are so great. But look how beautifully that MA supported this.
So for folks that don't know what MA stands for, that's moving average.
Thank you.
What?
I cannot think of what it was called. I'm just like the curvy things that also go up over time. I really couldn't think of what it was called.
I like that description a lot more than moving average because I think it says what it really is.
Right. Well, when price is above the curvy things, it's bullish. And when it's below the curvy things, it's bearish, just in general.
I'm going to tweet that.
I mean, it's true though, right?
It is.
Yeah.
It is. So someone in chat asked if you are up on Tesla. I think it's pretty safe to assume that you are.
Well, overall, yes. I had one short that, okay, so this is an interesting thing. So I had one short that went really well. I made a lot of money on it because I sort of just YOLO'd it. And then I had another one that I took that would have gone well had I sold the next day. And it wasn't because price was going the direction that I wanted it to. It was sort of doing it. But for whatever reason, that week, there was so much, and I don't understand options that well, but there was so much volatility that even my, whatever I bought option-wise was up like 65% the day. And it wasn't because price was moving in my direction, but because there was so much volatility in the options market. So that's a really interesting topic for somebody who's not me. I didn't understand how it was possible. And I didn't take any profit there because I was like, this is fan-freaking-tastic, 65% in one day, imagine tomorrow. And then the next day, I did close out some at 30%, but then I ended up taking a giant L on the rest of it because it did, what I was trying to do, because Tesla options are so expensive, is I was trying to perfectly time, as I did before, the short, and it didn't work out for me. So overall, I am up, but I have one winning trade and one losing trade on it so far.
Would you mind going back to that winning trade and walking us through your thinking on it?
Well, sure. It was really just, it was that I had calculated them. So I had it in blue here, and I had it from a few weeks before. I talked about it on my YouTube channel, and I was like, 653 is the measured move. And I wasn't even in the trade at that time. Someone had won me charting this for them and sort of giving them, like my opinion of the chart. And so I did, and I said, and I was actually short biased at the time at breaking out of this pennant. I was thinking, that perhaps it might take a breather because it had, gone up so far. But generally speaking, pennants are bullish. And so anyway, I was short. So I had a short bias, but I said, look, if it holds this pink line, it's still bullish. The pink line on the bottom, basically, if it closes the daily above, it's still bullish. And then if it breaks out, then the measured move is 653. And so and all this time, I didn't actually even take my own trade because I just was like biased against it. So I waited until it got to this measured move and then took the short. And then, you had to get in and out of there pretty quick. But yeah.
So Julia, when you are taking the short, are you doing a traditional short sell?
No, I didn't in this case. I actually did options, and so that's why it was so and actually my options were at one point in the money. I was like, what? You know what I mean? And that was an incredible trade, I think, for me, actually.
I'm probably to a similar or maybe lesser level of understanding of how options work. I have a base level, but when they work for me and I see the percentage increase in their value, that is a rush, and that's a big reason why I love them. So when you're taking a short position, so following the measured move, which I imagine your measured move, correct me if I'm wrong, your measured move is about the length of the pole.
Yeah, exactly.
Leading into the pennant.
Exactly. And so when it broke above this last measured move, I recalculated it to be a larger pennant and that's how I got this next measured move. And because people were like, how are you doing this? Because I just sort of around here, I was like, going short again here kind of thing. But then it's really just consolidating. It's not moving. And then I said that if it breaks above this pennant, it would have a high likelihood of being a false breakout. And the reason that I thought that was because based on this upward, even from here, based on this upward move, it seems to me that it would require a longer period of consolidation to continue moving up at the same speed. And if it doesn't, then it almost has to, because if it doesn't continue moving up at the same speed, that's almost bearish. Mm-hmm. So that was my logic there. So it did break above, and then it was a false breakout. But now, I took the same slope from the top of the pennant here, and I applied it to this first high, if you will. Mm-hmm. And it's broken above and false breakout, but then again, and then today even we're back above it.
Yeah. So, that movement was weird. That I also was watching Tesla. I have been for the past week or so there. Yeah. And not sure what the hell to do with that stuff. But really quick, Julia, I want to unify a couple points here that I think will answer some questions that folks watching are having. Okay. Number one is measured move, which, guys, remember when we're talking about a pennant pattern, the pennant has a pole leading up to it. So Julia has identified where an upward trend started and then ended and then started to turn into that pennant pattern. So that measured move is the length of the pole. So she added that to the breakout on her pennant.
Right.
And then, Julia, this is where I have a question. So we have, after the breakout on the pennant, we have price growth that is about the same as the pole length. Now, when you decided to short it, why did you decide to short it? Is it because after a measured move following a breakout, you expect people to take profit and sell?
Yes. I mean, to me, so, I mean, sometimes it seems like I'm trading against the trend. And of course I am sometimes, but really for me, it's about trying to find the most high probability thing that could happen at a particular price point. So it is just extremely high probability that after a measured move, it takes some sort of break. And, what I'm not good at, and I think I could definitely get better at, is if something is in such an uptrend like this, taking the actual trend with it once I'm done with my short. And I mean, I'm not doing that just because I do feel, and in fact, some ways, so when it did its false breakout and it came back down, it left a gap. And in some ways, you could even say that it filling the gap right away is actually bearish, because you almost, like, if you're a bull, you almost want that gap left open, and so that you can know to buy the dip, so that you will assume that ultimately, it may go down, it may go way down, but ultimately that gap is there. You can just leave it in your account, that sort of thing. So there are lots of gaps here on the way up. There are gaps way down here. And so just like, here, there's a gap at 236. And before that, believe me. But just generally speaking, algorithms like to hold slopes, and algorithms like to fill gaps. And so I would say, because it's filled this gap already, if it does come back down below this original pennant line, if it closes below there, I think it's very bearish, that at least very short term. Not, clearly this chart is not bearish, but I think it would be a very bearish thing if it were to close below, like today would be 853.44-ish. So, but that's unlikely. But who knows? Whenever it closes below this blue line again, I think it's going to take a little bit of a breather. But if it doesn't, then hey, it might just continue up. I'm not. Look at what is. I'm not sure what that is. Do you know what that is? What?
I believe the technical term is a hot mess.
Yeah, it looks like it's almost like an alien with a bow tie.
Yeah, that not a textbook definition, but it does look like an alien with a. Wait, is alien with a bow tie a real pattern, Julia?
I don't know. I'm just saying, maybe it'll form another pennant here going the other way, and then it'll be a bow tie, and then I don't know. It does kind of look. Don't you see? This is like one side of the bow tie, and then the alien's ears and stuff, and then I'm making that up. Anyway, the point is that it's not behaving in what I would consider to be a normal, this was easy, right? This triangle was easy. The measured move was easy. This pennant was easy. I would be curious what other people think it's doing now. Is it forming a giant megaphone or something? Maybe because it's got a higher high and a lower low from the pennant. Maybe, but I don't see enough data points to validate that yet. And in fact, if it were to go up higher, I would try to figure out what a megaphone would look like here to figure out where resistance was. But in general, I think if somebody's looking to short it, it would be best to wait until it closes below this blue line, and then go from there. But it's scary to short Tesla. A lot of people have lost a lot of money. It's not easy. I ended up taking a big L on my last options, even though I still don't understand how it was up 65% the next day, but that's okay. I didn't take enough profit anyway. So.
Volatility.
Yeah.
That's it. Julia, I want to thank you so much for taking you through these. You've been wonderful and explaining things in a way that I think everyone here in chat and I myself have been able to understand, which is that's 90 cents on your dollar right there. So what I want to end with, Julia, is where can folks get more from you? Where can they learn more from you?
So I have a YouTube channel that is probably going to be posted in your thing, right? So
Yes.
I love
Producer Spencer, let's get the YouTube channel posted.
So it's just, I think it's the Julia Cordova channel. I think, I don't know. It was really nice because before I had YouTube, it gave me this big long list of things, and folks on Twitter, they were so kind enough to follow me so that I could change the name to something I would remember. And I think it's just Julia Cordova. So
Yes,
so
it is.
please follow me on YouTube. And then I have a Twitter account as well, which is Cordova Trades.
Follow it, guys. Trade ideas, education, stay in the know. Follow Julia. She's fantastic. Julia, thank you so much for spending your time with us this morning.
Thank you, Neil. I really appreciate it. It was
All right.
really kind of you to have me on. I don't know that I watched this before, to be honest with you. I had never seen your show before. I just tuned in before this, but I'm really impressed, and you're so knowledgeable, and I'm gonna watch it. Is it free?
It is free. It is free. Thank you, Julia. Because you flattered me so, I think we'll have you on again if you're available.
That's very kind of you. Thank you.
All right. So the pleasure has been all ours, and we will see you on YouTube and Twitter, and hopefully on this show again.
Okay. Thank you. Bye.
All right. Bye. All right. Isn't she great, guys? Smash that like button if you liked Julia's lessons, if you like the way that she talked about technical analysis. I love it. I think that she does things in a way that's very easy to understand, but it's like complex stuff. You saw her chart. It looked like a postmodern abstract sort of painting. Absolutely beautiful. And this is, I think that what she touched on this, a lot of this really is an art. It's just technical analysis is not for everyone. Some people just don't really get into it, but I think she does a wonderful job of showing us how things like algorithms that are automatically trading based on price activity are creating these patterns that can be recognized by a person like Julia or like me or like you guys, so we can make some money. And have a lot of fun doing it. I think it's really, really fun when you find a pattern and then that pattern actually resolves. It's one of the best feelings in the world, I gotta tell you. So, Producer Spencer, it is time. We got 4 minutes left. 4 minutes left of Get Technical.
Yeah, Neil, can I just bring you down a few notches for a second? Because I feel like you're flying high off that. And I just want to say, your show stinks! No,
get the fuck out of here. Like, why? So I actually have the ability to remove Producer Spencer. I just clicked remove and got him the hell out of here. What the heck was that, guys? All right, no haters. All right, so we got a little contest, ladies and gents. What I'm gonna do now is share our sheet. So we've only got a few minutes. So we got to go quick. You guys registered for the Benzinga Get Technical with Neil giveaway. All right, so here are the prizes. Zooming in. First place gets a Benzinga Pro Lifetime, over $5,000 in value. Second place, same thing, over $5,000 in value. Third place, BZ t-shirt, BZ short for Benzinga, of course, gets a shirt and a mug. You tell me what shirt you want. I'm not wearing mine today. My favorite is the Zing Talica shirt, based on that one really popular metal band that ends with Talica. It says Benzinga and it says live in Detroit. Whoever designed that is a genius. I designed it. So fourth place just gets a shirt. Fifth place just gets a shirt. So if you win, what you'll do is pick out your shirt that you want, let us know your size, and we will hook you up. All right, let's go through and do the damn thing. So you have given me your email addresses. I'm going to use your email addresses. And to make sure that this election is 100% uncontested and above board, I'm going to use this thing I found this morning called the random name picker. All right. I'm going to grab these email addresses. I'm going to drop them in the random name picker. the random name picker, not pecker. And then I'm going to shuffle them around, guys. This is legitimate, completely random. All right. And again, prizes to be won. Benzinga Pro Lifetime, 5,000 plus. Benzinga Pro Lifetime, 5,000 plus. And some of the most attractive will get you a girlfriend swag that you can possibly wear. All right. Now we're going to go down and we're going to do random name picker. We're going to randomize it and see who gets first place. First place goes to JJ Wegha at me.com. Boom. To second place. We entered last week, Joel. We'll do more of these, don't worry. Quant Cash. Do you work at a quantitative hedge fund? If you do, you do not need this. You do not need this. You are making plenty of money. And guys, as soon as we're done with this contest, we will be starting our Benzinga Pro happy hour. So you'll be hanging out with Ryan Faluna, my man, philosopher trader, to talk about how you can use news, technical analysis to make fantastic trades using Benzinga Pro. Now, for third place. Roger, let's go! Well done, Roger. You have won our third place Benzinga t-shirt and a mug. Go ahead. If you guys see your email addresses, start picking them out, and then we'll get in touch with you. Let's do another one. Fourth place. Neville, my man. Neville Longbottom. That was for Spencer. All right, so let's get that in there. So how many email? Copy and paste it. Jeez. All right, Neville. Jeez, dude. Let's do one more or two more. Going quick. I'm already going over time. This is for a t-shirt. Eco Sal Soul. And everyone else is a winner too. Places 6 to 42 gets a compliment from me, valued at priceless. You guys are all really smart and good looking and special to me. And with that, I want to end today's episode of Get Technical with Neil, only on Benzinga. Next up is Benzinga Pro Happy Hour with Ryan Faluna. Thank you so much for joining me this morning, and I'll see you tomorrow.
On this event, I really like the CEO. I really like gaming in general. This has actually been really strong and looks like it's got a really good day today. So a close above 363 is bullish for the next leg up. We're at 393. So let's see if we can actually close above that. So here is your 363 level. This was from a recent high made back in August of last year. Looks like we pushed above here and made a high at, what was this high? 390, and we're at 394 right now. So a close above this 390 level is probably going to have us test some of these other candles here. I would love to see a move towards 5 after a close above 390 today. So we'll see how that goes. SLGG looking real good. Let's take a look at some of the other stocks out here. Here's another fan favorite. This is a stock that I've played a number of times. I've made some decent money off of it, but honestly, I traded myself out of some money. I should have just bought this and held it. I live in a building, and so it seems like every day I'm seeing more and more Chewy boxes every single day. With the whole pandemic and the shutdown and everybody being forced into their homes, what do? They bought animals, emotional support animals, or just pets for the kids, something to keep them busy. And because they're still locked in their home and worried about the coronavirus, they're actually ordering from Chewy. Love the company, love how much they actually care about animals, love the price on all of the products, love that they ship that heavy shit like litter to your door. It's awesome. So Chewy, I'm a big fan of. Last year, I was saying this is going to print 100 this year. It actually printed 100 before the calendar turned over. Really, really like this. Chewy, as far as I'm concerned, you're okay to add on weakness on this. This is also something that I would play via options. I'd be looking for a pullback a little bit more to the 105 level. I want to retrace some of this move before actually continuing higher. So Chewy, one of my favorite in that space. Another thing about SOS, they are highly shorted. This is most likely what cause a short squeeze. Well, I'm a YouTube trader, but I've been watching Ryan's videos like crazy, and it's helping. Thank you, Brandon. I really appreciate the kind words. Really, really appreciate the kind words and all of your participation today as well. All right, so we have ticker BLAY, bought Sport Caller Global, leader in online game providers. Okay, so Bally's. So is this like the formerly casino industry? Okay. All right, so this looks like a casino play, and you're saying that it recently bought a online game provider, right? So that's trying to make it pandemic proof, trying to get away from the large big casinos, I'm guessing. Based on that, let's take a look at where we sit technically here. All right, so first of all, on a daily chart, we're obviously breaking. It looks like this was absolutely blasted by the coronavirus. Looks like we went down from 25 to 7, and not only did we get that back, but we actually gapped above here, right? So this is an interesting formation. Not quite a floating island, but very, very similar here. So it moved up, wasn't necessarily a gap, came back in and tested that, and then ran off of this. So let's take a look here and see what we can figure out for entry. So one of the things that I want to do first is I want to see where we're at just from some of these levels. Okay, so right away here, looks like 45 was probably about the best entry recently. Now I'd want to see a pullback towards 50, and I'd want to see that hold, right? That's the key here. We need that to hold. Let's see if our fib extensions can actually give us a little bit different picture. Let's try this. Let's go from right here to here, and then let's figure in this corrective move. All right, so I'm going to draw it off here just so it's a little bit easier to see. All right, so let's take a look and see what we got here. So we definitely made a good move here. We came back in and tested some of these levels. Let me zoom in and see. We tested some of these levels. Looks like we're kind of taking these out. This almost looks like a staircase to me. Sometimes I just describe this as a grind up or a staircase up. The one thing about this is that it does look prone to some of these bigger drops. So you can see some of these big red candles when it takes its corrective move. If you're buying at the top there and then holding it through that candle, that might be a little bit painful. Again, define your risk ahead of time. Know how you're actually going to trade this. What I'd like to see here is I'd like to see this come back in towards this 52.5 level. You come back in towards the 52.5 level here, you might be in good shape. We want to see some price discovery around this level before we go back up towards 55 and then eventually 60. So this looks good. This looks strong. Let me see if there's any news under here that might be accompanying this move. So here's the Sport Caller. So we'll have to dig into this. A leading provider of land-based gaming, interactive entertainment. B2B free play. Interesting. So this I actually am gonna have to look a little bit more into this. It certainly reads well. And they're trying to acquire, right? So they're trying to position themselves in a competitive way going forward. So this sounds good. I would have to research this a little bit more to know how good of a catalyst that is, how in tune that engine is, to borrow the example that I just gave you. But technically speaking, this is a really, really nice chart. I'd be waiting to try and enter on one of these big red candles. I know we're going to see one again. The question is just when. Buy low, sell high, right? So I'm looking for a pullback, nearly $2 more here, right? Get as close to that 52 level as we can, and then I would trade that probably against 50, right? So you got $2 of potential stop loss there to trade this against. So like the setup, thank you very much for suggesting that. Let's take a look at another stack here. This is another one that I've actually really liked that I've been talking about. TPGY, this is another EV battery play. I skipped out on all of this, right? So this was put on my radar by another fellow Benzinga Pro community member. He wants to remain anonymous, but really, really good trader, really, really good stock picker. He put this on my radar after Blink's big move, right? So let's take a look at Blink, and then maybe we'll compare these two companies, right? So Blink was one of these day trader stocks. It was moving around on some headlines. There were chat rooms that were trading this. Some people were calling it a pump and dump, yada, yada, yada. Then it really started to make this move when it broke out of 10 and went all the way up to 30s. So we had a corrective move. It not only did it hold that, not only did it hold that, but it actually moved higher. And all of these other corrective moves have been met with buyers. So here, Blink, we've got a $56 stock. This definitely fits into the EV theme play. I think TPGY is going to be one of those other companies that fits into this play. I bought the warrants. I'm pretty excited because I actually asked the community here when I was getting a lesson on how warrants work. I asked the community if they thought I overpaid for the warrants at $7.90. And they told me, yeah, I think you did overpay for them. Let's take a look at those warrants. All right, they're 11.06. So that's awesome. I want to see this actually kind of break out. I'd love, I mean, I'm probably all out of these warrants if this goes to 14, right? If the price of these warrants go to 14 or 15 and I'm 100% on that, I'm going to be all out of these. I definitely don't want to hold and play through any type of exercise price. I would rather just kind of take some of my gains. In fact, I might even trim some at the 1150 level. But let's examine the underlying asset because that drives the ship here. So what we need here is we still need a trade up towards 33.35, and we'd like to see a break of 33.35 before we put in the next leg up. Hey, Andy, welcome. Happy Monday. I was actually just talking about an EV theme. I'd like to hit on one of your themes, if you don't mind. Let's take a look at some of the data themes that you had talked about before. I mean, how can you argue with this chart? How can you argue with this chart? If you like charts, all right, if you like looking at charts, this is about as pretty as it gets. This trend is completely intact. And everybody that sold this, every time that someone sold this, it was met with buyers. Yeah. Every single time.
You've got a 2 million share Goldman Sachs fund buying it. So
say that one more time. I missed the beginning.
You got a fund at a Goldman Sachs that's probably close to, they're buying 2 million shares. So they just wait for it to come in and then they just buy it. Comes to 5, they buy it. So now they probably have to step up and add to their position. So it's the right theme at the right time. It's, I'm a theme guy, so it's the pieces of the puzzle are worth, more than the stock's trading at. So, but I wouldn't chase it. I mean, I just buy, it's just for me, it's a good yearly play. I think it's a good stock this year to own.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm especially with you when it comes to data and AI. I like those themes a lot. I'm long this since like 390, right? What's my cost basis on this?
Yeah,
398, right? So I'm in just under 4. I'm going to hold this. This is the level that I'm in at. Looks like we did actually create some pretty strong support here at 5.
Yeah,
so
I buy it at 5. The Goldman Sachs fund buys it at 5. So
that makes complete sense. There you go. That's exactly why we've got such a stable floor here. Looks like we've actually put in some more support here around 6. I know recently on a couple of down days, this traded to 6 and it was immediately bought back up. So I would say I agree with you, Andy. I really don't advise chasing.
No, I wouldn't chase it. If you can buy it in the mid 5s to high 5s, it's good. I wouldn't chase it for sure.
Exactly. So if you're looking to initiate a new long, I'm thinking anywhere between 5 and 6, kind of like what Andy just talked about, is going to be some real good support.
Yeah, anytime it could go to 10 to 12.
Exactly. So if you're worried about this getting away from you and then all of a sudden doubling out of nowhere, it might be worth it to take a starter position that you're okay with seeing pull back right up here. But don't chase it. Again, don't be jumping into full positions here. Wait for that corrective move before you enter. It looks like the support's going to be behind you on this name. Now, Andy, I know Einad, you said that this theme you really like. What are some other stocks in this theme?
In the data side, well, you've got AI, the big guy. I think you're going to see some SPACs buy some stuff. So,
so are you going to?
Because there's not really a ton of pure AI plays. There's guys that use AI, but there's not really a lot of these data translational legacy type of companies that are involved in that. There's a little one, but I wouldn't. I followed for years, but I don't. it's got sleepy management, so it's that's the problem. There's not a lot of pure plays in that space, you know.
Gotcha. And so that makes INOD more attractive in that
Yes,
regard,
and
then?
it makes it more attractive because of their agility side.
Gotcha.
It's worth a lot. So
Gotcha.
this
Let
is-
me
Yeah.
real quick, let me circle back and answer a question here from our YouTube viewer. How does the warrant versus the regular stock? Okay, Lisa, so that's a good question. We actually had a discussion about the difference between warrants, units, and common stock the other day. I don't want to rehash the entire discussion. Just understand that for my choice, I actually chose to buy the warrants because they were priced less and I was able to get more. So I was actually hoping for a $5 to $10 move in the stock and hoping that that was going to translate to a $4 or $5 move in the warrant. That's effectively what I'm getting right now. I would like to trim a little bit as I get closer to 1150 and then let the rest of that run. In terms of how warrants and stock and units are actually different, I would advise getting into that. I was actually not the expert on that last discussion. The gentleman that I'm talking to right now gave me the lesson on that. So we'll cover that another time. Definitely look into that, though. For the sake of the trade, understand that I chose the warrant because it had a smaller price. Thus, I could get more and it wasn't going to move around as violently. I felt better about my trade plan getting in and out using the warrant as opposed to the common share. Great question, though. So sorry about that, Andy. Let me, was ITI part of this theme as well?
Iterus is more of a transportation AI mapping play. So, you know, they don't make much money. They don't lose any money, but it's, you know, when people are comparing that up against like FRSX, which ran like crazy, and there's REKR in the same space. So ITI is a real company. You know, the problem is I know real companies that just, some of them don't run because they're real, you know.
Yeah.
And then you got stuff like FRSX, which is not, to me, isn't real. I mean, it's not real yet, but you know, people just buy them off the charts.
Yeah, it's almost pretending, right? It's trying. Is that
Yeah,
safe to say?
I mean, I love the whole ag tech space right now a lot. I really love BIOX, which nobody kind of has any kind of interest in, but I really think that's a real potential triple this year.
Wow, this year. So that's actually kind of a short
I think
time.
when people realize that was a SPAC that bought that company in 2018. And the problem is it's an Argentinian company. So, you know, that kind of puts people are like, well, they don't trust the whole, you know, government situation. But that's one of the leading guys in actually genetically modified seeds that actually has real revenue, over 200
Interesting.
million revenue. And it's only, you know, it's 86% owned by insiders. So it's like a small float.
Andy, let me ask you, how does something like this compare to some of those gene editors that we just saw make a huge move? CRISPR, Invitae, Intellia. Is there any relation?
No, this is more like a, you know, I have family members that are really big farming guys in the West Coast. So, you know, this indoor farming theme has been super hot.
Yeah.
You know, with Agrify, which I alerted at $10, it's now 20. But these guys see in China, there's a humongous shortage of like farmable land. They're running out of space, so you need to have be able to have scenarios where you can, you know, grow more crops with less land, you know, farmable land. There's a real shortage of farmable land in places like China.
Yep.
And other countries also. So this is kind of a food play. This is a very, very hot theme. They report this week, so be careful maybe going into the earnings. But
yeah, and so just to elaborate on that, we are confirmed for Thursday, the 11th of this week before market opens. So
yeah, I mean, I don't know that it's a necessary. It's not a bad earnings play. I mean, they're growing and they're cash flowing positive and their balance sheet's good. It's just, and they bought this thing at 450 in the SPAC, and I think the market cap is only like 400. So they actually bought in 2018. The stock hasn't done well since they bought it, but comparatively speaking, I think it could be an easy double or triple this year if people realize what it is. It's the risk reward to me is very interesting, because the theme is so good.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And so looking at this from a technical perspective, it looks like our high here was 921. We're at 906, right? So look at this. We're trying to recapture highs from 2019. So with your earnings print here, so interesting. So let's walk up through a potential trade here. If you thought earnings was good, you could take a starter position today, hold that for the binary event, and what you're hoping for is a gap, at minimum a gap above this 921 level. Probably want something close over 950, and then if you got good earnings, would you be tempted to add?
I think once this thing gets above 10, it's going to 15. It's like, I think this is just an undiscovered name. It's got, I showed it to the Oppenheimer analysts recently, and they're going to start doing work on it. I showed it to a couple analyst guys, friends of mine, that their only thing is it's Argentinian company,
yeah,
it's a real company. But they're fully reporting. It's not like China, which I don't generally. I try to stay away from China.
Me too. Me too. Yeah, I just I won't even buy Baba because of that. So
just because it's China, I know everything in China is a fraud. That doesn't.
I gotta have confidence. If I'm gonna do something on fundamentals, I gotta have confidence in the numbers coming out of that company. And if I can't believe any of the numbers coming out from that company, it's just a no touch. I have no problem missing that trade and finding another trade, just in case. So yeah, so interesting. So this is also this is on my watch list as well. Anything else you want to share with us? Anything else?
NAII comes out this week, Natural Alternatives.
Okay, so they're doing earnings this week, did you say?
Yeah, it'll be out on the 10th or the 9th or 10th. I think I think the audit committee. Now, I speak with the management there. They should have a spectacular number. So, but I don't know if anybody will care. Now, I love the space right now because it's a private label vitamin guy. So they basically are a manufacturing plants in Carlsbad and in Switzerland. So they manufacture private label vitamins for everybody, like Muscle Pharma, Cage, all the different guys. So they're being inundated right now because everyone's taking a lot of vitamin A, vitamin C. It doesn't matter what brand. If people are ordering vitamins online to boost their immune systems for obviously COVID, for anything else,
right?
So he's got a stellar balance sheet. He's got like 40-50 million in cash. The market cap is, I think, about 80. It's just mispriced. It's a private equity guy should buy this company. If I was a young gunslinger like I used to be, I would probably make a bid for this whole company.
Wow. Okay. Well, that's some pretty cool insight. Now, from a technical perspective, we're above this quadruple high that was put right around the 14 level. So this is going to be what I would trade this stock against if I'm taking in a new position, with earnings right around the corner. Now, we have an unconfirmed day for Tuesday.
Yeah,
so
I think the audit committee meets on the 8th, and I think they usually come out on the 10th. So
okay,
my gut is they do between 30 and 45 cents versus a nickel last year.
Okay.
So the comps will be really good. They're bringing about 6 to 7% of the bottom line off of about 150 to 160 in revenue, 150, 60. So it trades at a half a revenue.
Wow.
It's just a value play. It's just relative to everything else in the marketplace. It's cheap, and I like the space. I think they got a good 2-year window of just diversifying the client base also. So they're very high quality. Been around for 40 years. There was a private company called P-Liner that got bought out recently by private equity. So I showed this to the Oppenheimer guy, and they were like, let's buy, let's buy this whole company now. So because you're paying virtually, it's got about 40-50 million in cash. So you're paying you're paying like nothing for the entire actual business. Now, will anybody care? That's the $1,000,000 question.
Right. That's what we'll see. So I'm thinking there, in terms of initiating a new trade, then almost might be smart to wait for after the earnings print.
Yeah, I
if
mean,
your
you
risk
might say,
appetite is
yeah,
as
we'll
such.
see if the institutional, we'll see if the day trading guys see, they see 40 or 38 versus 5 and buy it. Maybe they do, maybe they don't. I know that the commentary will be very positive. I have no doubt the number will be good. It's just, I don't know how the stock will react to it. So.
Interesting.
Yeah.
All right. So we had a question here from one of our YouTube viewers, BJ. BJ, thank you for reaching out. Is Vaxart going to 20 soon? Well, my Magic 8-Ball is actually in the shop for repair, so I'm unsure what the future move is going to be. From a technical perspective here, I do like that this seems to be a trend up. This was headline driven, right? So not only did this appear on a bunch of scanners, trade ideas, the likes, etc. This is also headline driven. This has to do with the COVID vaccine. So I'm not sure where we're at here. Plunge on not so great data from oral vaccine study. Okay, so I'm not sure if this is going back. Obviously, we had some rough data. The chart, the price action seems to be pretty good here. This big drop, this big candle here, obviously a concern. I'm sure that's what you're worrying about here. This is that huge drop from that news. So let's see. This is going to be headline driven off. If you get some more news about the vaccine or about some of the other trials or any other product that they have that's showing better efficacy or anything really that turns this around, I would imagine that trading back up towards the 20 level is possible. Is it going to do this? Too difficult to say. This is a humongous haircut, right? We're looking at over 50% off here. And so Jared is chiming in. VXRT news was not as bad as the stock price shows. Okay, thank you for bringing that in. This is something that I've been staying away from. Trading all of the different vaccine names. I dabbled in it a little bit when it first started. I've completely moved on from that. So I've lost my edge. Jared, I really appreciate you bringing this up. If that data is not as bad, and there's going to be some other headlines to kind of bring this back. Yeah, I think this is possible. We have some mile markers, if you will, along the road to get through first. So obviously the first thing that we need to do is get back towards 15. That before we go to 20, obviously you got to crawl before you can walk. So we need this to trade back up towards 15. If you're going to take a position now in hopes that the data wasn't as bad as the stock price shows and you're going to get a regression to the mean there, I don't have a problem with that trade. I'll often take a trade like that. Be very, very careful. Use a trailing stop, right? So as this starts to trade up to 15, if it doesn't quite get there and reverses, make sure you book some of your gains because, again, as this has shown you, this can make some pretty wild swings. I'm not an expert on the data. I own it, but I bought it after that drop. Okay, thank you, Jared. So you're effectively doing what we're talking about here. You didn't chase, which is awesome. You didn't chase that 20 plus price. You waited for it to drop. You're saying that the data is not as bad as the market reaction, so you're hoping for a rebound off there. I think that's a really smart trade. Just kind of watch your downside here. If you're in this from 20, I'm not going to be able to answer that for you. You're going to have to figure out with using your own risk profile, whether or not that's going to work for you. To me, if I'm holding something and it takes a 50% haircut, man, I'm trying to get out of that. And if it's something that I believe in long term, sure, maybe I add, but come up with a plan because this can hurt. I'm sure if you were in this from 20, you don't need me to sit here and tell you that it can hurt. It did hurt. So just something to keep in mind. I don't have an edge on this. I'm not currently trading this. If this data is not bad, I do like maybe a corrective move back up towards some of those other levels. So that'll be really interesting. Okay, so we've only got 3 minutes left here. So Andy, do you want to close us out here with any other stocks that you're looking for or anything else in your theme that you're looking at?
I traded this little dinky one, MKGI moniker.
MKD?
MKGI moniker.
I'm having trouble with that third
Mary,
letter.
Kevin, George, Indian.
George, MKGI. Gotcha.
I don't know if it's real or not. It's like it's like an ICO Bitcoin hokey play. I'm trading it. It's just I don't have a lot of insight into it. There's it's all in that Mara riot type scenario type themes. So these are kind of newer names. USIO is another one. UZO, which has had a spectacular chart recently. That's had
Oh my goodness!
I bought
Don't
that.
chase this one.
No, I bought it in the threes. So, but these are like kind of the newer names that are starting to go through make their way through the different angles out there.
Okay.
I know. I think the market overall, I think the market is starting to get really extended, but the IWM looks to me is sort of getting a blow off top coming, but boy, I'm not sure exactly when that blows off.
I've kind of felt the same way in terms of like the whole market, like kind of, waiting for a pullback or thinking the market's a little bit extended. But I'll be honest, that trade has not worked. The market continues to power higher. So I do see what you mean here about the blow off top. Definitely can expect a corrective move here in the near future. I mean, even in this trend that we're in on the IWM, there are plenty of corrective moves along the way. And remember what I was saying earlier, that's healthy. That's what we want. We want that.
You want to sell off. I think my gut is that when people have to start paying taxes for cap gains in 2020, and that may happen around March to April, that might see when some of these, Robinhood guys actually figure out they owe taxes for last year, that might take a little bit of steam out of the actual Russell, but we'll see. That's always been my theory. I thought it would come February 15th or so, but maybe it never comes. It's like,
closer to April, maybe.
Maybe I mean, you guys tell me when you guys all made money last year trading. So, do you guys pay tax? I mean, when do you pay your taxes?
Yeah. So let's take that example. So real quick, normally I'm trying to file my taxes as soon as I can. For the first several years of my trading, I actually did trading in an IRA account where I didn't have to worry about taxes. Right. And that was super easy. But now we're not in that situation anymore. So what I do is I actually turn my stuff over to an accountant and have them do it for me because this is just above my pay grade in terms of actually filing on its own. Right. I used to file as soon as possible, right? I wanted that refund. My birthday's March 17th. So I always wanted that refund check ahead of my birthday so I could go out and party up. I mean, my birthday is on St. Patrick's Day. I mean, for heaven's sake. So I always wanted that check early. Now it's a little bit different, right? I want to make sure I check cross all the T's, dot all the I's, make sure a professional takes a look at it. So that is an interesting thesis.
It used to be, consistent between like, for many, many years, the market would get weak right around March 15th to about early April, because everybody, had to pay their taxes.
Yep.
Especially in the investment industry. Now, I don't know whether everyone's got gains in IRAs or individual accounts, but I mean, I owe a shit ton of money from last year, and
me too.
And I think that could have a little bit of just people being, selling some of their winners to kind of, I owe 30 grand in tax, I owe 20 grand, I owe 10, whatever they owe, I owe $1 million, So I think that could have a little bit of effect in March. Because I noticed that used to happen a lot in big prior years. You get this 2 to 4 week, just kind of malaise in the market. Now maybe it's changed and there's enough money coming in where it just gobbles up that. But
we'll have to wait and see. I am actually up against the clock. The next show is starting right now. Join Chris and Mitch for SPAC Attack. Remember, folks, join us tomorrow again for Power Hour. And until next time, happy trading.
Hey, everybody. How's it going? No, I am not Mitch Hodge. Your powers of observation are correct. I am Spencer Israel here with my buddy Chris Kachi, filling in for Mitch. He's moving, or at least trying to move. I don't really know how it's going. I assume it's going well. If we don't hear from him, then I guess it means it didn't. But we got some SPACs to talk about today. 3 new SPAC deals happening today. Chris is going to break them all down for us. We will get to your tickers from the chat. We will talk about Chamath Palihapitiya's SPAC and pipe deals. He not so subtly put out a bit of a humble brag there on Twitter of all of the performance of all his deals. So a lot to get to on today's SPAC Attack. Chris, before we get to all that, how was your weekend?
Weekend was great. Super Bowl Sunday, Tom Brady getting another ring. So how about yours, Spencer?
Yeah, it was forgettable. I thought everything about this past weekend was forgettable. I won't remember it in a few weeks, I suspect. So anyway, let's get the show on the road here, Chris, and let's go behind the headlines.
All right, guys. Yeah, so getting to some headlines before we get to those 3 new deals announced today. So up first, we have CCIV. So CCIV, of course, linked to those rumors with Lucid Motors. We talked about this one on the show Friday. Shares were up 15% to end the day on Friday on that continued optimism that the Lucid Motors deal gets done. The CEO of Lucid Motors appeared on CNBC, of course, would not comment on the rumor. He did have a smile on his face, though, as he discussed that. So looks like shares were up on that optimism. They're trading down today. We did have a rumor last week, too, that Lucid Motors would be airing a Super Bowl commercial. Those rumors turned out to be false. So no spike today on, the Super Bowl optimism for Lucid Motors. And then we had a couple of rumors last week. So DCRM was one that we talked about on Friday. Shares ended the day up 20% on that rumor with Hyzon. This is a electrification play for the future. That deal has not been officially announced, but this is one worth watching. Kind of in that sweet space for electrification. Shares are up 13% today, adding to those gains. And then we had a rumor at close on Friday. So this is RTP. So RTP Technology Partners. This is a SPAC we've talked about on the show for quite a while. So this SPAC is backed by Reid Hoffman, founder of LinkedIn, and Mark Pincus, the founder of Zynga. So great management team here, very experienced, investors in Facebook. They created a social media patent that was actually used in the early design for some of those companies. So shares were up decent on Friday on a rumor that they're taking Hippo, a insure tech startup, public. Looks like we're up about 5% today. Again, strong backing. Hippo is one of those, unicorns out there that's really attacking that insurance market. This deal has not been announced, so we'll kind of keep an eye and see what happens. The SPAC I would point out to watch on the heels of this would be RTPZ. So RTPZ is that second SPAC from Pincus and Hoffman. So if we get the deal announcement for RTP, you could see money shift to RTPZ. Again, if they get that deal done for Hippo, it's going to show that this team, has strength. They found a good target. And if it's well received by the market, I think RTPZ starts to trade higher. So keep an eye on that one on your watch list. And then we talked on Friday, ROCH. So ROCH announced a merger date for taking PureCycle public. So the vote is set for March 16th. So this is a plastics play. Shares are up 13% today. They were up Friday as well. And the one that I would point out is Danimer Scientific. So Danimer Scientific, DNMR, was the last plastic SPAC we got. And it kind of went, unloved, undervalued until it ran into that merger vote date. And it has been running higher now since. So, these plastic sustainability SPACs aren't as popular as the EV plays. But, it looks like the market is starting to come around. So keep an eye on ROCH. And then, of course, it wouldn't be Monday without some new deals. So Merger Monday here. So the last 2 Mondays, we had 5 deals. We had 6 deals. And then today, we have 3 announced deals before market open. So up first, we have RYA. So merging with Nautilus Bio. So this is a single molecule protein analysis platform, looking at, pre-revenue for the next couple years. This was done at a $905 million valuation, includes a $200 million pipe. The biotech SPACs, again, they have been hot. They run up, going into that merger vote. So shares are up over 50% today. It looks like people already finding this one. We'll dive into that one more later this week. Second deal we have was GHVI announcing a merger with Matterport. So this is a software and data company. Revenue of $86 million in fiscal 2020, up 87%. They project revenue of $123 million in fiscal 21, $203 million in fiscal 2022. And then, so this was a $2.3 billion deal, over 250,000 subscribers in 150 countries. So they turn buildings into data. So it takes a camera and they can create a 3D image of a building. So, they talk about homes, offices, museums, schools, factories, and retail. They operate with a software as a service model. So during the pandemic, obviously this one, was in the news some as it kind of turned some of those museums into virtual field trips. So, the question is, could we see that as a trend going forward? And also, can they help, with homes and vacation rentals, with these 3D tours of the home? Is that something people can do by themselves, or is that something turn to a company support? So I'll be looking at this one because I like the software as a service business model, with the subscription revenue built in for some of those real estate companies and museums. So keep an eye out for this one. This one was rumored last week. And of course, we got that deal announcement today. And then our third deal today is the big one I really want to dive into. So SNPR. So this is the same SPAC team that brought Hyliion Holdings public. I still own my shares of Hyliion, HYLN. So Tortoise Acquisition Corp 2, symbol SNPR, is taking Volta Industries public. So Volta is another electric vehicle charging infrastructure play. We've seen lots of these deal announcements for SPACs. So valuing the company at $1.4 billion, it's going to give Volta $600 million in net proceeds to fund the build out of that charging network. So Volta is a little bit different from some of those other charging plays. They kind of operate as a media company as well, because they put giant screens at their charging stations that allow the retailers to advertise outside of their existing buildings where those charging stations are, or they're able to sell advertising space to other companies. So, really bringing in a different revenue stream to where these charging stations are actually making money, even if they don't have vehicles hooked up to chargers at the time. So, this one's getting loved by the market, and I think it comes with good reason here. So, the chief technology officer of Volta is Praveen Mandal. So he was the co-founder of ChargePoint, which of course is going public with Switchback Energy, SBE. So Mandal is actually recognized as the inventor of the network charging station concept. So what a great team member to have here for Volta. Tortoise Acquisition Corp 2 shareholders are going to own 17% of that new company. So they have charging stations in 23 states, over 3,000 screens at 1,500 stations. So high growth plans with the electric vehicle market growing and those vehicles getting cheaper than gas-powered cars over the next couple of years. So the presentation estimates that $25 billion will be spent on public EV charging stations, including Biden's call for 550,000 charging stations. So they also compare themselves to gas stations in the presentation, which I thought was a key here. They call it a $500 billion, market with 150,000 gas stations. So, what happens if we get rid of, gas-powered cars? Who replaces that? Who makes up the revenue? So, if you've been to lots of gas stations, they have those digital screens there, for that additional advertising revenue. And that's kind of the model that Volta has here. So, they estimate that by the end of this year, they'll have over 3,100 stations. They have contracted deals for another 1,100 stations. And then their pipeline calls for 20,000 screens and 10,000 stations across 5,000 sites in the US. So revenue of $47 million for fiscal 2021, but they see that growing over 100% annually, hitting $826 million by fiscal 2025. And in fiscal 2025, they see that revenue split 56% from charging network, 37% from behavior and commerce, and 7% from data. Gross profit of $8 million in fiscal 2020 on margins of 31%. So they see that margin, rising, and their gross margins are actually estimated over 10% higher than competitors like ChargePoint, EVgo, and Blink Charging. So they actually see a $1 trillion market size sitting at that crossroads of vehicle fueling, media, and data. This is a SPAC that should be on your watch list. We've talked charging infrastructures before. I, of course, own SBE merging with ChargePoint, but I really like the advertising play here, to get that additional revenue locked in. And then turning to our votes this week, we do have several notable votes. So up first tomorrow, we have INAQ voting on that merger with Metro Mile, a pay-per-mile insurance company, and PANA voting on that merger with Nuvation Bio. And then on the 11th, we have SBE, which I just mentioned, voting on their merger with ChargePoint. And then on the 12th, we have LGVW voting on that merger with Butterfly Network. So a couple large votes up for this week's calendar. So that's what I've got today for headlines in those 3 deals, Spencer.
Oh, Chris, you jumped the gun. You didn't even give me a chance to play our fancy little calendar video. Can I do it now? Is it too late?
I forgot about the calendar video.
Is it too late? Can I do it now?
Go for it. Go for it. Let's see it.
I'm doing it now. Not even a new calendar. Thanks for nothing, Mitch.
Oh yeah,
man.
no, it doesn't have the new dates. All right.
Oh my goodness. All right. Should we go to our top story of the day? I guess other than the 3 new deals you just outlined. But let's get into the meat of today's show. Chris, my question for you. Has anybody parlayed the rise of SPACs into more social cachet than Chamath Palihapitiya?
I don't believe so. And, so Spencer, I tuned in. I watched your show on Friday, right? So at the close, guys, if you don't know, at the close, 3:30 to 4 every day with Spencer and Joel from Pre-Market Prep. So breaking down, some of the top stories and top movers of the day. And what happened on Friday was we talked during SPAC Attack, of course, about Clover Health on Thursday and Friday, getting hit by that report from Hindenburg. So then Chamath went silent for 2 days, and everyone was, expecting him to come out, defend himself, defend Clover Health. So on Friday at about 3:40, he tweets out, about that deal, about Clover. He says, trust the process. He talks about, he links to that Hindenburg response from Clover Health. And then all of a sudden, those Clover Health shares, CLOV, just start going nuts, right? And who else, other than Elon Musk, who else has that power where they can tweet something out and have that kind of immediate reaction? I think that really shows, the trust that people have in Chamath when it comes to SPACs and these deals that he's done. So
yeah, I want to pull up that chart.
You saw it real time. So what are your thoughts there as that happened?
Yeah, so here's that chart. So this is from Friday. So that big green bar, right? That's at 15:30. That's 3:30. That was right around the time. This is a 15-minute chart, so it was right in that window where you saw shares blast off. What did I think? I think you're absolutely right. There are very few people in the market who have the power to move a stock like that. Elon Musk can do it. Jim Cramer can do it. In the past, a handful of short sellers can do it, though I don't really know what the future of that holds. But the universe of people who can move the stock just by mention of it is not large. And if Friday was any indication, Chamath has clearly entered that group, right? I mean, the best part was the stuff that he tweeted wasn't even new information. It was out Friday morning. The company responded via an SEC filing to the short report from Hindenburg on Friday morning. That was their response. It was out at like 6 a.m. So he was out all day. But at 3:30, Chamath just tweets about it. He didn't tweet anything new. He just tweeted the same information from 12 hours ago. And you see that those two green bars. That was the direct result. So, yeah, very, very interesting stock reaction to what wasn't even new news, but it just shows you how much his influence has risen in the last 6 months or so, right?
Yeah. And I mean, so yeah, he hadn't tweeted in 2 days or a day and a half. And then out comes this tweet, and it's just, it's literally just showing the Clover response, as you just said, Spencer, that had already been out. I mean, there wasn't anything new,
right?
Except
nothing
for
new.
him saying
nothing new, nothing new at all.
Yeah, trust the process and the facts is what he said in that first tweet. So again, he's just showing that, hey, I did Clover Health for a reason, because part of that attack from Hindenburg really centered around did Chamath know that there was a Department of Justice inquiry, right? Did Chamath actually do his due diligence and research? So clearly Chamath, saying trust the process, I think shows that, hey, I know what I bought into, and I'm fully aware, and I support Clover Health. And then those shares going nuts, I mean, to levels they hadn't seen in 2 days since that report was issued. I think everyone expected a reaction from Chamath and a tweet, but I didn't expect shares to jump quite that much right off the bat, which I guess maybe we should expect by now, but it's nuts.
I mean, that's the takeaway, right? Is you now, just like when you used to have Donald Trump's Twitter account open just because you never knew when he was going to move the market. I mean, those days are over now, but add Chamath to that list, right? Of people whose Twitter you have to keep like one eye on. And Brent Slava from our news desk knows this as well as anyone. Just you never know. Now that we know that Chamath has that kind of an influence, you just never know. So keep one eye. So he tweeted this out. The tweet that I'm pulling up here is actually a second tweet from this one is at 5:34 p.m. And he just tweeted this table, right, Chris? Tell us what this table is.
Yeah, so this table is 12 SPACs. So some are former SPACs and most are current. So these are 12 SPACs that Chamath has either done himself or he has been part of the pipe, where he invests alongside the SPAC deal. So 12 deals here. And, without trying to, criticize him, it's quite the flex, right? Because Chamath comes out with this tweet saying, trust the process. And he's able to put out in front of people this table showing, hey, I've done 12 SPAC deals and they are all up since I was part of them, lifetime to date. And then it also shows week to date and year to date. And the majority of them are up there as well. And the laggard, is Clover. So it's essentially showing, hey, Clover's down right now, but look at what happened to all the other SPACs I did.
Yeah.
So I think that's very, very strong here. And I want to dive into that. So, you look at those returns, they're kind of all over the place, but you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of the 12 are up over 100%. Actually 6 are up over 100%, lifetime to date since that SPAC deal was done. So full disclosure, I want to get into what I own out of this group. So okay. I own IPOD, SPRQ, and SPCE currently. And then in the past, I owned DM, and I also owned OPEN when it was IPOB. So, I own 3 of them. I've owned 5 of the 12. I think, that shows, he's been a part of some of these big deals. And, you look at that top one, SPCE, Virgin Galactic, I mean, up 443%. That was one of the big SPACs that really kind of kicked off this new wave of SPACs and the popularity, because you had, a space company going public. You had Richard Branson involved, and then you had Chamath involved, who wasn't as well known at the time, but he was an early Facebook member.
Yep.
He was very bullish on Tesla, Amazon, Slack. So a good sense of investment. So but those Virgin Galactic shares actually dipped below $10 after that deal went through. And then now look at them, up 443%. Like that's kind of insane in this short amount of time.
And let's not act like it's Chamath has like the magic touch, because as you know better than anyone, Chris, SPACs by and large, the tide is rising, right? And a rising tide sort of lifts all ships, or at least most of the ships. So Chamath has clearly benefited from a thematic change, right? SPACs are on fire. Excuse me, and he's got a bunch of them. So great for him. So I want to just caution that I don't think this is the case of just stocks don't go up necessarily because it's Chamath. They go up because Chamath is involved in a theme that is on fire right now. Would you agree?
Yeah, and one of the things Mitch and I talked about Clover last week, which I think a lot of people may have missed, is when that deal was announced, so IPOC, that really didn't take off. Shares were trading at $10 and like 11 cents.
Do you remember when that was? Around like what day or week or month?
I don't off the top of my head, but
go into Benzinga Pro and find out. How about that?
Yeah. So, when that deal was announced, so if I go back to like July and August, so I think the deal was announced before then, but so it looks like a spike in June. So I would guess that it was announced in June. Shares went up, between 11 and 12, but already in July, shares were trading down to, around $10, which is the floor for SPACs, right?
Yeah.
So this deal really didn't get that much love. He went on CNBC with the CEO of Clover. They talked about the deal. So it got that initial spike, but then everyone was like, I don't know. This is Medicare. This is health insurance. So it traded off, down to $10. And that's when Mitch and I said, hey, you want an entry on this one, again, $10 is the floor. So you have, your risk reward here is, great potential. And then shares started going up to, $15, $16 before that vote went through. And then they fell again. And then, the short report came when shares were already down from their highs. And, it really took the wind out of this one that, as I said last week, a lot of trader groups are really, backing the long-term potential of Clover as a Medicare play. And I won't take that away. Medicare, I think, is a growing field, and the new administration, is certainly going to add to the story there. But this one just, it wasn't loved from the start. So, I would caution anyone, trying to chase this up now on Chamath's tweet, as nothing has changed. The story we said is, they need to announce more deals. They have a deal with Walmart that's only in a couple states. And everyone, expects these big deals to come from Walgreens or CVS. But so far, there's no new deals, no new announcements. So everyone's trading this higher just off of Chamath defending the company.
Yeah. Something else to consider is we are still only like less than a year into the SPAC mania, right? So Virgin Galactic closed end of 2019, maybe.
Yep.
DraftKings was early 2020, if memory serves. I
Yep.
It may not have that right, but
middle of 2020 for DraftKings.
Yeah. So by and large, I guess you could say last summer was when the mania kind of began with Nikola. But we still don't really. There's not a lot of history there. There's not a lot of trading history there.
Yep, exactly.
Right? So we don't really know how these companies are going to behave in the public markets. We don't have a lot to go off of. Like, we know generally IPOs tend to trade a certain way, right? We know a lot of them, most of them get a one-day pop. The vast majority will eventually will one day trade below that IPO price, and then the ones that do well come back, and the ones that don't do well don't. But we really don't have those same kinds of historical patterns and knowledge on SPACs. The vast majority of these things, if they have closed and the merger has gone through, it's only been public for a handful of months.
Yeah.
So we just don't have a lot to go off of. So it's sort of anything can happen. It means your risk is higher. So is your reward, but your risk is higher.
Yeah, and I think Spencer, if you pull up that chart again of the 12 deals he's done,
yeah,
I think one of the important things is, to me, it reminds me a little of Cathie Wood and ARK, right? Where you're investing in what you think are the top growing industries going forward. So Chamath is trying to diversify himself, and he's trying to hit on, some top growth areas. So we have SPCE, which is space, right? Which could be a huge growth market. We have a space ETF coming from ARK. Then we have Open, which is, digital and online real estate, which is another growing trend. Then we have Clover, which is digital health and Medicare. Then we have IPOD, which hasn't announced a deal yet. IPOE is SoFi, which is digital payments, digital wallets, which is a huge growing market that Cathie Wood also highlighted in her big ideas. Then we have IPOF with no deal announcement. We have MP. So MP Materials is rare earth mining, which is going to help power electric vehicles, wind power, and other industries. Then we have DM, so Desktop Metal, which is 3D printing and manufacturing 2.0, which is another area that Cathie Wood also highlighted in her big ideas. We have INAQ, which is the pay-per-mile insurance company that he was part of the PIPE, that Mark Cuban is also an investor in. So again, changing the face of insurance going forward. We have ACTC, which is Proterra, which is an electric bus, electric vehicle company. So again, focusing on the growth of electric vehicles. We have TSIA, which is Latch, which is a software as a service company. And then we have SPRQ, which is Sunlight Financial. So they help fund solar deals for commercial and residential. So solar energy, which under the Biden administration has been one of the hot topics. So here you have, Spencer, what do you think? I mean, those all sound like huge growing industries to me. So I think Chamath is diversifying himself, but also really focusing on some of the high growth areas that, might also play into why these SPACs are trading higher, because they're very trendy, total addressable market growth industries.
I want to answer your question with a question: is how the hell do you remember all that?
Serious
question. I'm not even joking.
I got a new nickname from the show last week, Spencer. You want to hear it?
Yeah. What is that?
Someone in the chat called me Chrisopedia.
It fits. It fits. How the hell do you remember all that? I was saying on Friday on pre-market prep is I haven't committed all these post merger SPACs to memory at all. I've a couple like Hyliion, Nikola, like there was a half dozen that I either committed to memory, but the rest of them I just haven't.
I'm blessed with a good memory. I've always had a good memory, good at memorizing, data, dates, tickers. I loved history when I was in school, and I was very good at memorizing, people, places, things, dates, and it just stuck. So, and now I have a lot of tools available with SPACs where I'm constantly looking, and it just, the tickers stick with me, luckily. So
then I finally, let's take LCA, which is now Golden Nugget Online, right? I finally commit LCA to memory, and then boom, switch. And I'm supposed to forget that and get GNOG in my head. It's
and so one of the things Mitch actually talked about last week was tickers, right? And the companies that are smart with having these memorable tickers, right? Because then it's so much easier, and it sticks in your mind, which obviously if you go, look at a broker, you look at Benzinga Pro, you can type in, the name of the company, and normally you can find the ticker, but some certainly stand out. So But so Spencer, I want to tell you some data I found on these 12 Chamath deals. So what I did was I shared that post from Chamath on Twitter. And I have a lot of followers who, obviously are interested in SPACs. I follow a lot of people on Twitter who, also dive into SPACs. So I wanted to ask the question, there's been 12 SPACs from Chamath that he's done, or those pipes. So my question was, how many are you currently holding, and how many have you been invested in at some point? So the answer for me, which I posted and I just said, was I own 3 of the 12 now, and at some point I've owned 5 of the 12. So Spencer, I got 33 responses. What do you think the average was for out of 12 that people currently hold?
Currently hold?
Yep.
You currently hold 3.
Yep.
And the average response, I certainly, oh man, this is gonna freak me out. I certainly hope it's not like more than 5 or 6, like more than 5. Is it more than 5?
At 5.3 was the average currently held.
Oh man, that makes me nervous.
Okay, so now the second part of the question. So again, 33 responses.
Yeah. How
many out of the 12 did people own at some point? What was the average?
Probably like 7.
7.5.
I swear I didn't see this. I'm just guessing.
No, no. Spencer did not know this. This was a segment I wanted to do, and I wanted to ask. And I think there's lots of takeaways from that data, right? Yeah. Which again, this was a small sample size, 33 people, and again skewed towards people who invest in SPACs. So you're not looking at your everyday stock investor. But I think that shows again. So I follow a lot of great SPAC accounts, and I try to invest in, value too, right? SPACs that trade under $11. But I also invest in the management team. And when you look at management teams, I mean, Chamath is one of the best SPAC people out there right now at getting deals done, getting publicity, right? The guy goes on CNBC to announce his deals and, talk about them. He's been on, the morning show. He's been on the lunch show. And then, he tweets about them, and his Twitter followers too. I don't know if that's something you've ever looked at, Spencer. He used to have, 600,000, and now he's got over 1.3 million. So his followers have doubled, in the past couple months. And of course, that came from, SPAC deals, the GameStop saga, right? And talking about, investing in GameStop. He explored running for governor of California. So he's gained quite a few followers from these different events. But, I think it really shows that people that invest in SPACs want some exposure to Chamath based on that success rate he has. And, again, that tweet from him, it was a flex showing, how all his SPACs have turned positive lifetime to date. But also, it's the results. That's data. It's not like he made this up. Those are the facts.
I want to go back to your previous point, though, before I answered your question with a question, which was about Chamath and Cathie Wood and this entire future trade. So right now, the future is a hot investment, right? Future industries, growing industries, AI, Internet of Things, robotics, whatever, space, emerging industries. That's a hot play right now. But it won't always be a hot play. Like emerging industries are like every other investing theme, in that there are cycles, right? There will come a time eventually where that will become out of favor, and I don't know, value, just to name one, for example, will become back into favor, right? Value stocks. It hasn't happened for a long time. Value's been out of favor for, a decade now, maybe more. But there will come a time where there is that rotation, and emerging technologies, emerging industries do rotate and become out of favor. So I would just caution that just because that theme is in favor right now, it does not mean it always has to stay that way. It will not always stay that way. Tech basically had a lost decade from 2000 to 2010, and then made it all back and then some in the decade after that. But there is going to be rotation. I don't know when. I'm long, one of Kathy Wood's funds myself, so I'm in the same boat, right? It's just I'm always mindful of the fact that she won't stay hot forever. Chamath will not stay hot forever. That's just not how this game works. And I try not to forget that. That's my point. Sorry to rain on the parade, but that's
I think you're spot on, and I love showing the risk reward here, right? Yep. And as some of these SPAC deals, and so last week we talked about IPOD and IPOF, right? So his two current SPACs that are out that don't have targets. So no targets, no rumors, and they're trading at high premiums, right? Because again, you're betting on the management team. I own IPOD, but I got in, around 12, which is still, a premium to the $10 floor. But you have people now chasing these higher, based on Chamath's results. And again, as I said with Clover, that one traded down to 10 after the deal was announced. So you do have some risk here buying these. But I think the initial hope is that as soon as the deal's announced, and he goes on CNBC, you're going to see a spike. And I think, as much as I hate to admit that, I think that's, kind of a given at this point, that they will spike higher on the news. But the question is, where do they end up, after a couple days or on that first day? I mean, the last two pipe deals that he did, so like SPRQ, which I got in, those shares spiked on the deal announcement. I waited, because I wasn't going to buy that. I mean, look at that spike. I wasn't going to buy that at 20. So I waited till those dipped down to 12, and then I bought at 12.
And now you're flat. Yeah.
And now I'm flat, and I'm saying, hey, this is a solar company. I want solar exposure in my portfolio because of the administration. And, I was able to have my risk reward, know my limits. I put in that limit order at 12, and I was able to buy shares. So, you look at that spike up and that's just him being part of the pipe. This isn't even Chamath's SPAC. And the other question is what happens. So, as we've said on the show before, Chamath wants to do IPO A all the way to IPO Z. So he's already reserved tickers. So he wants to do all these SPACs. So right now we're all the way to IPO F, and he launched IPO D through F at the same time. What happens when IPO G, IPO H, and IPO I are announced? What kind of premium do those units trade at before they're even common shares? What kind of warrants does he offer? Because that's another thing we've seen with these units as people do more deals. So like Michael Klein with the Churchill, Alec Gores with the Gores Metropolis. You used to be able to get half or a third of a warrant with these units. Now you're seeing some of these units come with no warrants or like an eighth of a warrant. So then you're not getting that premium anymore to buy the units. You're paying the premium to get the units. So I think that's an important note too. And when do we get that announcement from Chamath, that he's launching more SPACs? Or because of him exploring running for governor, does this take a step back? So he said on the All In podcast, he's not ready to run for governor, but then he backed up and he said he doesn't know how he would do it for regulatory purposes. What would he have to do with the companies that he chairs and he owns stakes in? So to me, I don't think he's going to run, but I think he's leaving the door open at least, which I think means maybe we don't get new SPAC issuances from him until that's officially ruled out.
Oh man. Don't scare the market like that, Chris. We will get to some tickers in the chat, I promise. I just want to, kind of keep going on this theme for just a second. Chris, you just said something that was very interesting with regards to the premiums that these pre-merger SPACs get, right? And understand that there are multiple groups of people in investing in these things, right? There are people who are only buying this for that post-merger announcement pop, that CNBC interview pop, and that's fine. That's totally fine. If that's how you're going to play this, and you can make money, then have at it, right? But if you're a long-term investor, understand that that short-term price action's probably gonna factor in to how, even if you believe in the long-term story, if you believe in solar, you believe the management team, all that's great, but in the short term it might not matter. So for example, I bought Hyliion in I think August, maybe even late July, I don't remember, before the merger. And I thought I was buying this for a long-term trade. That's what I thought. And what happened is it ran up. You can't see the ticker because this is the post-merger ticker, but it ended up running up so much into the merger that within a month I had double my money, and I was like, all right, I'm done. Like I'm just gonna take my money and leave. Yep. And that's what I did. And so right now it's back to where I bought it. So maybe I should buy it back if I really do believe in the company. Yeah, because that's why I thought I was buying it, but I couldn't look a gift horse in the mouth, right?
And I'll say I bought Hyliion in I think July. Yeah. Right. And I paid around 14 or something a share. And when those things hit the $40 to $50 level,
it's hard not to sell.
I sold some, right? So yeah. I cut my position. So I still own shares of HYLN. And I did what, Mitch and I and others, I'm sure, referred to as playing with the house's money, right? So my cost basis is out. I already made a profit. So now my HYLN shares that I own, I don't have as much of a risk. All I'm losing is the potential that I could have sold them at, which, looking back, I probably, wish I would have sold all of that $50 a share, certainly. Yeah. But now it's about the long-term story. And, that's when we look at these charts, one of the trends that's becoming clear is the majority of these SPACs sell off after the vote goes through. So then the question is, do they ever spike back up or no? So you look at HYLN there and the answer is no. But then you look at like Desktop Metal, so DM, those shares, which they're actually up big today. So those shares, you look at that peak before the merger vote in December, then they sold off, right? Huge sell-off. And now they're actually trading at their highest they've ever traded at. So, you have several buying and selling opportunities if you follow the chart and the trends, and that's what we're trying to show, with SPAC Attack is, don't chase. Don't buy these shares, going into the vote date at all-time highs. Know your risk reward and, either look for a good entry point or maybe you skip that SPAC. There's so many SPACs out there. Why would you chase on, one when you could go to a different one and have a lower risk? That's what I would say.
Okay, I don't want to leave. I don't want to end the show without getting into some ticker time. So let's do some ticker time right about now. All right, drop those tickers in the chat. I know there was a bunch that were dropped in that I probably missed. I apologize. I'm going to scroll back up, but I did see CCIV, I believe, just a moment ago. So let's just start with that. I'll bring the chart back up. I don't know why I took it down. CCIV, Chris, can you talk about this?
Yeah, so CCIV, guys, so Churchill Capital, we've talked about so many times that, again, we just talked about premium to a pre-deal announcement. This deal has not been announced. Lucid Motors is a rumor. If this doesn't go through, or even if this goes through at a higher valuation than originally, expected, these shares could sell off. So I still own shares of CCIV, but I did cut part of my position last week on Friday. So again, my risk reward here is different from other people. So when I bought CCIV, I bought around $12 to $13. So I'm comfortable holding some of those because my risk is $10. But anyone chasing this in the $30, I mean, you're really hoping it's going to be Lucid Motors. So be very careful out there. This deal is far from being officially announced.
What about, all right, I just brought it up there, SVAC, Starboard Value. This is one that, full disclosure, I am long. It is one of two SPACs that I own. I bought this because Dennis Dick, if you listen to our pre-market prep show, you know him, convinced me to buy it because he was like, there's no way that the guys over at Starboard are going to get a bad deal. And I was like, oh, then Dennis must be right. And I feel like a schmuck because it's done nothing. It's done absolutely nothing. So have you heard any rumors about this one?
I haven't heard any rumors. The one thing I'll tell you, Spencer, and I know you're a big ETF guy, is one of the 3 SPAC ETFs actually has this SPAC as their top holding now.
Is it SPAC? Because I've got that.
I think it is that one. They've been adding to this position. So Starboard, I again, great management team, great name. I think they land a good target, and it does surprise me when you talk about management teams and premiums that this one's only trading around that $11 mark, because you have a lot more, with great management teams trading up closer to 12. So this could be a good play as people find it and kind of move to better management teams to maybe diversify their risk reward.
I mean, the Starboard guys, like maybe to the newer investor, they don't know who Starboard is, but Starboard is like a massive hedge fund. They're super successful. This guy's like print money. So I would have thought that if anyone's going to get a premium, it's them because this is their game. But so far, that is not the case. And whatever. I'll wait and see on that one. Do you have any thoughts on the management team on FPAC? Do you know that? Far Peak?
FPAC. This was one we talked about on our crypto show. So Thomas Farley, he is the former president of the New York Stock Exchange. This is his SPAC. And when he was with the New York Stock Exchange, he was bullish on crypto and Bitcoin. So, I think they're targeting fintech. And to me, this could go after a crypto play, which obviously we're seeing Bitcoin hit all-time highs today. So some of these SPACs that are linked to a possible crypto play, when you have large targets out there like, Coinbase, eToro, Gemini, and others, I think these crypto SPACs start to go higher. So I do like this one with that management team.
And then when you talk about companies that could be acquired, there really are only a handful. You frequently hear Coinbase mentioned.
Coinbase has announced an IPO, so it looks like
they did. I missed that.
Yeah, so it looks like they're actually going the IPO route. Again, that's what they filed, but that doesn't mean, something couldn't change between now and then. But I think that one's off the table, but you do have some other, crypto names out there. So Gemini from the Winklevoss twins, I know has explored going public, and I wouldn't be surprised to see them go the SPAC route. eToro is looking to go public. And I think, a SPAC deal could make sense for them. So there are a couple other names out there. I know Coinbase got all the love and all the headlines, but, it looks like they're going to go either a traditional IPO or a direct listing at this point.
What about Colonnade Acquisition, CLA?
So trying to pull up CLA. I don't know if I know this one off the top of my head. This was a LiDAR one, I think.
That's exactly
Ouster,
right.
Yep. So CLA acquired Ouster. So this is a LiDAR play. The thing with LiDAR at this point is we've seen 5 or 6 SPAC deals now for LiDAR. So it's very crowded. There's a lot of players out there. And I think until this sorts itself out of who's got the big LiDAR deals with the large auto companies, it's very hard to pick the winners and losers here. But, as we talk the large number of SPACs, I don't know if there's room for everybody in that LiDAR market to trade at the premiums that they have right now.
What about BTAQ, Burgundy Technology, named, of course, after the great news anchor Ron Burgundy? Chris, thoughts?
Yeah, so BTAQ is one that I own. It's a favorite of mine. It was on our 10 to 11 show. So speaking of eToro, this is a company they listed in their prospectus that they're focused on Israel, which has some huge, private companies looking to go public. And some of them have with IPOs recently. And, so they have the former CEO of HP and SAP. They also have the guy who was at BlackBerry and turned BlackBerry from a phone company into a software end-to-end focused company. So I love the management team here. And, I think they get a good deal. And I'm hoping they land one of those private Israeli companies that's really growing there.
All right, we'll do a couple more here and then we'll wrap it up. What about Star Peak? STPK.
So Star Peak, this is the one that acquired
$36.
STEM. What did you say, Spencer? Sorry.
$36. I was surprised to see it that high.
Yeah, so this is a battery play. So, again, there's lots of battery SPAC deals. This is the one that everyone's kind of been jumping on recently. I know on CNBC, I think one of the anchors there for the closing show has mentioned this one as his favorite and a winner. They also have signed a couple recent deals for energy distribution. So lots of news, lots of headlines with this one. And obviously energy distribution could be a big story, as we switch to electric vehicles and a more sustainable future with the new administration.
CLOV, Clover, we discussed that one at length, and Kush, so rewind there, and we will, I don't think we need to cover that one anymore. Let's see. There's a bunch of tickers flying here. MP, did we not discuss it earlier? I think we did.
We did. Yep. MP was one of the Chamath pipes.
Right. Okay. Let's do like one more. Let's do like, wow, there's so many and they all look the same. Gosh, I don't know. There's all these symbols and they all look exactly the same. All right, I'm just gonna randomly pick one. What about PANA?
So PANA has that vote date set for this week. It's a biotech SPAC. I know my SPACs well, but if there's one area I don't know, it's the bio SPACs because they're all over the place. And I've never been a big bio investor because again, you're betting on the future development of these drugs. So, you talk risk reward, it's definitely different with some of these bio SPACs. So I don't know enough about this one to really give an opinion.
All right. We went 55 minutes with no guest, but we have a guest on the books tomorrow and another one on Wednesday. We should be getting one every day. But Chris, how did I do on day one of filling in for Mitch this week? Because I think he's out for most of the week.
You did great. I'm happy to run the show with you, Spencer. We've done the show before for anyone who hasn't watched. Spencer's filled in, for Mitch before. So this show, we've been going for months and it's really been me and then Mitch. And then when Mitch isn't here, it's Spencer. So there's really only been 3 of us running this show. So again, we're trying to bring, the information to you guys. Do your own research. This is not financial advice by any means, but we want to provide you with the tools and that data to really do your own research. We use Benzinga Pro here. If you don't have a Benzinga Pro membership, you can get a 2-week trial for free. And again, I'll encourage you guys, please smash the like, please hit subscribe. We're running all day now with great content. So we have several shows. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned for the next show. We'll be going all day today, and there's something, for every viewer out there.
Yep. So smash that like button, as Chris said. Coming up, not next. Well, I guess in a few minutes we're gonna have Zinger Nation Power Hour. The young investor is back. Luke Jacoby, Jason Raznick, and their merry band of misfits will take you for a couple hours into the afternoon, but I'm going to let Chris hop here, and I myself am going to take a quick break, but we will be back, as I mentioned, in a few minutes with the guys who keep the zaniness, the zing and zinga. I don't know where I was going with that, but Zinger Nation Power Hour will be up in a couple of minutes. And Chris, thanks a lot. I look forward to chatting with you again tomorrow.
Thanks, Spencer. Thanks, everybody.
All right, let's see how I can do this. I don't even know where I'm going. All right, there's Chris, and let's do this. Hey everybody, I'm back. We're gonna have the Zinger Nation Power Hour on about 10 minutes or so, but I wanted to do a quick news desk update before that happens and just run through the top headlines of the day, what's up, what's down, and why that's happening. So here is my Benzinga Pro. I've got my movers tool on my left, my news feed on my right. Let's look at the top. What do you see? OCGN, Ocugen. This one is very interesting. You don't see this every day. So the company announced a stock offering, right? That's as they want to do. They want to raise some money. That's all good. And they priced the offering, and you can actually see the headline here. This is from 5 a.m. They priced their offering of 3 million shares at $7.65. That was above where the stock was trading. That was a 46% above where the stock was trading. they price their offering above the market. You almost never see that. I think I can count on like one hand the number of times I can remember that happening. So OCGN is up over 200% today because of that, because they found some buyers for an offering that was above where the market was at. And that's your headline on OCGN. You almost always see stocks trade flat or down when they announce offerings, because they will price those offerings. An offering equals dilution, right? More shares in the market means you own less of the company. Your shares are worth less, but also they tend to price these things below the market. And then those prices tend to act as a floor. You very rarely see offerings priced above the market. And I guess they found some buyers. They found some buyers above the market, and so great for them. So OCGN is your top gainer of the day. Moving down my list here, let's just cover a few on the upside and on the downside. Arya Sciences, ARYA. You can see they're trading up 75% today. Heavy volume, 4.2 million shares. Not as heavy as Ocugen. Ocugen has 402 million shares traded today. If that data is right, that is ridiculous. Only 4.2 shares of Arya have traded today. This is a SPAC. Is going through a merger at the moment, so it's not going to be ARYA for long. And if you've been following the SPAC space, you know these stocks, these tickers tend to spike in and around the merger date. So that's your explanation there on ARYA. GMBL, this one's interesting. Esports Entertainment. I haven't seen anything specific to the company today, but 5.5 million shares have traded. Stocks up about 50%, give or take a few percent. Could just be follow through from the Super Bowl and sports betting, but I have not seen anything that would justify the move in esports today. Maybe we'll find something later, but have not seen anything on that. As far as the downside, you can see the magnitude of the losses not as great as the magnitude of the winners today. ERYP is my top loser, and I do have these filtered somewhat. I do filter out the lowest price stocks. I filter out everything below $5. So I'm sure there are stocks that are down more than this, but I filter out the lowest price stocks because it kind of clutters up my movers tool. Not seeing anything on EYRP today. These biotechs tend to be extremely volatile. AMC is down 12% today. 94.5 million shares have traded. There's not much to say about it. I mean, this one this is probably going to be the trend now until it gives back all of its gains from that crazy Reddit infused rally. If you go look at a daily chart here, you'll see, I mean, AMC was at what? It was at like a couple dollars before all the craziness started. So got to 20. Now it's down to just under 6. This is probably going to be the theme in AMC for the next few days. I could be wrong, but I mean, the trend is your friend, and you've gone from 20 to 6 in about a week there. So I'll do one more here, and then I'll get ready for the guys on Zinger Nation Power Hour. Let's look at AMST. Not seeing the headlines. Weird. So sometimes it happens. You see stocks, spike up or down a lot. No real obvious reason, and that appears to be the case today. With let's see if I can find one more. I mean, KOSS is the AMC trade. It's the AMC GameStop trade, right? Same story there. So down 9.5% today. 1.3 million shares have traded. More the same. So that has been your news desk update. I'm going to cede to the floor once again. We'll have the guys from Zinger Nation Power Hour on in a couple of minutes, and stay tuned for that. Let me see if I can get my cool little video back. Here we go.
Peloton up 5%.
What's up, disciplined investor?
We got Benzinga CEO Jason Raznick here with us.
The man, the myth, the legend, Tom Nash.
Peter Schiff on the Power Hour with us live today. Interesting, different, unique, innovative companies. Mia, you are live with us on the Power Hour. What's up?
Thank you so much for inviting me on.
Jessica Billingsley, that is the CEO of Akerna, the best trade idea resource out there. Damn.
What'd you think of that, Luke?
Pretty good.
Did I do it?
Got me fired up, baby.
Did I do a lot of good work this weekend?
You did a lot of good work this weekend.
Are you guys surprised at my editing skills? What do you guys think?
You know, that Udemy course on video editing definitely paid off. I was worried about the $15 investment, but it's paid off, I think.
It did. And you know what it takes, Luke? I tell everyone at Benzinga, if they want to learn something, spend 10 minutes a day, an hour on the weekend. Did it for like a year and a half. And those are my skills. Now, what I'm asking for you guys, Internet of Forces, exactly. That's what I'm talking about. That's just the beginning. You got so much more coming to you guys. You don't have it. I don't even want to say it. And if you think that's good, give me 2 more weeks. Now, what I would ask all of you guys, for you just to go to your social media right now, help us out, because I'm trying to get our board to let us do these shows throughout the day, but we need to have more people in the room. We have 743 people in the room where it happens. We need to have about 1,000. So if you can go and share on your social media right now, come to hear the best Power Hour, the best place for ideas right now. We're going to take a moment of silence for you guys to do that. So you're not going to miss anything. We're going to have a moment, and there, if Rohan or Spencer Israel are listening, we'll play a little music, but we just need you guys to go hit the share button for a second, just for a second, okay? And then we'll get back to it. And we have some exciting stocks to talk about, crazy trades, 50% movers today. It is a day like no other, a day like no other. So right now, go to your social media, put some music on, Spencer, and they'll let them do that for about 30 seconds.
Or maybe even better than some music is I've got new sounds on the soundboard I can test. I haven't even heard them yet.
Let's go. Go do that. Guys, go hit the shares. I'm not going to give any stocks till we do that. We're at 750. We need to get to 800.
Yeah, there's Jory in the chat saying likes must be 700 plus. Agree with that one too.
Okay, Luke, play your soundboard while they go do it.
Oh, I didn't hear it.
Luke, I didn't hear any soundboard.
Wah, wah, wah.
No, this is a new frontier, Luke. All right. Play some music.
Let's try it again.
Play some music. Luke, you know I can't take anything not working right now. So can they play some music? Are anyone listening to me?
I think it's en route. Okay, wait. I was told the soundboard's good. All right, let's see.
We can barely hear it.
Okay. All right. We'll get there.
It's science. Do it.
Louder.
Do it.
I agree, louder.
Do it.
It's over 9,000.
What can I say except you're welcome?
That's
okay,
awesome.
That's a good one. All right, that's my favorite one so far.
Yep.
Damn, son, where'd you find this?
Okay, that's a good one. Whenever we get a new ticker, that's going to be the sound.
Okay.
All right, and there's a folder called explicit. So just, again, I haven't clicked them yet. It's just what the folder's called.
Fuck this shit, I'm out.
Okay, that was pretty funny.
Bullshit.
Yep.
Surprise, motherfucker. Surprise, motherfucker.
All right. All right. You want another one?
Yeah.
One more in the explicit folder? Okay.
We're only at 747. We need to get 800. What the heck? You guys have no social media followings? Come on. Some of you guys know how to get us to 800. Let's go.
All right, this might be a good one. Who Wants to Be a Millionaire theme? That's pretty good for when we do our chat challenge.
Yep. That's great. Any others?
Let's see.
All right, we get to 762. We're going to 768. Come on. We need 32 more people that we can go to the show. 30 more two people. Let's go, guys. Whoever just said she boosted us, Christopher Warden, you get my thumbs up. Look, 770. We got 30 more to go. Let's go. 771.
We're getting there.
Here comes the money.
Yeah. All right, that was pretty good.
Any others?
All right. I think we're through it.
All right. So I guess we're gonna have to. Benzinga Pro has an app in process. It's gonna be live very soon. You guys, we are working our asses off. It's 24/7. Luke just took his first vacation. You want to know how long his vacation was? It wasn't even 24 hours. So Luke doesn't even know what a vacation is. We're working
Not
24
until we
hours.
get an app.
Not until we get a Benzinga Pro app. Okay.
Yep.
So we need to talk, and I just want you guys to know 3 things. KMPH, you guys got me in that trade. That wasn't my idea, but it was one of yours, and I just may retire today. I don't know if that was our bio show.
It was our
It's Vivi.
2:30 show.
It's
If
our
you guys missed our 2:30 biotech show last week, you lost a lot of money.
You guys don't even get it. Like, people like watch all these things, do all these things, make all these trades. You just listen to us throughout the day. Honestly, my account, I don't want to brag. I really don't, but I'm going to right now. My account is up, and I know a lot of people's are, but my account is, it's crazy. My account is crazy. That's all I'm going to say. My account is crazy. And you know why?
All-time high.
Is that a sound clip?
No, that's just me.
Oh, that was awesome.
Let's clip that. Let's trim that one, Rohan.
Yeah,
we put that one on the soundboard.
That was amazing. So Vivi Bio, okay? I bought a huge position in it, and it's up 31% today. KMPH. I mean, she gave me that KMPH. It's up 32%. My account is up, I don't know, 20,000 in one day off one trade on it from Friday because listening to this show. So I don't know. There's 776 of you guys here. All 776 of you guys should be destroying the S&P. Be destroying. I mean, I'm up 232% this year, up 532%.
Wait, you're
in
up
3 years.
232% this year?
I don't know. It's an estimation, Lick. All right,
I'm up 19% this year. Which still for a month and 4 days, it take that all day. And 70% of my portfolio is ETFs.
I mean, that's fine. I'm just telling you, Luke. That's crazy. I have no ETFs. I mean, listen to what I got going today, Luke. I'll just go with that. No,
all right. You do that, and then I've got 4 stocks to make a case for that are already in the live portfolio that I just want to make a case for again.
But I just got to tell you, I got to tell you, the prescience from this guy right here, this past 8 months has been pretty good. Who bet on the Tampa Bay Buccaneers before the season started to win the Super Bowl? Who did that? Who did it? I did. I bet on the Tampa Bay Buccaneers to win the Super Bowl before the season
What was the
started.
Payout on that? How many times? 20?
14 to 1. And then it went up to 18 to 1, and I didn't bet it again because Spencer Israel goes, no, they're not. There's no way they're going to win it. So then I didn't do the next bet. So annoying, you know?
Yep.
All right. So Sean Stevens, you're up 3,000% this year. Show me what's the total account value. All right. Thank you, David Holmes, for the thing. Okay. So Luke, here's what I got going today. KMPH up 30%. Voyager up to 1534. You guys, are any of you guys retired from Voyager? Any of you guys retired, just like not working anymore? We had the CEO on at 60 cents like 3 months ago. 4 months ago. It's at $15. If you bought $10,000 worth at 60 cents, let me take my calculator out. This is what, let's go. Calculator.
Yeah, look at this. The unrealized percent on the Voyager trade now is almost 3,000. 28.54.
20,000 times 0.6. All right. So now 20,000 times 15. Okay, babies. You bought $10,000 of Voyager for $10,000. You know what it's at right now?
300,000.
So I don't even care. I'm seeing $5 donations and I love it. And OCGN is another account we got going here. There should be like thousands of dollars donated to the show today. Thousands of dollars. Today should be a day.
Or thousands of shares. Tweet this out with that Zinger.
No, I'm not joking. I'm not joking, Luke. You think I'm joking? GAN?
A little bit.
No. GAN, I gave that all the way down to 17, 16. It's at $29. I mean, who talked about GAN more in the United States right now? There's no one that has talked about GAN more than I have. No one. You show me that person, I'll give you whatever. There was a guy in Seeking Alpha that was shorting the crap out of it at $26 or $22. And look at it, $29.65. So you guys can put that up your pipe and smoke it. That's all I'll say. SNDL, you guys ask about that all the time. So you guys love it. I don't know SNDL as much. I don't. I have a little bit, but it's not one of my big ones. I have my account extra large, large, medium, and small. Those are how I divide my sizes. GBTC, We bought a bunch of GBTC. That's up a ton. CNPOF. Whoever gave me that in the show last week for $1.99, I bought it. It's up 11% today. BCRX. I mean, these stocks are just API. How about API, Luke? I went crazy on the show.
API was the best one. That was a 1 week 90%er.
Where are our editors to take my clip when I said, back up the truck, buy API? It was at $52. I said, back it up. Don't think. Just buy. It's at $101 today. I mean, I spent, I don't know, it's up. I have $24,000 in profit on that one. What do I do? BNGO, Upwork, 18. I'm done. Luke, you talk. I'm done. I'm just saying, you guys are here in the room, and one day we're going to have some losers. I get it. But you guys got to go harder. And when you have high probabilities, we got to like work together and find these ideas. And if there's shit, we got to get out of them. You got to get out of shit, and we got to find the ideas. Because listen, why spend 18 hours a day doing the research if you can just come here for a few hours a day, get 3 picks, and make 200% a month? I mean, or 200% a year. That's all you got to do. Life is good. Luke, go ahead, baby.
Yeah, and the other thing that I'll just add on top of that, right, is we want ideas not just to come from us. So when you guys have tickers, drop them in the chat so we can all go check them out. And if you're really convicted on a stock, you've done a lot of due diligence, you've done your research on the name, you're really convicted on it, email powerhour@benzinga.com. Again, powerhour@benzinga.com, and we'll get you on the show to pitch it. Right? That's how we want to get the idea flow going.
And you guys know I'm like a tense man. I block people sometimes. I do all that stuff. It's because I want to get ideas in here, not just Luke's, not just mine. Like Luke said, you guys should be in here talking about your stock trades today. Like, you're gonna have stuff that are losers, but we try to get rid of the losers and make the. I mean, look at immersion. We bought immersion at $8 or $6. It's at 15. We had Ripster on last week. Luke, remember Ripster?
Yep. Yeah.
He said buy FLNT, so I bought it. It's up 4%. So I don't know. I'm ripping because I want.
What about Bill? You can't forget about Bill. We beat Kathy Wood by a week on that one.
Oh yeah, I mean
Bill. That ran 50%.
I mean, so how about Elastic, Luke? They made fun of me about Elastic. It's up 14%. I mean, an FUV. Oh my God, David Holmes, you get a cookie today. FUV. He was on the small cap conference at $9. Yep. $31 today.
And we had our young investor pitch to that one.
Oh, he loved
way early. He loved that stock.
Yeah,
he's coming back tomorrow to give us an update on where his positions are at.
Yo, and Dave Holmes, what are you gobbling up some warrants on? Let us know. We want to know. I'll make that trade. Hey, did you like our new demo, our opening video? If you liked it, press 1. Press 1. If you didn't, press 2. Oh, XII, GMBL, Spencer Israel. Handsome Spencer Israel said it's up like 40% today. We had GMBL on our show 3 weeks ago or 2 weeks ago. Luke, do you know that GMBL?
Yep, I do.
It's up 40% today.
40?
Yes.
Whew. Maybe we need some of our new sound effects for that one.
They love the new intro, guys.
There we go. There's the ones going. Let's go.
Oh, and before I shut up, we're hiring for 2 people on the sales team for Benzinga Pro. Benzinga Pro needs 2 people who like to be on the phone. We have about 5,000 trials started a week, and we need to talk to those guys on the phone. So this is for a person or persons that like to talk on the phone, that are good and can explain Benzinga Pro and then sell it to customers. If you're interested, please email cooljobs@benzinga.com. cooljobs@benzinga.com with 3 bullet points on why you think you would be an added a value to the company. Again, cooljobs@benzinga.com if you're looking for a position in business development or sales for our Benzinga Pro division. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. Much love.
All right. I'm gonna run through a handful here. All right, let's do these 2 things. Let's get the idea machine turning. I put on a few trades last week in the live portfolio, so I'm gonna run through those. And then let's run through the Super Bowl stocks. As you know, while everybody else was sitting down watching the Super Bowl, watching Tom Brady pass, and knock down 3 touchdowns pretty damn quick, I was writing down all the tickers that were advertising during the Super Bowl. So I have that list for you guys too. So we'll start with my live trades, then we'll go to the Super Bowl list, and then we'll keep clipping from there. So, all right, let's get this bigger. All right, up on the screen right here, we have the live portfolio. This is, my live account. We look at this thing every single day. Every trade that we make in this account, we're making it together. Again, like I mentioned at the top of the show, 70% of this account are ETFs, right? It's like SPY, IWM, triple Qs, all those ETFs, right? So 70% of the portfolio is flat this year, 70%. And as a whole, we're up 20%. Which means we're really outperforming on that last 1/3 that we're doing stock picking with. So a couple names that we traded last week or that I want to make a case for again. We haven't talked about banks in a while. Look at these. I've got the Bank of America leaps, the $35 strike calls. We're up 78% since we put that trade on maybe a month, 2 months ago. I still think that there's a case for banks. I think that there's a lot of positive catalysts for them. Specifically rising interest rates, right? If you think it's likely that interest rates are going to increase at some point or not even increase, but we'll get signaling that it's on the near horizon, that's good for banks. Banks will appreciate from that. If there's any more government assistance, which we're almost certain that there will be, that's good for the banks as well. So I still really think that there's upside in banks. Bank of America is the one that I chose because I think that they've got room to either expand their buyback or expand their dividend. So out of the lot, that's the one that I picked. Still bullish on banks there. A couple of other names that we traded last week. PayPal, PYPL. We were bullish on that one into earnings. You can check it out here, up 28% on the PayPal pick. I do have a stop in on this stock. It keeps going, so I keep raising the stop up. Right now, I've got it at 270 is where I'm stopping out of PayPal. But again, hanging out in that one. The earnings went as expected. But while crypto continues to run, it's going to be good for PayPal. FTNT Fortinet, that was a Tom Nash stock. He pitched that one on the show. If you want to see that, I think go back to last Wednesday. But I followed him into that trade. And then the last one that I want to give an update on, where's it at here? God, see, I have too many stocks in here. and then it gets so hard to scroll through the portfolio. There it is. HIMS, ticker HIMS. We pitched this one last Thursday. Already have 13% on it. But HIMS, we like this one. Basically, because it's a sexy telemedicine brand, right? Like right now, they do like male treatments for like erectile dysfunction and hair loss and skin treatment and sort of some of these more cosmetic, less serious things. But what I think is compelling about the stock is that I think it's a sexy telemedicine brand. If you go to their website or do their customer experience versus anybody else, you're going to notice like, okay, this is like the 21st century solution for telemedicine. The stock is really expensive, right? I think it's trading at, we did all the numbers last week, but it's somewhere around like 25 times price to sales. Next year, they should have some good sales growth. That'll be down to about 15 times price to sales. Still expensive, but we did start a small position in it because we really like the company. And I think this is one of those very, very futuristic stocks. One of these, post-COVID, the world has still changed stocks. So there, those are the portfolio updates. Those are the ones that I wanted to run through. And make a case for again. And now I am going to click you guys over to the Super Bowl stocks. This is the full list of public companies that I have that did commercials at the Super Bowl. I'm going to zoom it in here so y'all can see. And I'm going to scroll it down a little bit because I can't fit them all on one screen. What really surprised me about this basket was that it was pretty mixed. In the past, we've seen a lot of buying on the Monday following the Super Bowl commercial for brands that either did a lot of advertising or did a lot of or had some sort of sexy promotion from the Super Bowl commercial. Right now, the S&P 500 is flat today, and this basket is almost exactly mixed. So I don't know if there's anything super interesting
Luke,
coming out of it. Yeah,
Luke, on the Super Bowl thing, a couple of things I see from it. Oh my God, Luke, sorry about that. Out of the Super Bowl thing, a couple things I see out of it. Well, Rocket Mortgage was the #1 rated and #2 rated app, rated commercial from the USA Today ad meter thing. That was with Tracy Morgan, correct? You saw that?
I saw it.
The stock is not like rocketing off it. Good use of the word rocketing in my mind.
Mm-hmm.
But it shows creativity. DoorDash is obviously down today. You guys know why. If you don't know why DoorDash is down today, then go to YouTube and type in Jason Raznick DoorDash. DoorDash will probably be down for the next few days until they figure out how to deliver food to me. You guys hopefully were here for the DoorDash blow up last week. I I love that you look at the Super Bowl things and look at these commercials and look at these as potential trades, because if a company is willing to put that money into a commercial, you have to remember it's 5.5 million for a 1 minute commercial, and then another 4 million or 2 to 4 million for production typically. So there's a reason why they're doing that. And so Brian Penny, speaking of yesterday, he tripled his money over the past months investing in Gannett stock, GCI. Good one. And so I look at the Super Bowl commercial for potential plays that people aren't talking about. So Intuit looked interesting to me. P&G looked interesting to me. Skechers looked interesting to me. And I mean, obviously Rocket as well. DoorDash, I can't bring myself to it.
Oh, wait. You didn't even mention my favorite one from yesterday. You know
Okay,
what? Guess what it's going to be?
I'm listening.
You know?
No.
GM, General Motors.
Oh, we're going there?
We're going there. You ready?
I'm ready.
All right.
Should I move locations? Do they fix that shit up or no?
I don't know, Rohan. What are you thinking?
No, I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. So don't worry about it.
I'm rolling up my sleeves on this one.
Okay, roll up your sleeves.
All right, the sleeves are getting rolled up. GM, that was my favorite Super Bowl commercial. Anybody who's watched this show for more than 3 minutes knows that Ford is my 2021 stock pick of the year, and a great pick that it's been thus far this year. I mean, it's gone from 9 to almost 12 in just these month and 5 days. And basically the thesis for the Ford pick is twofold. The big thing is that they have the big electric vehicle push. The company has rolled out their first EVs. That they've signaled that they're going to spend a shit ton of marketing dollars on their EV platform, and we've seen how investor dollars go crazy into all of these EV stocks, right? So there's the first half. The second half is that the multiples on Ford look great. If the thesis doesn't play out, the EV story doesn't get out there, it doesn't get the investor dollars, you're not going to get screwed in the stock because it's already trading at a very fair valuation. Yesterday, General Motors, huge commercial. They ran it at least twice, pushing their EVs, right? They announced that electric Cadillac. They showed off the electric Hummer and basically said, we are a company of the future. General Motors, exact same thesis as Ford. They're making that big EV push. The investor dollars are going to go into there. And again, the multiples are cheap. If the thesis doesn't work, you're not going to get cracked on the stock. I think it's a no-brainer purchase. All
right. I think that sucks. I like other auto players like NIO, Tesla, Ford, and about a half dozen other. Lithium, which is a battery vendor to it. GM has been advertising this electric vehicle electrification for the last 5 years. The ad you saw last night, there was something like that 2 years ago. I was at a conference here in Detroit, Michigan, and they showed the whole technology, automated driving, all this stuff, electric stuff, 4 years ago. The supply chain for GM and the customer chain is not set up for GM to be successful. Yes, it's nice. They say they have the car. How many people do you know driving that electric one, Luke? How many? The one thing I will give you, Luke, on this one is that Corvette. It's not electric, but it's probably one of the nicest cars on the road. So the Corvette, the new Corvette, looks like a Ferrari. It's one of the nicest cars. I think there's better plays than GM. I think GM, you're out in Mars again. You're on Mars with GM right now. You could find 10 better plays in the automotive sector.
But here's my thing with it, right? Is they might have announced this a long time ago. They announced the autonomous. We haven't seen it yet, and the stock hasn't moved yet, right? You're making the case that, hey, they've talked about this for a while, but we haven't seen any product. So I think the exact case that you're making against the stock is actually a reason to be bullish in it. Once we see the product, once we get these things on the road, I mean, they're going to sweep the covers of magazines. Any auto site you go to is going to have pictures of these things because everybody's been waiting on them for years, like you're saying. And as soon as we start to see that, as soon as they spend, hundreds of millions of dollars literally marketing these things, that's when I think the investor interest comes through. And again, the valuation is already fair if there's no change in sales. Analysts are expecting no change in sales next year, just like this year. So any surprise moves this thing.
Luke, I hear you, man. But what's going to happen if they really do get electric going and all those dealerships, they're going to sue the crap out of GM. Oh, there's no more service. How are we going to make more money? See, the innovator's dilemma from Clayton Christensen is a true challenge when you're an entrenched automotive company. And electric vehicles make money on the sale of the car, not on service. Dealerships are not set up that way. They're set up to make money on service. I think GM is doomed by going this route unless they really revamp their automotive business. And I am not telling you guys, this is me and Luke's bull bear debate, and we should have a nice graphic if you're listening, editors and all that. I'm not telling you to go short GM today. I am not saying to you that it's going to go from 56 to $10 today. It may stay here at this level. What I am saying to you, I believe there are better opportunities. And if you don't believe me, listen to my interview on the Raz Report with Gene Munster from this past Saturday. It was about an hour, and it was great. And we talked about other automotive plays. So Luke, while you go put your money in Ford, I'm going to put my money in other electric plays and take it to the bank.
All right, here it is, guys. You see it. Order ticket up. I'm sending it. Boom.
And if you like the show, please slam the like.
Filled, baby. Let's go.
Oh, Luke's a big timer. Look at that, baby. He's going long. I didn't go short, so Luke's taking it more to the bank than I am right now. Luke's spending the real cash.
And I'm throwing at. That's what the show is about. We're not just talking about this shit. I mean, we show the live portfolios. No other show that you guys find is going to do that. That's why we're in it for Zinger Nations. We're trying to make some money together. We're trying to be transparent. And guys, if you agree with me, if you like GM here, hit the 1. If you agree with Jason, you don't like GM here, hit the 2. And that'll be the last thing that we do before we hop to our first guest.
Yes, and we're at 965 on the viewer count. Let's slam the like. 30 of you right now, and that'll help us to get it to 1,000 because we're introducing our first guest, Bull Trade Finder. He's ready to come up. He looks nervous, but I think he'll do it. Oh, he smiled. He's not live yet. There he goes. He's live. Bull Trade Finder.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Welcome to the Benzinga Power Hour. How you doing today?
Good. How are you?
Good. What are you seeing out in the market? Do you want to share a screen? Do you want to show some stats? What do you want to do, sir?
Yeah, I'll share the screen for a couple seconds, and then I'll pull it back off.
1, 2. Oh, it's over. You're done. That was quick.
That was quick.
Come on, Bull Trade Finder. Let's go.
All right, so let's see.
Jason, we got a pretty mixed bag on this GM battle.
And Luke, I may have breaking news in about 2 seconds. I may have to interrupt you, Bull Trade Finder, for breaking news. No, not yet. Okay. Nope, I don't have to interrupt you yet. It's not breaking news yet.
The breaking news is that show listeners get 25% off of Bull Trade Finder.
That's true. That's true. Go into my site.
But all right, Nick, take it away.
Fluent, FLNT.
Wait, do you want your screen up? Do you want your screen up?
FLNT, Nick. If you say it's a short, I'm gonna come over there and short your power at your house.
No. I told you guys about 3 weeks ago at $5.
What's it at now? 8 or something?
It's at 7. Wait, can you guys see my screen or no?
No, you're hiding it. What am I tell you about that? Yeah, really.
There. All right, go back.
Oh yeah.
I put it on for you.
Okay.
Now there we go.
Bottom right here, 717. Hit 790 this morning, and I know Ripster came on and talked about this one. Like I said a few weeks ago on the show, this is a great growth play. Revenue quarter-over-quarter growth and year-over-year, as well as earnings per share. I like Fizz here. I'll show a chart of this setup right here.
If you don't know what Fizz is, it's like LaCroix, right?
Yeah, it's a beverage company as well. They're 60% short. Give or take this top line here, I kind of just drew this one, but you can see this one down here is actually truly acting as support. We have basically a reversal candle here on the daily, and this is 62% short, so it's possible for a short squeeze up after being down $90 in just under 67 days there. So I just wanted to look at as well.
Wait. Yeah, walk us through the setup a little bit. So what did you see on this to make you bullish on the name?
So what I really like here is basically the strong buying volume, and then as we start to slowly creep down. Well, I guess you could say in this remark, it definitely wasn't slowly. They dropped it $90 within 6 days. But you see the selling volume slowly dying day over day over day.
Mm-hmm.
Usually calling for a reversal, and we're starting to get smaller candles down here, and the reversal candle today showing that the bottom is most likely in around this 105 to 110 area.
Got it. Okay. So, and then price target, and what are you doing for the trade moves against you?
So if the trade goes under like 102, I'm going to sell out. I'm in April 19th, 120 calls, and I'm just about even on them. So that's what I'm looking at for that trade. And the price target, I'm looking for 125 to 130 within a week or so.
Okay, so just to recap, so the trade idea is Fizz, FIZZ is the ticker. You have
Correct.
the April 120 strike calls. If the stock moves below 110, you're bailing, you're pulling the plug.
Yeah, around maybe like 106. Probably the low of this candle here, around 105 actually.
Okay. And and then the price target on this thing is 125. If you get up there, you're gonna sell the calls.
Yeah, I'm gonna sell around 50% and let the rest ride.
Okay. And wait, and can you go back to FLNT? We're getting a lot of questions about that stock.
Sure. What
this
about
show's about the people. So when the people ask for something, we got to do it.
Yeah.
All right, take us through the full. I mean, FLNT. You still like it right here? Like, would you get into the stock now? I know you're already in it. Price target, stop, option strike to look for. I mean, give us the full rundown on how you're trading FLNT.
So I have around a good amount of shares, around 40,000 shares at around.
Holy shit! Wait, hold on.
Bullshit.
Bullshit. I can show it.
I'm just teasing. I believe you. I believe you.
Show it.
Hold on. Let me bring up my. I got it's on a couple accounts.
This is the most fun stock show that there will ever be.
Okay. I can't bring up one of my accounts on here. Hold on. Let me sign in. I'll show it up. But while this is loading, like I said last time, we got a long, basically a year-long cup and handle here. Like I said as well, the financials are growing. So this is a strong play, fits into the MGNI trend, the TTD trend, and APPS. It's all the same company, basically. They all do advertising, stuff like that. They're all growing exponentially. And this one's been lagging, for a while now. And it's starting to break out of this cup and handle and, start to reach higher levels. But let's see.
So you already have a ton of this. If you weren't in it already, would you still advise getting into it? Like are you still okay with now as an entry point?
Yeah. So many people have asked me when to buy. I usually try to give an area of dips. Truly, I do like this 7 to 715 area. But if you're just getting in now, I would only suggest a starter.
So small position.
Correct. Okay. So that you can add, if it goes down even more. The major support now for sure is around the 650 to 670 range. And that was a big breakout area last week. So that's where you look for the next major support if we do break down here. But other than that, the strong resistance above is around that 750 area, which has been a strong downtrend. I'm going to bring this up right here. So you can see here's some of my Flint right here. These are long-term calls. It's going to load up in a second.
Yes, you're doing it. That's what this show is about. This is the most transparent stock market show there will ever be. We even have our guests showing their portfolios on this thing.
Here's my calls. I have a lot more in another account as well. So here's about 415 calls right here. Here I was scalping 7,500 shares today. Still waiting for around a 740 to 750 push. And then on another account, which I actually can't sign into on the computer, I have the 40,000 shares.
All right. I think it's real. I buy it.
But yeah, I love this one long term. I know Ripster came on, what was it, Friday, I believe?
Yep.
And he talked about it too. And there's definitely a lot of growth here.
So what price target on it?
For the end of the year, my price target is 15 to 20 with upside to 30.
All right.
And Luke, just fair disclosure. I mean, I don't know why I'm saying that because that's what Mitch says every single second. I own the stock as well. I don't own it in size like this man here. I don't own it in size, and I don't buy calls like that. Maybe I should. I mean, my call hit ratio has been so good this year that I should maybe up my call ratio. I hate, man, when the timing goes against you and you just lose the call and there's nothing. I mean, I had a Tesla trade of 10,000 in calls. If I had it one more month, I would have been like,
I can't tell you how many times I've messed up on Tesla myself. So I'm there with you.
And then one more thing, Bull Trade Fighter. I think we're gonna do a show, Luke, on Thursday of this week, where we all share our FOMOs, like the trades that you let go. I owned at one point like 20 or 50,000 of FUV and sold it young investors about to come on, so he's gonna punch me in the head, but I sold it like at $16 and now it's at 30. So that's another one of those. So yeah.
Yeah, I know that's another one. And the last trade,
another one. We need that that audio
one.
clip. Another one.
The last trade that I like is NNDM. I actually entered this one today on a breakout.
Oh, that's my girl, Kathy Wood. You know, I have Kathy Wood coming on for a full hour, March 3rd.
March 3rd?
Yes, tune in.
Oh, I'll definitely be
that's like a nice little early birthday present for you.
I'll ask any questions you guys want me to ask. March 3rd, they'll be live. It's the Raz
I don't
Report.
trust this group. We're not asking whatever questions you want to ask. We're gonna filter those.
Yes, that's true, because you guys are gonna make jokes and stuff. Yeah, don't do that.
Yeah, no,
I don't trust this group.
Kathy Woods. She's great.
Yeah, she's a good friend, nice person.
Yeah, this play right here. I mean, it broke out of this mini pennant or setup here, and I'm looking for a breakout over the all-time high at around 18, going into the 20s over the next week or two. So this is why I entered this play out of this breakout here. Okay. And the play that I got calls on this one, dated March 19th, 1750 calls, and I got 15 of those. I may add more.
All right, price target.
The all-time high at around $18, and then going into 20.
All right, I like it.
Mm-hmm.
Boom!
All right,
Man, this was a hot segment. You gave us the exact trades. You showed
great,
us the
man.
portfolio. You put your money where your mouth is.
I loved it.
Yep.
I loved it. So you come on again. This is Bull Trade Finder. We have a 20% discount. What's the discount code, Luke?
The discount code is
25 at www.bulltradefinder.net.
Boom! There it is. Producer Aaron, can you get that in the chat for everyone? After
you.
going through that portfolio, I think you're gonna get some followers.
All right. All right. Well, thank you for coming on. We'll have you on again soon. Thanks for showing the portfolio. This is the real deal. Follow him. Let's go. Let's go. Make some money now. Yep. Have a good day, man. We'll see you later. And you put the action where the money is. That was good. Or your money where your mouth is. That's what you did. All right. So now he went away. And now, Luke, we have your friend, the young investor, coming on. He's probably going to hurt me because I sold some FUV. So, all right. So introducing, there he goes.
What's up, man? Welcome back to the show.
Oh, your audio is off. Young investor, you're on mute or something.
All right. Well, wait, try it again.
Can't hear you yet. Something's going on. Producer Spencer, can you look into this, Spencer?
Spencer, there we go.
Spencer. Yeah, we got it, Spencer. Don't worry.
Just took my headphones off. Maybe that helps.
All right. So your picks have been top notch. At least the ones I remember. FUV. That's one that you were the first person, I think, who ever gave us that ticker. And since then, I've heard it from like, let's say literally 24 people, and that was probably 3 or 4 months ago. So you've been hot. Where are you at with that one? What are the other ones you like? And let's dig into it.
Yeah, FUV, still my biggest position. I got an average of $6.29 on it. Can't believe Jason sold FUV. I think he's going to lose pretty bad on that one, to be honest. Yeah, I absolutely love FUV. I'm in a brand new stock right now. Another penny stock, like what FUV was, and it's Curated Inc. Ticker symbol CRTD.
T what?
So Charlie Romeo Tango Delta. And I'm going to throw this chart up on the screen in a second here, but before I do that, I forgot to do the background. Basically, you're 12 years old, is that right? Or 13 now?
Yep, 12.
12, and he does deeper fundamental research than 95% of our show viewers, I would say. If the ideas alone aren't enough for this segment, the inspiration and the motivation from this segment should be enough to get you going. But all right, I'm pulling up the chart. I've got the CRTD up. To talk to me about that one.
Okay, this in a sense makes me. I think this one's a bit special, to be honest. This is the almost $40 million penny stock. This, in my eyes, it's really undervalued. They are basically a holding company for around three companies. The main one is a company called Vocal. Vocal enables, basically, it's a bit like Medium. It allows you to write, post your things and, get money for the amount of views you get. The thing which draws me to this one is Vocal's got over 810,000 users worldwide at the moment. I think the stock's really under the radar.
Wait. When you say 810,000 users, is that people contributing content or is that readers?
And these are people who've all signed up to the Vocal platform. And on top of that, you've then got around almost 8,000 people who are paying a premium price, which is $100 per year. And you basically get access. So if every 1,000 views you get, if you are on a free account, you're going to get approximately, it's only small, around $3.80 for every 1,000 views. Premium, you're going to get around $6. This kind of stuff draws people in, the whole idea of making money, people absolutely love. So they're growing this from Q3 of 2019 from 250 users, growing this over almost around 60% every single quarter, the amount of premium users. If they can get enough premium users on Vocal, this could be a really massive revenue growth for them. All you need is a few influencers to go on Vocal, and then this stock, could go crazy. They've also got a second business, which they acquired very recently, called Seller's Choice. This enables people to start Amazon businesses, Amazon web businesses, everything you need to do with an Amazon business. And their third business, which partners with small companies, micro cap, like $3 million companies, that helps them improve their online platform. And they recently acquired a 30% stake in a company called Planet Camp, which is basically main product is a nutrient-rich mac and cheese for kids, and that company's growing over 100% every single quarter. They acquired a 30% stake in that for approximately $300,000 at $2.3 million valuation. They just got a brand new order, Planet Camp, for approximately 16,000 units, which is going to be about $400,000 in revenue, and that's going to be fulfilled by April of 2021. So buying these companies which are all in the kind of online sector, which are all ramping up and starting to bring more and more users to their platform. No one's really heard of the stock yet, and honestly, this could be the kind of stock which doubles in a pretty short period of time. So I'm long this stock. I brought on Friday, and I brought more stock today.
How did you find this one?
Well, this is a funny story. So I'm on StockTwits, just browsing through my thing, and I saw your friend Rex Finance posted something about it. He said, I brought CRTD. He did no information on it. So that Friday, I spent about 4 hours worth of thing just looking into this stock. I think it's just really undervalued. So credit to Rex Finance for helping.
All right, shout out Rex Finance. And when you say you spent 4 hours doing research on this thing, what were you looking at?
Honestly, a lot of that was just spent on all the websites. I went on Vocal for a bit. I was trying out the thing. Obviously, I don't want to invest in anything which has got really bad kind of website. The Vocal website is really nice. I created an account with all the two other companies, Seller's Choice. So I created an account with them and started to try out what they had. So I've been trying out this kind of thing. I've been trying to dig deep into the financials of this one. It's no one's made a YouTube video of it yet. Or there's hardly any articles out on it. So I had to dig pretty deep on this one for some of the vital information. But yeah, after reviewing everything, they've got enough to pay off all their debt. They've got plenty for short-term debt and enough for long-term debt. So honestly, they're in such a good financial position. The management team's acquiring new companies all the time, really. Picking up these hidden gem companies. And honestly, if they can continue acquiring the right companies, continue acquiring companies which are obviously making really leading it in the online front. This could be a $10 stock by the end of the year, in my opinion.
So all right, I'm gonna put out this disclaimer. It's very small, $31 million market cap. It's also low float. What's their revenue right now?
Yeah, so this is it's a really low float. It's currently around only around $400,000 in revenue. So you're investing in what I would basically say it's a startup. You're investing in a company which hasn't proven itself yet, but at the moment they're acquiring new companies. And I think I've got a small portion of my portfolio. I put about 7% into my portfolio, so I'm pretty bullish on it.
Wait, what percent of your portfolio? 7?
Around 7% is kind of a high risk, high reward play. But if they can execute, like I remember at the start of the year, FUV, it's a whole different company. They were something like $100,000 in revenue. It's kind of, they're growing basically their main segments over 100% year over year. If you can drive the premium growth on these and start driving more people, especially on Vocal, to the premium membership, which are growing pretty rapidly, this stock and if they can start monetizing it all a bit better, this revenue could get to possibly around $800,000 to $1 million a quarter. And you see with so many companies which aren't making money at the moment, and if this can get hype, it's the kind of thing which can move very quickly.
Okay.
So-
And go ahead.
No, you can say it, and I'll go next.
All right, yeah, I've got to hop off in just a couple of minutes, unfortunately, and you can keep going, Jason. But I guess the follow-up question that I have is it a concern to you that they're in so many different business lines, like they're not focused as a business, and it's sort of like this scattershot approach?
Yeah. So created as a company it's going to be a holding company. I think everything is kind of a lot of sellers' choice in their main one with advertising. It's really all near each other. It's all kind of intertwined. Their companies are very similar in what they make and what they and in kind of businesses which they have. So the companies are very closely linked, all in the online space. And honestly, I think they have their own set of management teams for each one of them, which they obviously overview pretty closely. But I would say I think it's the kind of company which the acquisitions is what's gonna drive the stock price.
Okay, and then the growth in premium subscribers, right? This is our business. This is a business we know inside and out better than anybody, right? What you said they're at 8,000 now. What was it a quarter ago or 6 months ago?
Yeah, so in Q3, Q4 2019, it was at 230. So they've been ramping up pretty rapidly recently, and I think they just want to show that they really can deliver. And they're driving these people into that premium membership, and it's growing constantly quarter over quarter.
Okay. I mean, it's definitely interesting when you are doing the numbers initially, and you're like, they have 810,000 readers. I'm like, okay, we got 12 million on Benzinga. That's not much. But then when I see it's a $30 million market cap, it's like, okay, like this the valuation is probably in line on this thing. And
Luke, I've heard of Vocal, so I know Vocal. Vocal
I
Plus,
opened up
Vocal.
this article. It says Vocal versus Medium. It's on their site. That's sort of the one that I want to read to start to understand the story. I'm gonna drop that in the YouTube chat.
Whoa, you just like jumped in that microphone. Yeah, I know Vocal. Why don't Luke? Maybe have you reached out to management, young investor?
I just sent an email to them today.
You did. Okay. They get back yet?
No, not yet. But I assume they're only a team of around 30 people, so
Okay.
they'll probably get back to me probably tomorrow-ish, because obviously I assume there aren't many shareholders reaching out. So I was asking them about.
Well, to make up for my FUV sell, I'm buying some shares of this, Luke, and we are going to reach out to management because the numbers seem somewhat in line. Considering where our numbers are, Luke, we would probably be on the market valued at around 150 million, is my guess, and our numbers are different, and so this is 39 million. There could be something here. I'd like to know how.
Yeah,
I would like to know how aggressive management is to grow, because this thing, I went through their creator thing where you can create your own, like almost like Shopify thing, and it looks attractive. I mean, the UI and the work looked really nice.
And if people want to look at competitors out there, there's like Substack, I know, is one. Patreon seems like a similar model. So there are companies in the space that are making a lot of money and raising at big valuations.
Like, I know if I had this software, Luke, it created, we would take sales of it. If it's 800,000, we take it to 8 million in 1 year.
I totally agree. If we applied this on Benzinga.com and we got Zinger Nation contributing, yes.
Yes, if Zinger Nation contributed, we'd take this from 800,000 revenue to 8 million. So right there's a play. We'll buy it for 40 million, call it a day. What do you think?
I like it.
Yeah.
A hostile takeover live on the show. That would be a first for financial television. Okay.
Well,
hostile takeover. We're rallying.
I just heard from one of my sources, someone that's seeking alpha, that Benzinga just acquired the whole of Created for around $42 million. They paid a steep $2 million premium for it.
Well, no, we did.
All right, young investor, I gotta hop off. Unfortunately, I love having you on, as you know.
But I'll finish up with the young investor.
Keep going, guys. Yeah.
Yeah. We did Express Spa. We almost impacted that business. That was another one that I think if they changed the pricing model, they would make a lot more revenue if they did it a subscription based versus a one-time use because it's so expensive as a one-time use versus subscription, but they haven't changed their model yet. So that is one. Upwork was another one. I brought it to everyone at $22, $25, $18, and I got them to change their pricing model. And literally the stock's not $52. I am not taking credit for that move, but I did get them to change their pricing model and whatever, you know, so that's another one. I love how you find your picks. Now, young investor, you see things at your age differently than we do. So are there anything you're looking at, like roadblocks or anything like that on the younger side that you think could be attractive? Maybe you're not buying today, but you're studying it. Are there any stocks like that right now?
I would say a trend. It's more of a trend. It's TikTok. I mean, on TikTok, you have, I mean, there was this thing called Twisted Tea, owned by the Boston Beer Company, which I think I haven't brought, but I think it's going to make up for any losses they made from their problems this quarter. Twisted Tea was a meme where a guy at the shop was saying, "Move, move, move." The guy didn't move, so he slapped him with some Twisted Tea. And that's
really?
it. Yeah, I won't repeat what they were saying. It was pretty rude, but they were slapped with some Twisted Tea. And now obviously Google Trends, that's been out the roof recently. It's the kind of thing where if you can arbitrage something, if you can look for what's the kind of thing which maybe is underestimated by the market. What are the people on TikTok picking up on? I mean, it's kind of like there's so many kind of TikTok trends you can take advantage of. So many small companies and micro caps which are going to be affected by this, and they're going to take all the analysts by surprise in a quarter. And basically, thanks to TikTok, there's so many people on TikTok. You know, it's really short, so people aren't watching through a whole like 5-minute thing. It's only like 1 minute each TikTok. It's the kind of thing where you get some good memes out of it. People just go and buy a product for the meme, but the point is they're buying the product, and that's adding to the revenue of the company. I mean, I'm also, if you live in the States, especially, just call up some of the local places maybe where they're selling it. You know, maybe call it, I would say, around free, because I would say that if you get free and see how if they're selling out or not, you could really take advantage of that. I mean, there's a show in the States. I can't even remember what it's called now, but it's some home thing when they renovated some homes or whatever, did something like that. But the whole show was basically one massive advert for this company which sold they had signed a brand deal with them. It's just an advert for it. The whole thing was basically it's a massive Netflix series. There's just one whole advert for this place which sold everything which I was talking about.
No, I know that. I also invested in one of those here. Netflix had an organizer show. It's a store that has organizing for your house.
That's it.
That's what you're talking about? Yeah, that's it. I invested a bunch in that. Yeah. So wait, we have 2 questions from the chat. I like to see, I hate media because it's so one way. They don't ever listen to the people in the audience. And so we're a 2-way thing here, or we're like a 5-way. We're all just talking. So we have 2 quick questions. One is, behind you, there's a chalkboard, or is that like wallpaper? No, to your other side, your other shoulder. Look the other way.
Oh yeah. So
no, not there. No, the other side.
Here.
Yes. Yeah.
Funny story of that. My mum, she's got her own kind of creative touch on everything. You know, she has all these kind of funky ideas in her head, and she saw this wallpaper one time, and I come home and this wallpaper's on my wall, and I'm like, "Oh, Mum, why did you get me this?" And she was like, "Oh, I thought you'd like it." But I mean, originally I didn't like it, but I've gotten used to it, and I do think it's pretty cool. I think it's quite funky kind of thing.
Well, you know what they said in the chat? They said the chalk is all your formulas for the future of the world and your math and how you analyze the companies. They said it's all your stuff, okay? And it kind of looks like that, and I'm like, and you should just go with that because it makes you look really smart. I'm actually thinking of
this is what I do. This is what I do every day. I write all my formulas on my wall.
Exactly. I'm actually thinking of getting that wallpaper and putting it behind me and say I write my formulas on the wall. I love it. I love it. How old are you?
12.
Okay. How did you get into investing? This guy's great.
Yeah. So originally I got into investing. It's just through kind of really YouTube. I'd heard of it. I knew a little bit about investing for very, very limited. I used to do one of the most geekiest things in the world alongside investing, maybe slightly geekier. For about 3 years, I used to collect coins, like silver and all that kind of stuff, and coins. Here in the UK, there's quite a big kind of coin market. I used to buy these quite kind of rare coins, and over the course of 3 years, the thing went up. I didn't realize it was investing technically I was. I lost interest in that. I've still got them in. I've still got them in the attic. I'll probably save them up and see how much I appreciate over time. But that was really my first taste investing. And I read a very some little bits about it. I used to be absolutely fascinated with history, and you'd see the rough kind of bits of that. So then I just saw an advert from basically the UK version of Robinhood, trading 2-on-2, and I started investing. I originally put about $50 into an account, and I've invested a lot more after that. But I think my portfolio last 8 months is up about 140 to 150%. I'm at some like $2,000 now.
All right, can we make a course? I'm gonna get my 9-year-old, 11-year-old a course for kids. We just bought an app that was like a kids app, but no one was using it, and I think we need to make a course for it for kids. And do you know do you know who like Griffin Johnson is, or any of the TikTok stars like Bryce Hall, any of those guys? Do you know who they are?
Yes.
They're like the big TikTok celebrities. Somehow I'm friends with them. I know. Well, I guess I'm old enough to be their dad, but I'm friends with them. Actually, if we win our flag football game this next weekend against, have you ever heard of UWMC, the mortgage company? Have you heard of that one? It's okay. It's a wholesale mortgage company. It just went public. It was SPAC.
Was it for a reverse merger?
Yes. It was a part of the SPAC.
Yeah. Very, very limited, but I've heard of it.
We're playing against the CEO of that company next week. If we win that game, the whole TikTok crew from the 3 most famous TikTok guys are coming in for our championship game. So I got to somehow figure out how to win this flag football game next week. It's a big deal. I don't know what I can't even get my work done this week because I have to get like this flag football game. So if we do that, then we get the TikTok guys. You create a course, we create an app, and literally every single kid, the ages of 9 to like 14, could be exposed to this because we'll have the 3 biggest TikTok guys. We'll have you as the lead voice. I mean, we got something here, right?
Yeah, I mean, look, if you can do anything with TikTok stars, it is bound to be successful.
That's true.
TikTok is the place to be if you want to really try and get influence. For example, just that vocal. If a TikTok has started putting links to a vocal article, vocal's going to take off, or Medium's going to take off. Medium's going to have a big spike in demand. It's kind of like TikTok's going to move companies.
I agree. We have a decent TikTok of like 35,000 users. But I love this, and no one put your trade in yet. I'm going to put your trade in here. So we have this system called benzinga.com/trade-ideas. Actually, I'll share it on the screen right now. I'm going to put your thing in here, but this is kind of cool. Watch this. Hold on 1 second. Share screen. Hold on. I'm not as fast as you probably. Okay, here we go. All right. So no, you can't see it yet. 1 sec. Share screen. I'm not sharing. Where's my screen? There it is. All right. There it is. All right. So I don't know if you could see the screen right now. This is where we catalog all trade ideas. So if like you wanted to see all my trades in the last like 2 months, you would like click my name somewhere, which I guess I don't know where I am, but we'll go Luke Jacoby because he's there. So all his trades. So you see like the reason and what the price is and the move. So I'm buying this the stock that you came today with. What was the stock that we're buying? CRTD. So I bought CRTD.
Created.
Yeah, created. So I'm gonna hit going long. And the asset is CRTD. Created. Allocation bought, and I'm gonna buy a larger position than I know. Okay. And I'm gonna say I bought because the young investor
the young investor gave me not financial advice.
Gave me not. No, I'm gonna say did some due diligence. I can't spell diligence on it, and likes it long term. Small revenues, but a lot of upside. Okay, so now what's beautiful about this is in like 2 months, and I forget why I did something or why I sold something, I can go here and then see my history. So I don't put them all here. I forget. Like I bought IMMR at $5. And it's at 14, and I bought what was that one that Yatra people talk about? NMDM. I bought it 12.4 from Kathy Wood, and she bought it at 12.4, like $5-6. And I have my history of all my trades here. Not all, but a decent amount. I'm starting to put more in, but BCRX. And it's a way just for me to like look back in history and see it and not have all this noise. So what I find on the social media is a lot of noise. And so what I'm trying to do is diminish the amount of noise so I can go and look at what my brain was thinking, why I did such and such. You brought up the point about FUV. So I bought FUV. I bought it. I thought the CEO was smart. I liked the three-wheeler concept, and I'm actually like in shock that I sold any of it. And I don't even know how that happened because Sandy Monroe, who you probably don't know. Do you know who Sandy Monroe is?
Yep, I know Sandy Monroe. I've watched that's why I invested in the company, because of Sandy Monroe.
Are you
I've seen
effing
his,
sorry? Are you kidding me?
I've seen his breakdowns of the Teslas, the BMWs, and
I'm gonna
bought
have
because of Sandy Monroe.
I'm gonna have Sandy Monroe on this show this week. Do you know where Sandy?
I'm subscribed to his YouTube channel, Monroe Live.
Do you know where he lives, Sandy Monroe?
I know.
You're not supposed to know. Like 20 minutes for me. I think you know what? I'm gonna go to his studio, his place, and do his show there. Do the show there on Wednesday. So I bought FUV. Originally, I didn't know Sandy Monroe was involved. Once I found out, I went long and long and long. Okay, and then I forgot what I think when I was just trying to get my margin down, and I sold my. Oh my God, whatever. Anyway, so that's Sandy. That's interesting that you watch Sandy Monroe too. He's the best. He's the guy that took the Model 3 apart and was just so amazed at how Tesla does continuous innovation, how they could continually upgrade the car and don't stop. That's what he's that guy, and that drove Tesla stock up another 20%. And then I'm sure you saw Elon Musk. He interviewed Elon Musk last week.
Yep, I watched the whole one. I love how Sandy's the kind of guy who's not afraid to say what he thinks. You know, he'll say whatever. He's not afraid of anyone. You know, he was talking about Elon at the start, like, why is this Model 3? Why is my Model 3, which was made 1 month before another Model 3, which is absolutely perfect? Why is mine not? It's kind of like Sandy Monroe. You know, he's an absolute engineering genius.
Yep. I agree. This is great. Any other stock picks? Anything else you want to talk about, or we're good and we'll get you on next week? I think you should come on for a segment every week for 5 minutes, give a pick or give an update on a old pick, and then if we win this flag football game this week, then this app is on.
Well, look, if producer Aaron or I think it's producer Aaron, if they want to organise time, I'm more than happy to go on 5 minutes every week on a Monday or whatever.
Yep. Okay, that's great. Tell your parents to be proud, and that chalk eraser thing on the back. Maybe tell your mom to send it to me so I can get some of that, so I can look smart like you. Okay, but you don't just look smart; you are smart. Me, on the other hand, if I had it behind me, I'll look smart, but I won't be smart. So you
wait, I've got a thing which this is. Wait, just a sec. Wait, let me get them. I'm gonna get my glasses on. Look really nervous.
Glasses. Let me see.
Yeah, I only usually wear glasses for school. Apart from that, I don't wear them. But I'll get what I call my nerdy mode on.
Let me see. Oh, now that I see you like that, can we get your mom and dad on the phone? I want to see if we can hire you, because now I know you're really smart. All right, so now we got to see if we can hire you.
Everyone should have a pair of glasses, and it instantly takes your smartness levels up 10%, because everyone thinks you look really geeky and nerdy. So I was like, oh, that kid's smart. If you wear some glasses.
What time? What time is it over there?
6:15
p.m. Right?
Yeah, p.m.
Okay, I didn't know if it was a. I don't know. I'm just not thinking. Okay, do you have like friends, older friends, that are out there that would be like good? Are there good, like, love the stock market?
I know some kids I know in the States who do that. There's another person who's like, he's 19, but there's a 19-year-old on Twitter called
really?
Owen Spock. Yeah, there's a 19-year-old on Twitter
that you're friends with.
Yeah, so I'm friends with some other teenage investors, and also there's a person called Owen Sparks. He's like 19, and he brought Tesla this year in like January-ish, and he's hoping eventually it's gonna, in a few years' time, like 6 years down the road, it's gonna pay off his house. So that's what
really?
Yeah. I'm gonna get yeah, I'm getting a new computer in March for my birthday, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to start doing more interviews, but I'm going to stream it live on YouTube, just because I can't be bothered to upload it for.
What are you going to stream on YouTube?
Pardon?
What are you going
Young
to?
Investor on YouTube.
Oh yeah. But how often?
So I don't stream at the moment, but at the moment I do
No, I
around
know.
2 videos.
I know. That's why I'm saying, like, I don't know. We're right now doing like 10-hour. We'll talk on the side. I have an idea. Okay, I have an idea. All right.
All right. I look forward to hearing your idea.
Yeah, I have an idea that I think could work. So I forgot about my my DoorDash order that's supposed to be here, and it's here now. So I have to like get someone to get my DoorDash right now. So you're awesome. Thank you for coming on, and we will. Yep, we will have you on again. And thanks for the stock picks. I picked up some shares, a few others. We'll see, and we'll do more diligence. Hey, if you have more diligence and they get back to you from that company, let us know too, and we'll we'll get your update. Okay, so let us know too.
And hopefully your DoorDash person can actually find your building, because I heard some people can't find buildings with statues outside them.
Oh my God, how do you know all this? You watch the show all the time?
I was watching yesterday's stream. I had a bit of time. I was just watching yesterday's stream, and I'm in the chat, and producer Aaron was just like, "Oh yeah, come on the show," and that's why I'm here today for. I think it's my
oh
third
my
time.
God. Yeah, I heard a lot of people.
I saw you being pretty.
DoorDash called me, by the way, this weekend. They saw the video. So yep. So yeah, it's a true story. Yeah, DoorDash is here at our building right now, supposedly, and the guy is like taking a photo. Wait, did he take it? Oh, he left it at the thing. Here he goes. He did it. All right. The food is downstairs. The food is downstairs, Spencer. Spencer, can you go get it? Spencer, producer Spencer's going to go get it. All right. You want me to extend? Is that what you're saying, Spencer? Oh, it's good. I'll stay on long. I'm good. All right. Thank you, young investor.
Thanks,
much love. We love you. All right. And keep doing what you're doing, man. Very impressive. Thank you. Okay. All right. Hey, guys. So that's the young investor. Yeah, they called me DoorDash. If you go to our YouTube, you'll see that we made a separate clip. That was cool. I love him. And I'm not looking just to like, make money off the guy. I just love the passion. You don't see that often from a young man like that. And I'm going to show it to my kids. I'm going to show it to my kids, and that's it. But yeah, I was talking because we need other people to host shows. We need because we have to get more. We have to have more content. We're trying to change the way you find investments, and the truth is, there's a lot of different ways, and we want to be for the people, by the people, for the people, and by the people. Meaning, be on the ground floor. Okay, so you want to go to CRTD. You want to know if I bought it. So I did buy CRTD. When I originally hit the buy button, I didn't even look at the market cap at first. It was like too low for what I would want to buy. But then when Luke came on and Luke's talking about the numbers don't seem that out of whack. I mean, the revenue should be higher. I'm not like telling you guys that this is this is like an automatic win. No, the numbers and the revenue should be higher in CRTD. They're very diverse. I got to figure out why the revenue isn't higher. I would think the revenue should be a lot higher. So I got to figure that out because I know Vocus, sorry. But I bought some shares. I'm not going to hold it forever, but I want to see why it is trading at that level and why the revenue is not like 4 to 6 million right now. So that's what I want to do. So I bought it and I own it right now. I can give you guys my biggest positions to lowest positions. I could show you my brokerage account right now, the one that I use for the show. I don't know what makes your life easier. If I show you my account or what it is, what I need to do. I mean, I own Bill, as you guys know. I own TRSSF, TerraSend. Yeah, exactly. Charles, you got it right. Not everything's about making money. Not everything's about making money. If you just want to go make money, there's a million ways. If you guys just want to go make money, you can hit me up and I'll tell you 5 different ways to make money. There's so many different ways to make money in this world. It's just a question of doing, but there's a lot more stuff than just making money. I mean, I'm spending money on, as you guys know, my flag football. So that's, this weekend. I don't know how we're going to win though. We're playing a really good team and it's the first time that I'm coaching the offense. I need some it's a group of 9-year-olds. I need some plays that are like so trickery. I was thinking about lining up the receiver behind the running back, and I I don't know. It's one of these things. I know you guys don't care about flag football. So why is this KPMH up 30%? I'm so excited to have our biotech show on at 2:30 because she'll talk about it. She gave it to me. I have a lot of money invested in it. Maybe I should sell some today. I don't know what she's going to say. If you are a flag football expert, reach up to me. The annexation of Puerto Rico. Yeah, I'm going to move to Puerto Rico eventually, ABG. I may be in Florida, guys, next week. Yeah, Viv, Austin. Viv will be on at 2:30. We have a biotech show that she hosts. Rig the game. Just name your team, Tampa Bay. Oh, stop it, Felipe. I bet on Tampa Bay to win the Super Bowl before the year started. BCRX I own. Pedro, if you live in Puerto Rico, tell me about it. I may move there. 183 days. Bad news, Benzinga. Why bad news, Benzinga, Webcoin? What happened on what's the bad news? Tell me how it is. Let's go. Or why is he laughing, Aaron Bry? I don't know. Okay, I'll stop reading the chat then. Okay, so another trade that I have is API. It fell down today about 1% below the 100 mark. I'm not selling it yet. ESTC. And then I own the stock here, and I don't know what it is. That's scary. Let me go look at it. All right, let me see why I own this stock. Can anyone tell me why? Is this because of Ripster? IPWR. Is that why I own it? Because of Ripster? I think it is. So I own it because of Ripster. Oh, I got you. I got the joke. I got the joke now. Thank you. Yeah. So AZ. That's probably not one I would go for. Who's he looking for? Rohan. The food is on the It's on the desk. He's trying to get the DoorDash. Rohan's he's struggling. Okay, so that's set. Rohan, I think Rohan will find it. Okay, so that's it. So now the next show we have coming up, let me look at the calendar here. We're going to have a calendar on the site. It's not there yet, but I'm going to our show channel right now. We're talking NEO. Spencer Izzo said for me to, okay, Drew, okay, good. We're set here. We're set there. So today, the rest of the show, we have the biotech thing with Viv. OCGN, who is trading OCGN? Let's go put on some OCGN. Let's check out OCGN. Did you guys miss this one? OCGN. Look at this, 66%, because they issued shares at a premium. Look at this, guys. Let's share my screen. Unbelievable. Who got? If you got it on OCGN, when we talked about it last week, press 1. If you're not owning OCGN, press 2. All right, we're going to show some OCGN. Check that out. OCGN. Look at that chart. Look at this, guys. I don't know if any of you are trading this one, but if you are and you don't sell anything today, you're silly. Like, take some off. So not many of you got into OCGN. They kept bringing it up in the show, so I didn't play it either, but some people did. It's about, it's a biotech pharmaceutical thing. Viv is going to talk about OCGN while she's on the show today to say what's next for it. And yeah, I'm going to tell her, talk about the move in OCGN and let viewers know if there is a bigger one coming. Okay, so we're doing that, but this is a crazy chart. Now, it doesn't mean it doesn't continue up. You gotta momentum. You gotta see what is the story on this one. They're talking about the 3 million shares of stock when they bought it at a premium. People kept asking me, why didn't GameStop issue shares when it was at $100 or $200 or $300? And my answer was different than most. My answer was they probably tried, but banks were probably thinking it was artificially moving up that high, and they didn't want to buy what GameStop was offering. In the case of OCGN, they were able to sell at a premium 3 million shares. That's a huge positive for the company, guys. Huge positive, to the company. Hey, Pedro, I'll be in Puerto Rico in about 3 weeks. Hit me up on Twitter, Jason Rasnick. Follow me. Let's talk. So yeah. Is there a recap for each show on the Newswire? Good question. On the Benzinga Pro Newswire, I don't know if there's trading picks discussed on the show that are in there. Is that what you meant, or did you want to know if there's a newsletter, Janet Lowe? Please let us know. OZSC. Let's see what OZSC. I got to see what happened to Spencer Israel. Producer Spencer is there. This OCS. This is too small for me, I think. Yeah, 26 million. I don't trade it. I don't know. Too small. That's why that one stock that he gave that I did buy, Vocus, it's really small. Really small. I'll be Dorado. That's what I'll be. Oh, when is Gronk coming on? Aaron Bry, are you there? Is Gronk coming on? Aaron, can you tell me if Gronk is coming on today? We're supposed to have Gronkowski. I don't see Aaron. We're supposed to have him on today. Let's see. Aaron Bry. That's Aaron Thomas. I need Aaron Bry. Come on. I hate the autofills. Is Gronk coming on before the show ends? Okay. Are you guys buying Tesla, selling Tesla, or just holding? Press 1 if buying, 2 if holding. I don't know. That's too many letters. Are you still a buyer of Tesla? Press 1. That's much easier. And then tomorrow we're going to bring back the quiz, and we're going to give out money for it. We're going to give out money for the quiz. So, okay, now what I'm going to do here is show you guys something pretty cool. Hold on. You guys are going to like this. Why is it stopped? Turn this on, okay? All right, hold on, home gamers. This is Benzinga Pro. Here's how I handle my spikes, my trades, options activity. If you're not a member of this, you're silly. Here's halts. Here's price spikes. Trade these things. You want to know 52-week highs? Go boom. Go boom. There you go. I like to trade momentum. When I see a new 52-week high, I like to see more, so I buy. I'm not a guy that's buying 52-week lows, that's for sure. Okay. Thok, I'm not telling you my company logo. I'm not telling it to you. So let's go. You want me to pull up that stock? Here we go. I mean, these stocks, guys, they're not such a short. There's not such a short thing. They're just not. You know, they're just not such a short-term thing. Like they're gonna go. There's gonna be ups and downs in all these stocks. So if you're looking for just a quick day trade, that's not what these are. Yes, Kramer had said, you know, that they had great earnings and the stock sold off. So, oh, do I recommend? Do I recommend? Yes. Janet, you're right. Kramer said some comments. He said it had great earnings and the stock sold off, so he wouldn't be a buyer. So the question you have to wonder is, do you just wait and see if it sells off and gets in the 850s and maybe you buy? I don't know. It's hard to guess what the bottom or what the number is. Next question is Domo. So I don't own Domo right now, but someone just brought it up in the chat, and I like Domo. I like it. So I may buy this Domo. I've loved this company for a long time. 1.85 billion. That's an interesting number there. Let me see our analyst ratings on this one. Where do I see our analyst ratings? I don't even understand. Analyst ratings, calendars. Where are we? Calendar right there. Okay. So let's look at Domo. Got some buys here. Okay. I would maybe pick up some Domo. I don't own Domo. Okay. Steve Hochman. Is it Steve Hochman or Hochman? If it's Hochman, press 1. If it's Hochman, press 2. Okay. Well, Hochman, press 1. Hochman, press 2. All right. POWW. You guys love the POWW. Okay. Right. Hochman was 1, 2 is Hochman. Okay. So I don't know where you sent me the link for the wallpaper, Steve, but I'll look for it on my Twitter, I guess. Or at me. So why is the company named Benzinga? Well, at one point it was going to be called Raz Report. Raz Report. And the Raz Report. But we went with Benzinga. Benzinga means profit in a language that I never heard of. So that's the answer, Steve. No, I mean the true answer is, Steve, is I was you know, thinking of a unique name that we can create a brand off. And when I was younger, I'd go to this speech tutor, and we would she would talk like my dad and I, or my grandfather and I, we'd make up words that I did with the speech tutor. I'd make up a bunch of different words, and one of the words was when I was like 9, 10, 11, 12, and one of the words was like something like Benzinga, and that's kind of how it came about. But let me see if I can find you something even better, Steve, because you are a nice fella. Let's see if they put the Fox Business thing or if Mitch Hodge took it out. Okay, I don't see it. Wait, hold on. Yes, it is here. Mitch did not take it out. So, Steve, I'm going to do you one better, buddy. Check this out. 1 second, and then I'll get right here, Steve. God, I look terrible that day. 1 second. All right, here we go. You're going to like this, Steve. Share, start at that, copy. All right, Steve, here you go. So that, look at that link. I would like to actually play this in the thing. Can I do that? Let's see. It says share video file. That won't work that way. Okay, hold on. By the way, do you guys like this? By the way, if you just got to the show just now, I want. All right, if you just got to the show, I want you to see this. Here's our new intro music. Here you go.
Let's get ready to rumble!
Benzinga Nation, jam-packed show today. Peloton up 5%.
What's up, disciplined investor?
We got Benzinga CEO Jason Raznick here with us.
The man, the myth, the legend, Tom Nash.
Peter Schiff on the Power Hour with us live today. Interesting, different, unique, innovative companies. Mia, you are live with us on the Power Hour. What's up?
Thank you so much for inviting me on.
Jessica Billingsley, that is the CEO of Akerna. The best trade idea resource out there.
Okay, so that's the new intro. And then real quick, MVIS. Oh, Austin Henning, who made that video, is someone in the community. It's a community member. I'm trying to bring him on. See if he accepts. Microvision up 25% today. Why is Microvision up 25% today? What does Benzinga Pro say? At million. Okay. So I don't know if you guys are in Microvision, but it's, you know, it's up 25% today, and Sav is ripping too. Spencer, are you coming on, or what's the status of the show right now? I don't know. So yeah, with these mortgage stocks, guys, there's good companies and there's bad companies. You just gotta it has to be long term. If you want day trades, they're not necessarily a day trade stock. That's what you have to accept. That's all I'm saying to you guys. Okay. I'm gonna sell some shares right now. So I'm gonna tell you, I bought a lot of stuff, and let's see what my margin is. I'm gonna sell some shares. Yeah, I'm at 300K margin. So, oh, here was the news. Here's the news. Austin, Viv's at 2:30 Eastern. I don't know if you're on, your time is ahead if you're in Japan, Austin. It sounds like you're probably in Japan or something. So I did buy a stock today. Let's see if I executed the trade. Let's see if I bought a stock today that I should have bought a long time ago, but I didn't understand I didn't understand the addiction to the stock, and I mean to the company. So let's see if I got my execute. Wait, hold on. Open orders. Wow, just the heck, it never executed. That's crazy. I don't know what it keeps going. I don't care. I'll just buy it. I'll buy it. All right. So yeah. So very new trade. What's the difference between buying a stock and buying a call? Oh, you got to Google that one. There's a whole thing. It's options. It gives you the right to buy, but to get a lower price right now. But hold on, I'm selling some stock right now. I'm gonna tell you guys what I'm selling, because I'm gonna sell a stock right now. So Virtu is doing good. We're up, a little bit. IPWR, I bought that and I don't fully know why. So I'm gonna sell some IPWR right now. Okay. IPWR, I own 800 shares. I'm selling 300 shares right now. On a limit order. It's 21 by 26. I'm going to sell it at 21.40. Hopefully it executes. 6,400. Get that off. Okay. You found MBIS on the show. We need a testimonial page. Each 10 network TV. You found MBIS on this show. We need a testimonial. If we had a testimonials page, would you guys put your stuff in the testimonials page? Can you guys maybe sign up for this page, benzinga.com/trade ideas, and start putting your stuff in and say where you found it? I'll get that page really good. Or if we need a testimonials page, tell me what tech you guys want built, and we'll build it for you. We got a lot of developers. We got like 25 developers here. So testimonials page, we got to get that going. All right. So Bobby Bryan, I just sold a little bit of that MVIS. I think I had too much of it, so I sold some of that. KMPH. KMPH is up 26% today. I would like Viv to come on and tell me if KMPH is still good. Let's see. Viv. Is KMPH? Oh God, I hate don't you guys hate autocorrect? It's still good. I am talking about it live on the show. So guys, I'm asking Viv about KMPH right now. Should I sell some? I am talking live on it now. Okay, so we are live. I can discuss it live. Okay, so KMPH is the stock that's taken off. Gevo, Gevo is too played. There's too much stuff around it. So Vivian, breaking news alert. Vivian just said, do not sell KPHA. PDUFA is not until March 2nd, low float. So she's saying for me not to sell it. So I'm not going to sell KPMH. OCGN, big run today. I'm not a buyer on big runs. Pedro's up 260% from our show on MVIS. So I sold some of that KMP. No, I didn't sell KPMH. CRTD, I don't know enough about it at this point. I don't. So I'm just going to hold on to it and do research. I'm not selling any of my Penn National. I'm not selling any of my QRTEA. QRTEA has been one of my best picks ever. QRTEA. Not selling. Huge dividend. QVC stock is going up. I have a new stock. I have actually, I think, 2 new stocks for you guys. Holy cow. If I can get 100 likes right now, I will, if I can get 100 likes right now, I'm going to give you 2 new stocks. You guys want 2 new stocks right now? And here's the Benzinga history YouTube link that I just gave you guys, but hold on. I may have 2 new stocks. I cannot even believe I didn't even think of these. 1 second, home gamers. I got a lot of things going on here. So can you share with your, hey, can you do me a favor? Can you email Fidelity or hit the support thing and say, add Benzinga News, we love it? Can you do that? And if you send me a screenshot to powerhour@benzinga.com, we'll send you swag. I got to send you guys something. Hold on. Just hang with me for 2 new stocks. I'll at least give you 1 for sure, but it might be 2. 2 is better than 1, right? Why do 1 when you can do 2? Hold on. I think this is it. Is this it? Let's see. Where is it? Okay. Maybe don't give this one to, but I'll give another one soon. All right. So one that I bought today, and I don't know. This one is not on anything like other than I'm obsessed with Wingstop. I bought some Wingstop today. What do you guys think about that? 1, if you like it. 2, if you don't. 1, if you like it. 2, if you don't. Okay. I bought Wingstop. Oh, Bobby Bryan, I've been in TerraSend since $3. I'm probably one of the top 100 investors in TerraSend. So TRSSF. Okay, so Wingstop I bought, and tomorrow I think I have a micro cap that my smart friend Brian gave me. My smart friend Brian gave me. He also gave me QRTA, and he gave me TAS. Do you guys hear what I'm saying? He gave. You're right. Thuk KK, the chicken stocks is on my list, and I have to do a couple more phone calls to give it to you. So Brian gave me QRTA, which is up like 200% with the dividend. He also gave me TAST. He also gave me Del Taco. He gave me another one, and he sent me the whole financial model for it. It's his notes are he likes earnings late February, still a 20% position for me. I bought this stock. Microcap should be a double, low liquidity. Don't buy higher than this number. So preferred, yeah. So he sent me the model. So I have a stock for you guys tomorrow. I can't give it today because I don't want to like run it up and like say I bought a bunch of it now and then I just bought it right before you guys. So I just want to, you know, like hopefully it sells off and goes lower today, and then it'll be lower for you guys tomorrow. That's my hope, to be honest. If you've made a ton of money in Voyager and you're up 50,000, whatever it is, take some profit off the table. Why not? Right? I mean, I own a lot of it, but take some profit off the table. BCRX up again today, 5%. Do what you want. I own FLNT. The other one that has been going crazy for me, I gave it to as many people as I could, was SAVE, SAVE. I bought it. It went down like 7% after I bought it, or 10%, and it's now up 25%. That's SAVE. Spirit. I didn't buy call options. That was my mistake. CLSK, I still own it. Tiger Brokers, I bought on Friday. Work. EXPI. EXPI, guys. EXPI is discounted real estate transactions. The real estate market is huge right now, and so I'm hanging on to it. I've been in TAST flat for a year now. I bought it last March. I'm waiting for the 1 year holding of TAST, and once I have it, I'm going to sell in something in March. So you may see some weakness in March. I don't own Riot. I sold some IPWR today because I don't really understand why I own it, to be honest. I may sell more shares for the close. Lithium, I'm not selling any more shares. I sold it down already. I had 2,000 shares. Okay, this one's down. JFIN. Anyone owe JFIN? Maybe I'll sell. I'm going to sell a little bit of JFIN. That'll be the other one I can bring down. All right, here we go. JFIN. I'm selling a little bit of that. Okay. Okay, so guys, Wingstop, Sam L. This is a long-term thing. The stock's already moved a ton. I just like Wingstop so much, so that's why. I don't have a price target. I could see it getting to 180. It's like my Fiverr and Upwork kind of eyes. These things take a while, you know, you know, so, but Viv's picks, the biotech show at 2:30 should be off the hook because her picks are rocking and rolling, as she just said to me. So, but I did buy Wingstop. Maybe sell some covered calls on a wing. What do you think? I would have to see the strikes that you're going to use. I have CNPOF. Yep, Matt J. Because of Friday's show, we have CNPOF. You guys, you said I'm not going to tell you guys again, and you told us. See, if you're in the chat and you're just listening to me, you're doing it wrong. You guys need to talk amongst each other what trades you're making, and not try to pump the trades. Just discuss why you're making the trades. If you guys literally just did this and came in here every day and discussed why you're making the trades, if you guys did that, the amount of money you're going to make together is going to be so much more than just listening to Luke and I talk the trades. Yeah, I may have a good track record, but there's guys in here who gave me like CNPOF that I wouldn't have been in if it wasn't for him. So I'm just saying, like, we're live. Why isn't there a live sticker on our thing? You guys need to, I don't know if what's name is listening, but Mitch, you need to put the word live. You know, so I don't know. But together, you're unstoppable. That's what I'm trying to say. Thoughts on Unity? I still like Unity, Jimmy M. I'm not in it. I got out of it before earnings because I thought it ran too much. So Unity, I still like long term. Let's see if I want to buy some more today. Are we down again today? 124. So we had a 50-week high. Market cap is, where are we? 333 billion. Back end. Okay, so let me look at the revenue on Unity. Hold on one sec, guys. On Unity. All right, so we got about 800 million, 33 billion. Unity could come down a little bit, but it's still a long-term player that could be good. I'm gonna put Unity on my watch list in Benzinga Pro right now. I don't care if Motley Fool likes Unity. I care what we like. But I guess thank you for the intelligence. So I'm going to go back to this thing right here, trade ideas. I'm going to share my screen. Share screen. All right. We need another show at this hour because I'm going too long. You guys are probably getting bored of me, right? If you're getting bored of me, press 1. If you're not getting bored of me, press 2. All right. So Unity. Long. Unity. Letter U. Allocation. I'm going to buy. I didn't buy it yet, guys. I'm going to buy. I'm going to do a small position. It could go to 115, but it's just I got a lot of 2s. You're not bored of me. Wow. Okay. Well, I'm bored of me. I need some water. No, this is the golf tournament, the Rocket Mortgage Classic Golf Tournament. Okay. So buying Unity. Wait, scaling back into Unity on weakness, but a strong long-term outlook, as Gene Munster verified this weekend in our interview. Okay, I didn't pick it up yet, but I'm gonna put it there. Fastly like the swing. You guys should put your positions in here. You don't have, people aren't gonna like, it's fine. Like, this is a way you can see your history. So, oh, young investors positions right here. See, look at it, guys. I'm gonna read it. So if you miss the show, you just come here, which there should be a tag, so you can just go to the Power Hour tag and see all the investment ideas just from the Power Hour. Because that way we can say, like, MBIS, where the MBIS came from? It came from the Power Hour, but I didn't know that. So John G needs to fix that. John G's sleeping, but I'll wake him up. In my eyes, this company is undervalued. Read the comments from Young Investor and how. Oh wait, we got a guest here. We got a guest. You are the guest. Come on. He doesn't want to come, but that's Spencer. He's my guest. He's very shy. He's so shy. I'm sorry about this, guys. He's really shy. Whoa. Ripster recommended AREC last Friday up 25%. Well, no one told me that one, Matthew Moore. All right, Ruel Black. We got to add my picks to Benzinga Pro. We are going to. It's gonna this window, Ruel, will be there. So the latest trade ideas, you know. Okay, I'm gonna go off the air in a minute, guys. It was good being here. Okay, let's look at OPGN. Let's share my screen on OPGN. Ripster, did he just recommend it? How long ago did he recommend it? Just now in the chart? Like, how long would he recommend it? I'm gonna, well, no, that was been up all day. Yeah, Internet Enforcers. Can we do that inside YouTube, or do we have to do that on Benzinga? Did you guys see our Benzinga page here? Here, let me show you guys this. Benzinga.com/video. All right, hold on. Let me, home gamers, hold on one second. I'm going off the air in a second. Spencer Israel wants to talk to you guys. He has something to tell you guys. So hold on one second. Okay. So here are the clips of the day. Wait, no, the screen didn't share properly. 1 second. Yeah, what's up, Spencer? I'm gonna share my screen one more time, guys. Go Chrome tab. I want to use, we have these new cameras, but this guy Rohan won't let me use it for some odd reason. Here we go. So on benzinga.com/video, here you go. That's me. And here are the clips of the day. I don't know where the slider button is, because what if there's more than 3 clips of the day? What if there's 10 clips of the day? That doesn't make much sense. Top clips of the day. Give me some more clips. Here's the best of Benzinga. That was like the most read things. Most viewed. Pre-market prep. That's some ugly dude in the pink shirt here that looks like me. The cannabis hour. So they're trying to get like a show, like a page going for you guys, a community, but it's going to take a little bit of time. Internet for on BZ, but it will lead to a landing page on the website and engage viewers with opposite email. Yes, agreed. Yes, agreed. Internet, your Internet Enforcers. Why aren't you like helping us out, like calling and join our Slack group? Because I'll screenshot that. All right. You never use trade ideas to log your thing. Let's go one more time on trade ideas. We need to be able to tag the show, but let me just do one last thing because Spencer wants to take over. So hold on. Okay. All right. Here we go. That's trade ideas. Benzinga.com/trade ideas. Okay. All right. We'll have Ripster on again this week, hopefully. The list that was requested. Thank you, Internet Forces. Appreciate it. We're back on good terms again. No more blocking you. All right. I'm handing it off to the lovable, friendly Spencer Israel. Thanks for tuning in. And again, have a great day. And remember, the Biotech Hour comes on at 2:30 and is not an hour. It is Biotech Buzz with Vivian. Her stocks are rocking. Please slam the like. Please stay here all day and tell your friends about us. Okay, we're not on the good terms yet. You're right, Internet Explorer. That's a good point. Later, Austin. Thanks for your support. And Spencer, are you here?
I am. I'm still here. How's it going?
Hey, how you doing?
Good, doing all right. So I just
how was your weekend?
Uneventful in every sense, forgettable in every sense. I won't remember last weekend in a month. I don't.
Oh, really?
Yeah, completely average in every way, shape, and form.
Did you get some sleep?
Yeah. Oh, actually, I did. I went out for breakfast because the restaurants are open now in Michigan, and that's like my thing.
So where'd you go for breakfast?
Just a place near me, but
okay, cool.
That's my thing on weekends, and I couldn't do it for like 3 months, but I did that. So, all right, just quick programming note: we would normally have Mossy Trades on with us right about now for Options Advantage, but don't actually know where Mossy is, so we are.
So, are you going to give the option trades then today?
No. I am not doing that. What I'm going to do instead, we have about 37 minutes until Biotech Buzz. So my plan is to just replay part of pre-market prep.
Well, you could do that. You could maybe potentially get if you replay a little bit of it. You could also potentially get her to come on a little bit earlier, so start at like 2:20 because she's had such a huge day today, Spencer. Such a huge day. But your call. I have to go to the zoo, so your call. You know what I mean?
All right, I'll see.
Yeah, I know. Oh, someone just did tell me though I should sell some CLSK. Wow. Yeah. Oh no, he's saying maybe I should keep it. I don't know what he's saying. This is a funny line. Can I just read you one, Spencer? Internet Enforcers. Him and I had look what he wrote. I prefer to keep our relationship equally hostile, but mutually rewarding. It's pretty funny. We like, when there's issues with the tech, he calls us out. Then he spells my name wrong half the time. So we have one of these things, just like you and I do.
How do you spell Jason wrong?
He spelled my last name wrong.
Oh, okay.
He did RES.
Oh. All right.
Yeah, so, hey, Spencer, did you read McCallan? He said, you guys need a push on YouTube. You still do not come up at the top of my page for financial live news. I'm guessing you're not advertising with Google. I don't know. So I don't know the reason, McCallan shenanigans, but Mitch is working on that.
Look, it comes down to tags and the algorithm, right? Like, I don't know what stuff you watch. I don't know what you're into, but maybe we just don't jive with the algo based on what you're into. I don't know.
Okay. Yeah.
How come we don't talk about IPOs that debut each day? We no reason. We should. Actually, that's a great idea, Matt Hammond. We should have a part of our stream dedicated to IPOs each day. Am I going to talk about ETFs? I mean, like I could, but like, what do you guys want to?
Yeah, Spencer, they want you to have an ETF show. So
I would love to do like an ETF show where I just bring on a guest each day and schmooze about ETFs. I could just talk like ETFs that I'm watching, ETFs that I own, some of that inside baseball stuff. I'm always down to talk ETFs, but I don't have anything particular planned for the next like half hour. Hence why I was going to replay the first half of pre-market prep, since not all of you, I'm sure, were watching us at 8 in the morning.
Yeah. And you guys got to turn on notifications. Maybe we have too many little clips we're doing, guys.
Yeah.
And we'll reduce, now that we're doing it this way, we're going to reduce the number of clips per show to max, maybe 2 or 3 max, never more than that. because we don't want to get you guys too much with the notifications.
Yeah, it's a little spammy, so we're trying to we're trying to find the balance, right? Like, what's the balance?
But Internet at Forrester's made a good point. You need more organic traffic that is off YouTube. YouTube traffic will come by virtue of your broadcast. So we need to link more from Benzinga.com.
That's right.
All right.
That's exactly right.
I'm gonna tell the video guys 2 or 3 max clips per show now.
Get Shubs on the horn. Tell him to put the YouTube in every article that he edits.
You're right, dude. You should be putting some. No, I'm not kidding. Because we need to get more organic. Because the 898. We should have 10,000 people live watching right now. 10,000. Okay. Put him on the payroll. Jerry, put who on the payroll?
Internet enforcer. I think is what he's saying.
Is that he's right? You know me, Spencer. No pronouns. The clarity from Jerry wasn't what I needed there. But all right.
Fired, Jerry. You're fired.
Jerry, you're fired. You didn't give me clarity there. So all right. Spencer wants to kick me out the door. So.
All right. See you, Rez.
All right. I see you. Bye-bye.
Okay. I guess we can talk ETFs for a few minutes, since again, my only plan here was to replay the first half of this morning's pre-market prep. But hey, what the hell? Let's talk some ETFs. So ICLN or TAN. I almost bought ICLN last year when I was doing a bunch of it's basically just redoing my portfolio. And I did. That was one I considered. I didn't end up pulling the trigger, but let's look at it. Let's look at ICL, and I haven't looked at it for a while. This is the iShares Global Clean Energy Fund. Actually, I'll be honest. This may be a little bit embarrassing. Let me actually pull up my portfolio, because I don't make a ton of trades, so I don't always remember what I own and what I don't own. So let me just confirm that I don't own this before I start talking about it, because that would be really embarrassing if I did own it and had no idea. So let me just do that right now. Hop into the Fidelity app. I'd be pretty surprised if I owned this one, but I know it was on my list. So here we go. Fidelity positions. No, I do not own ICLN, but it was on my radar last spring. Let's look at it. I'm going to go again. Free advertising. ETFDB.com. I'm going to go there right now, because that's sort of my home base for ETFs. And I'll pull up the chart in Benzinga Pro as well. So okay, actually let's look at the chart first, because I don't really know. It's not that I let performance do the talking, but I like having some idea, right, of what I'm looking at here. At least how hot or not hot is the is the trade. So okay. Like most emerging technology, emerging industry things, it's on fire. I would be curious to see how that compares to TAN. Let's do that right now. Let's just compare this to TAN, because TAN is just a beast. Yeah, I mean that's not a fair comparison. TAN was I think one of the best performing ETFs, non-leverage ETFs on the market last year. So that's not fair to iClean, but still, how can you complain about this is 2020? How can you complain about 162% performance since the start of last year? You really can't, right? So okay, let's go back and look under the hood a little bit at ICLN. Clean energy, we know that. Let's look at the holdings. Let's go back here. Okay, so really, I'm sure very similar to TAN, right? Enphase Energy. First Solar, see a bunch of names that ring a bell. Plug Power. So I'm sure this is responsible for much of that outperformance, right? Plug Power has been one of the top performing stocks for the last year or so. That's the other thing, is you always want to kind of pay attention to how often a fund rebalances, because in between those rebalances, if one name catches fire, it could take up a larger part of the pie. GameStop is a great example. GameStop, I think, at its peak was like 5% of the XRT, the State Street's retail ETF. It was like GameStop was like 5%, because it went from 5 to 500. So you got to pay attention to those rebalancing cycles and how frequent or infrequent they are. Most ETFs I think I want to say a quarterly or monthly. You get the occasional big index rebalance that happens annually, but I would say most are probably monthly or quarterly. Okay, so back to ICLN. No real surprises as far as the top 10 holdings are concerned. Again, highly concentrated, to be expected. Only really a couple of industries here. So technology and utilities. That's again not a surprise. Okay. Okay, this is interesting. And I look at country breakdown really again because it comes down to knowing what you own, right? So like if someone were to ask you, hey, how much emerging market exposure do you have? It's good to have some kind of idea, right? It's good to not say I have no idea how much emerging market exposure I have. So again, I'm not going to let any one of these things dictate whether I'm going to buy or sell, but it really comes down to like paying attention and just knowing what the hell is in your portfolio and what the hell is in the funds that you own. So okay, no real surprise. Again, U.S. largest country that the fund has exposure to, but pretty well diversified. So that's definitely a positive check mark for me if I were looking at this fund. What else do I want to see? ESG, I'm sure it's very highly ranked on this is all subjective. That's kind of the problem with ESG, right? Is it's so subjective. There's no one correct way to define ESG, which has been the biggest criticism of the theme. And so it really just depends what do you want, right? Do you want a fund that specifically targets solar power and clean energy, or do you want a fund that excludes the bad stuff, right? Do you want a fund that excludes ExxonMobil and excludes the cigarette makers and excludes any bad offenders? There's really no right way, right? It's a personal preference. It's a personal choice. So that's kind of the issue with ESG is there's no one definition of it, and that lack of overarching clarity can really affect how your funds perform. So just kind of pay attention to that. So yeah, like I said, I thought about buying this fund. I didn't buy it, but I like this kind of stuff. I like emerging tech themes. And I talked about this on SPAC Attack with Chris Kachi. Right now, emerging technology, emerging industries, it's hot. It's hot. And so it's not a surprise if you've bought any of these emerging not emerging market, but just emerging technology, emerging industry funds or stocks in the last year, you're probably up a lot. And that's great. And I'm in the same boat. It's not going to be that way forever, but for the moment it is. So, okay, let's do this. iClean is probably one of the larger ESG ETFs by assets, but let's actually find out how true that is. So let's go here and see if we can do this. Man, ETFDB should pay me for the amount of exposure I'm giving them. Where do I want to find this? 1 second. I'm just gonna stop sharing my screen so I can find what I want to find, which is that. Then I'll get to some questions from the chat. Here we go. This is just a list, man. I don't want this. Okay, here's what I'll do. We'll go back to the screener, and we'll go down here. We'll go to attributes, and we'll go to ESG score, or we'll go to ESG scores. There we go. And we'll just do funds that, according to ETFDB's ESG rubric, whatever, are in the top, 30%, whatever. Okay. So this is we gotta get more specific. It's gonna have all broad funds in there. So let's go top 20% or anything above an 8. Okay. So this is AUM. Let's narrow it down even more. Let's go just 9 and above. Top ESG funds, rated 9 and Close enough. 9 and above. All right. Here we go. That's interesting. That I don't see any pure play. Here, let's try it again. Let me just reset because I didn't see any pure play ESG funds on there. I just go like, that's good. Interesting. See, according to this is what I was saying, how subjective it is. According to, ETF database ESG score. I mean, the funds with the highest ESG scores they're not even like funds that have that name, right? Like the MSCI Norway ETF is here, right? So is the Denmark one. I see. So I see a lot of Scandinavia, and this is exactly my point. Is ESG is so subjective that you kind of have to almost know what you're looking for, or you could just Google like top ESG funds. TAN is on that list. ICLN's on that list. There's a bunch of them, but yeah, I mean, just it's so subjective. All right, let's go back to the chat and just see what you guys are talking about. What are my top ETFs? See, I don't look at it that way, right? I don't look at it as like a top ETF. I'll tell you what I own if that interests you. I own KWeb. I talked about last week. I own ARKW. I've mentioned that before. It's one of the ARK Invest funds. All right, let's do this. I own Cyber. I own CIBR. So let's look at Cyber, and I'll kind of show you why I ended up buying Cyber versus like Hack. Hack is, I believe, the largest cybersecurity ETF, or at least it was. Oh, it's not anymore. Cyber is past it, as you can see. Let's just go to the Cyber page. So, all right. So what happened was, this is my thought process. I decided I wanted some cybersecurity exposure. That's just what I wanted. I just believe in like the long-term saliency of that business. It's not going to go away. It's only going to become more of a threat. Every time there's a hack for the last few years, I thought I really should own something related to that. There was that big data breach a couple of months ago. And so, yeah, I just believe cybersecurity is going to be an ever-present part of our lives. And so I decided I want some exposure. So maybe what I should do is go back to the screener tool and see if I can get some cybersecurity. Let's do this. This is a spoiler alert. All I do is Google everything. Cybersecurity. That's where most of my research starts, is with Google. I'm not even lying to you. Let me see if I can find. Let me see if I can find ETFDB. Nah. I'll even go back into the screener and do it manually. So let's just do this. Let's just do equity. Let's do technology sector. And let's just do cybersecurity that way. So technology, we'll do internet, technology broad. Should work, right? This should work. This is going to be a little bit too broad. Yeah. So what ended up happening is I found there was like a couple of ETFs. There was like Hack, there's CIBR, and I wish I could get it for you right now so you can see exactly what I saw when I first was doing research into this. I probably just did a Google search, if I'm being honest with you. So there's your CIBR. It is one of the larger tech ETFs. Wow, by assets. That's pretty surprising. It's like in the top 15. That's interesting. Anyway, let's just go to overall returns. Just not to paint my decision, just to kind of get a feel for what's super hot, because I'm inclined not to chase something that's super hot. Like if I see, all right, the top one is a leverage fund. That's not fair. Let's get rid of the leverage. I don't even want to mess with that, because leverage funds are not for investing. Leverage funds are for trading, and I don't want any of that in here. I'm inclined not to chase, the hottest ETF. I'd rather get like the third or fourth or the fifth hottest ETF, because if I'm chasing the hottest one, it makes me feel like exactly that I'm chasing. So, obviously, most of these funds are up because tech is hot, and that's exactly what you're seeing here. Wow, CIBR is actually not anywhere near the top. All right, this is just year to date. That doesn't make me feel like that horrible. The year is like a month and a half old, so whatever. So all right, let's go back to here. So Hack is here, so CIBR should somewhere around there. Let's do an actual side by side comparison of Hack and CIBR, which I believe are the two largest cybersecurity ETFs. And this is a really good tool. So interesting. So expense ratio is exactly the same. That interests me because Hack was this one on the right. This was the first cybersecurity ETF. It was launched, I believe, in 2012. It was launched right before the Sony hack, if you remember that. So right when the Sony hack went down, a ton of money just started flying into Hack because it was the only ETF that gave you exposure to this theme. So for years and years, Hack was the largest cybersecurity ETF by assets. It's been overtaken by CIBR, I think, in the last year. Okay, so 2014. So it was like the Sony hack was when, 2015, somewhere around there, and then this started trading right before that. So it was very fortuitous timing for those guys. Okay, so again, just expense ratio is pretty much the same. Not really a lot to go off of there. Holdings. Let's take a look at that. So CIBR is a slightly smaller fund. It's got only 41 holdings compared to Hack's 62. A little bit less diversified though, right? Because you see Hack has just 28% of its fund is in the top 10 of its assets. I didn't explain that well. The top 10 components in Hack make up 28% of its fund compared to 46% of cyber. So cyber is much more concentrated at the top of the fund, which, again, just something to be mindful of. Top 15 is kind of the same story. There we go. Top 50, whatever. And here's all the holdings. So, I mean, no surprise, right? Reflecting what we just saw, CrowdStrike takes up 7.5% of cyber, and there is no stock in Hack that takes up even 4%, right? So you've got more concentration at the top of the portfolio. And again, I'm doing this so I don't have to pick stocks, right? Because I don't want to pick stocks. I don't want to have to compare CrowdStrike to Zscaler, to Splunk, to FireEye, and have to in Palo Alto and Fortinet and look at all these cybersecurity firms and figure out who is going to be the best one, because I don't freaking know who's going to be the best one, and nor do I really care. I just want I trust the market will figure it out for me, right? I trust that if I own all of them, then I'm guaranteed to have a winner, right? That's kind of my logic. If my thesis holds and cybersecurity is my bullish idea on cybersecurity is right, and these companies do appreciate in value, then I'm going to be a winner too. That's the point. Rather than just throw all my eggs in the Zscaler basket and call it a day, or the CyberArk basket and call it a day. And I want to own all of them. So it's just a different weighting to each one, as you can see. Let's go back to the top here. Performance. This is interesting. Always fun to see how their performance diverges. So yeah, cyber's actually underperformed. That could have to do with the diversification. Like I said, Hack is more diversified. So yeah, that doesn't make me feel great. Slightly higher beta, but pretty much the same. Whatever. PE ratio on cyber is a smidge lower. Again, it's as long as you're in the same ballpark. Like, it'd be one thing if Hack had a PE ratio of like 2, right? And cyber had a PE ratio of 26. That'd be a different ballgame entirely. But 26, 28, basically the same. Cyber also has what was I doing here? Why did I end up picking cyber? It's underperformed. It's got a smaller dividend. What was I thinking? Why did I do this? I don't understand why I did this. Gosh, I don't know. hindsight 2020, right? All right. So anyway, for whatever reason, last year I picked cyber over hack. If I had picked the other one, I would be doing a little better. Oops. Oh well. All right. What else we got? And someone is saying, of all the ARK ETFs that I'm in, of all the ARK ETFs, I'm in the one with the most crossover to cyber. Well, I own ARKW. That's the one that I own. I don't own ARKK. I own ARKW. And I bought ARKW because I did not want the biotech exposure. Because I bought the IBB instead, right? I figured, like, why trust Kathy Wood? Why trust ARK to pick me a biotech winner when I can just own the largest biotech fund? And that's what I did. So, that was basically my logic. I was looking at the ARK funds last year, and that's one of the things that factored into why I own ARKW and not ARKK or ARKF or one of the other ones. We'll have Biotech Buzz in about 13 minutes. I'm actually surprised at how long I'm kind of rambling here. I guess while I'm here, might as well finish up the ETFs that I own. So I bought the SPAC ETF recently. I couldn't help myself. SPCX is the ticker on that. I don't even look at it. I have no idea what it's doing. I'll be honest with you, I don't even know what's in it. I really don't. I really don't. Let's look at it right now. Sort of breaking my own rules here. Oh, look at that. Holdings are not available because it's so new. I just knew that I wanted it on the SPAC trade, but I don't want to, again, pick the winners. And so this is an actively managed ETF that owns pre and post merger SPACs. So there's not a lot of data here. You see inception right there, December 16th. So it's a very new fund. I've actually interviewed Matt Tuttle before. Nice guy. But again, I wanted an ETF that had pre and post merger SPACs. So this has that. But again, this to me is more of like a swing trade. I don't intend to hold that ETF forever. But at least while SPACs are hot, why the hell shouldn't I participate? What else do I own? 5G, FIVG is one. This is coming to the end here of my ETF list that I own. Again, same story as cybersecurity. You're seeing a theme here. I'm obviously heavily concentrated on technology. That may not be what's right for you. But again, I would also repeat what I said the other day, in that 60% of my portfolio, my taxable fidelity count, 60% is VOO and VEU. The remaining 40% is split up amongst 20 or so holdings. So I don't own too much of any one thing. So yes, well, I do own a bunch of tech ETFs. No single ETF takes up more than 5% of my portfolio. So I'm always going to be diversified in that way. Anyway, 5G, same story. It's the same reason I own ARKW, same reason I own Cyber, same reason I own KWeb, the Chinese internet ETF. It's 5G. I'm just bullish on the investment, right? I'm bullish on the theme. There are a number of 5G ETFs out there. Let's just look at this one real quickly, and they're not all called that. Again, you have to look beyond the name. Like, just because it's called, or just because the ticker is FIVG and it's called the Next Gen Connectivity, don't be fooled by the name, everyone. You got to actually look at what's in the fund. I know I kind of contradicted myself just now with that SPAC thing, but that's kind of an exception. I mean, there's like 2 SPAC ETFs out there, and this one is brand new, and it's the only one that's actively managed. But if you're gonna, buy like a passive ETF, don't think the name tells the whole story, because it certainly does not. Let's look at this holdings here. Again, all familiar names: NXPI, Analog Devices, Xilinx, Qualcomm, Skyworks Solutions, AT&T, all stuff that I would expect to own with a 5G fund. Expense ratio, again, 0.3%. So basically, when I look at this, I just want to make sure that it's not crazy high, right? I just want to know that I'm not getting like massively ripped off. Like an expense ratio that's above like, I don't know, what 1% is exorbitant, right? That would give me pause. I just want to make sure that it's not an exorbitantly high ratios. So 0.3% expense ratio, that's fine. Again, it's within the realm of normalcy for these types of ETFs. Fund flows always interest me. Super into this stuff. Wow, a lot of inflows, a lot of people buying this fund. That's interesting. So I bought a 5G, probably around April, May of last year. Yeah, wow. All right, a lot of people are on my side, which I guess is good to see. I don't really know what the fund has done performance-wise. I know it's done well. Let's get rid of its hand there. All right, there we go. So, from the bottom, from the COVID bottom, it's doubled. So I'll take that in 9 months, but I don't intend to sell it. So that's why I don't really know what the fund has done here. What else are you guys talking about? Let's see. Some of you disagree with me on which ARK fund to own. That's totally fine. They're all active, and they're all hot. So there really is not much difference. Yeah, Samuel, great idea. I'm going to find the CEO of either ETF.com, which I think just got bought today, or ETFDB, and I do want to get their insights because it's a really, really, really fascinating space. There's a lot happening. If you're into this stuff, I want to tell you who I follow. So my top ETF Twitter follow is a guy named Eric Balchunas. He works for Bloomberg. He is an ETF, and I'll put the link to his Twitter profile in the chat here. He is like the guy, or one of the guys, for ETF knowledge. He tweets like all these cool stats about flows, about volume, about assets under management, which providers are hot, which are not. New funds that are closing. He's got a good podcast as well, so I highly recommend Eric Balchunas. Who else do I? Dave Nadig. I'll put him in there as well. He's another really good Twitter follow. There we go. Those are two that stick out to me. So 225. We'll have I'm blanking on Biotech Buzz. Jeez, we'll have Biotech Buzz with Vivi on in 5 minutes. Don't worry, I didn't forget. Unless she's ready, and I'll bring her on a couple minutes early. But let's just do a couple more. You want Vivi? Yeah, all right. I get it. You want Vivi. I know you don't want to hear me drone. Let me just do one more. Let me just go through one more sweep here. Nerd. Okay, that's interesting. Nerd. I almost bought Nerd. I ended up buying ESPO. So ESPO, I think, is the last one that I haven't mentioned yet that I do own. And again, I switched because it came down to what the funds owned. And I did consult a buddy of mine who is much more of a gamer. I'm not really a gamer, much more of a gamer than I am. And he knows these companies a little bit better. And he said, dude, you want to own the companies in ESPO more than you want to own the companies in Nerd. They do very simply do the exact same thing. Basically, let's just do a quick comparison so we can look at ESPO and Nerd. I was gonna buy Nerd, and then I got talked out of it. I probably wanted to buy Nerd because it was just a smidge cheaper. That's the God's honest truth. It was a smidge cheaper. And my buddy said, nope, look at what they own. I like the companies in ESPO a lot better. So that's what I did. And so here are those top holdings from each of those funds. You can see outside of the usual suspects of ATVI and Tencent. There's a lot of discrepancy, right? ESPO is 6% to AMD. You know, AMD is not anywhere near the top of Nerd. Nvidia too, for that matter. So it comes down to knowing what you own, and I wish I could say I have any like real reason, but the truth is I got talked into this by a buddy of mine who knows the space better than I, and he said go with ESPO, so that's what I did. Okay, you've had enough of that. I've had enough of that. Let's go to Biotech Buzz. Vivi Biotech _SD is her Twitter handle. We'll bring her on right about now. Vivi, how's it going?
Hi, Spencer. Hi, everyone.
How's your
Can
weekend?
you guys hear me?
We hear you. We see you. Share your screen if you want so we can see what you're looking at. But how's it going?
Good. Yeah. My picks are on fire today, so I can't complain.
Okay. Well, if they weren't on fire, would you complain then, or would you just say, "I'll wait till tomorrow"?
Yeah. I mean, you gotta trust what you hold, right?
Exactly. You gotta trust yourself. Trust yourself.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
What's on the radar today, or what's on the
So
schedule?
I just wanted to tell you guys what the schedule is gonna be today. Just to help everybody on the format. I'm gonna talk to you guys what I'm holding right now. Then we're gonna talk about any things that are excited in the market that we seen, and then I'm gonna go ahead and go through Q&A with you guys as well. So taking to the floor, how you guys, everyone doing? So first off, I want to talk to you guys about some of my picks. Told you guys last week on Friday about an SPR. It's killing it right now. I at $1.06. I am still holding this. I think it is going to be a multi-day runner for sure. And the reason I'm very, very excited about it, this company is a stent. They are doing studies in US, and usually device studies don't take it as long, so we should be coming up with some news. But it's approved all over the world, and they're Israeli company. And the reason it makes me very, very excited about this company that I'll definitely hold some long term is that
I'm sorry. What was the ticker on that, Vivi?
NSPR.
NSPR. Okay, I'm gonna pull the chart up right now so people can see what you're talking about. There we go.
Yeah, I'm on a minute chart right now watching. By the way, somebody was making fun of my Weibo chart. I like it, guys. I have a trading view. Is always loading. I have a think and swim, but I really like my colorful Weibo chart. I have them right now on my screen. So an SPR. So we are waiting on studies from the USA. And the reason I'm very, very bullish here is Dr. Gary Rubin. So if you guys want to do a Google search on him, Rubin, Gary, Roubin. He's the pioneer of a stent. He is an interventional cardiologist, and he joined the board of directors in last October. And Inspire MD, this company, offered him an inside offer to be purchased. So he purchased 400,000 shares of this company. So my second pick here that is doing really, really well too, you guys, is BCRX. So the reason I'm still very bullish here is that it's not just the drug that they're launching for HAE that I think will pull at least $500 million in sales. And we're waiting for approval still in Europe. It's not even that, it's not even caveat. I think the icing on the cake is that they own Factor D pipeline, and that Factor D pipeline is potentially going to have drugs, all rare diseases. And one of the lead drugs is PNH, which is a rare disease, and Alexion, ALXN, got bought out just because of the Factor D pipeline 2 or 3 months ago. So BCRX, guys, it's a long-term hold. I think we're gonna get bought out one day. And not to even say we have a big hedge funds that are behind this company as well. We have Alex Danner from Sarisa Investment that own piece of the BCRX. And this guy sells companies. He used to own ALXN as well. Now, the next one that I want to talk to you guys about it, if you guys did your own DD and bought some as we were speaking, is KMPH. Spencer, can you put KMPH on? So look at this, guys. It's at $9. There's still huge potential. I think we can see easily double digits by the time we have the FDA. And somebody on Twitter was challenging me saying, oh, it's just Ritalin or it's just Adderall. Actually, it's not. So a lot of these stimulants they don't work as fast. Like, for example, Concerta is one of the big stimulants out there, and it works within 2 hours. So the only really one that was working as fast, it was Focalin XR. But the problem with the Focalin XR, which the drug that they're coming out is a pro-drug of a Focalin XR. So they take the molecule Focalin XR and they tweak it and they make it's the same molecule, but they kind of do the isomer, and they divided the isomers of the molecule and make it into more of a less side effect and more potency. So the caveat is that with the KMPH, they are making this into not only short acting, but also long acting. So it's gonna give you that relief up to 12 hours. And the problem with the Focalin XR is it worked quickly, but you could not have the longer acting effect. So a lot of the doctors would have to prescribe a BID twice a day, and the insurance companies are not covering. So patients are doing out of pocket with that medication. Also, not only that, is you can sprinkle on food, so it's easy to swallow, and it has less insomnia and it has less loss of appetite. And a friend of mine was pointing it out that there is a huge documentary on Netflix that talks about the Adderall abuse. So this one you cannot snort either. So a lot of the specialists are going after the Adderall population because this is going to be a drug that has less potential for abuse. So it's a low flow, so means it's you don't need a lot of volume to push the price up. So I expect that we're going to see a little nice and short squeeze into March 2nd. And like everybody says, everybody has their own risk tolerance. It all depends how much you hold and how big your portfolio is. I'm holding full. Some of the investors kind of convinced me because it's a pro drug of an already approved drug. I really doubted that we're going to have any issues approving this medication. So I'm holding full. PDUFA is March 2nd. And so that is one of my picks. If you guys purchased it on Friday, how much is up today? So let me just see. I checked what the percentage change. Spencer, do you know what the percentage change is today? Let me see. Wow, it's up 25% in one day, you guys. So hopefully you guys caught that one. So another one long that I'm doing, if you guys can put on the screen, is ANTX. So again, for those that have N as an Nancy, for those that have not had the opportunity to hear me speak, the reason I'm really bullish, ATNX, I'm sorry. The reason I'm really bullish about this company is one, Percepted Advisors, you guys. ATNX, guys, I'm so sorry. ATNX. Gotta fix the screen. The reason I'm really bullish here is they already have an approved drug. So when you already have they have a cream, but when you already have an approved drug that's bringing in capital, I consider the stock already de-risked, right? Because it's not one hit wonder. So they have an approved already cream, and they're coming up with a Taxol, which used to be very used to create a lot of neuropathy, and physicians don't like to use that for breast cancer, but has good efficacy. So they're coming up with the oral version of that +1. So not only they have a great efficacy, but they have some very, very little side effects. And you can take, the medication, that chemo, right from the comfort of your home. So PDUFA date on this one, guys, is February 28th. So, and another one of my holds that I talked to you guys about, and that was Travina, TRVN. And it's up almost 9% today. Also, I would consider this investment de-risked because we already have an approved drug. And the reason I'm completely bullish with this one, it's top 10 on my IRA, is that because for the first time we have an alternative to morphine. So there's a lot of shortage at the hospitals for morphines. I talk to nurses and doctors and everybody complains. So that's why I think the FDA saw a niche. And the funny thing is, this company got a complete response letter, what they call CRL, a year previously, because FDA wanted to make sure that there was some safety. And if there were any problems with the QT prolongation, and the company came through, did some additional studies, and they were, able to prove that that was a safe drug and has less nausea as well. So there's a lot of patients that go into the hospital settings and cannot tolerate that kind of drug. So they're launching the product right now. I'm very, very bullish. I even got $3 calls for June. I think that this is just the beginning, so I'm holding full here. Another one that I wanted to talk to you guys about it is AUPH. So AUPH. Another one that I would consider de-risked because it's been approved and is approved for lupus nephritis. And I guess 30 to 40% of the patients that have a lupus nephritis, and the efficacy is amazing. The data is amazing. They just got approved. So so they're launching their sales. I do believe this company is going to end up being bought out one day. So I'm holding, just like PCRX, just like TRVN, just like KMPH, I'm holding for a buyout. So I believe this is another good buyout candidate. So it doesn't matter for me as long as it takes. I usually put these companies on my IRA, so I don't have to be bothered by the fluctuation of the prices on these. So let me see what else I am holding. I can tell you guys. So we cover an SP. So let me just give you a second. Let me just see my account here. I'm holding also long PPBT. So PPBT, purple. They used to be called KTOV company.
I'm sorry. What's the ticker
it's
on that?
PBBT. PP and PPB.
I am having some kind of
Purple Biotech. PPBT. Purple Biotech.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's up 43% today. Woo! Also, they're a very promising company. I think they're gonna find cures for cancer. I'm holding long an account. If you guys are interested, I'll go do a deep dive next time I have a call here with everyone. And so let me see if I'm just losing anything. Let me see here. Now, remember, Spence, I talked to you guys about WWR and the graffiti, how, sorry, but it was some of the stocks I was talking on Friday, how Tesla is going to need all these semi-metals and metals, for their cars and their batteries. And remember how I talked to you guys about WWR? Remember, Spencer?
I do. I was there. Yep.
Yeah, it's huge today. To see, it's another winner.
So is that are you gonna sell this now?
No, I was just gonna tell you guys, look at today, on Friday. So that's one of the tickers that I mentioned to you guys.
I don't remember when you said you got in.
It was last Friday. It was last Friday when I was telling. I think I've been playing it out of the stock, but I've been telling my followers that they're going to end up needing to raise money. So I had calls. I had 100 contracts. I sold 80 contracts today of this company because you
sold most of it. So
and most of my contracts, I capped some shares. But they're gonna be, there's a huge future, but I think gonna end up having not healthy. I think they're gonna end up having to raise capital. Another one that I want to talk to you guys that I think that's gonna be huge is RLFTF, and we're waiting on news. So Relief Therapeutics have this drug for COVID. And the reason I'm very, very bullish is that they changed the design of the study a few months back from ventilators death to out of the ventilator. So these patients are coming out of ventilators within 5 days and going home. And we're waiting on the release data for phase 3. And what is interesting here, because somebody was asking me about SPACs, right? So this company is together with another SPAC, which is BPRA. And this BPRA is gonna own 50% of the sale. So there is NeuroRx. So BPRA is gonna merge it with the NeuroRx. So check the difference in price, Spencer. It's crazy. It's very low float, BPRA.
BPRA.
Yeah.
We don't even have that in our system. That's not a good sign.
No, you don't? Okay, now how about, I'm sorry, BRPA.
Oh, BRPA. We may have that. Yeah, that one, yeah, Big Rock. Yeah, we got those guys. All right.
Yeah, so those guys are merging with the Relief Therapeutics. No, I'm sorry. These guys are merging with the NeuroRx. NeuroRx holds 50% of the sales of a Relief Therapeutic new drug. And the reason is Relief is so cheap is because the float is huge. So it's $1 billion float. So the market cap is still very high. And believe it or not, BRPA has a smaller market cap than Relief the last time I checked. So both companies, either one you buy, there's gonna come in with the same end result. They all going after the data results for this new COVID medication. And this medication, you guys, is a life-changing medication. So I'm very, very, very bullish on this one. So I also wanted to talk to you guys, place stickers in chat. Okay. I also want to talk to you guys because there's a huge talk on market right now. What is the name of the stock that we just had a huge SCNG? So let me see. It's OCGM. I want to talk about OCGM. What is going on here, you guys? Look at this. I was not part of it. I wish. But the reason this went up so much is, Spencer, have you been following this or no?
Yes, actually, I have. This is a bit of an unusual situation.
Very unusual. So I think every biotech company should be smart next time they do offering, right?
Well, it wasn't so much that they did it, that it was that they priced it above where the stock is, which I don't think I haven't seen that happen too often.
So they found an investor that was willing to pay $2 above current price on Friday. And so if that investor is willing to pay, over 20% of, the price that the stock is currently trading, they're very bullish, right? So everybody jump on a bandwagon with them. And I think they're partnering up with a really focused on vaccine company also in India. But I was not part of that fun. Were you, Spencer?
I'm never part of the fun.
I wasn't, but I have a lot of friends that capitalize on this one for sure.
Wait, EK is asking, why would investors pay a premium? That is a great question.
Why would the investor pay a premium?
Yeah, why would they pay up for the stock? I don't know.
I think what they would is because they see a potential. So let's assume like Inspire MD, you know, like the company I was telling you, like if somebody sees, wow, this company market cap is less than 100 million, and with the new stance, it's going to be at least 100 million, you know, and somebody's offering a higher price, they probably wanted to say, hey, I want to be part of this right now because I know this is going to be future. And two, maybe they want to help the company, be able to raise the price up. Because you can on the open market, they could have just gotten 3 million shares on the open market and be done with. So it's very interesting situation. Those guys out of that company are good salespeople, right, Spencer?
Yeah, I mean that's certainly one explanation, right? Is either they're really good salespeople or someone knows something that the rest of us don't. But,
yes.
Yeah, it's completely normal for a company. It's expected for a company to want to issue shares and raise money because they have to fund their research. But
does it justify though at $15 right now? I feel like people are just completely pushing the price up and it's squeezing this the shorts out of the stock. I don't know who is chasing at $15 a share. I really don't.
Well, forget 15. What about the people who bought it at 18 this morning?
Yes. No, it's craziness.
Go to 15-minute chart. What was the high of the day? Like $18?
Yeah, look at that. Yeah, almost. Yeah, that's craziness. I never chase the stocks. I've lost my share of there's I tell people don't ever buy into FOMO. There's always going to be the next FOMO where you're going to be able to buy low and sell really, really high. So don't get FOMO, you guys. You can lose all your money with FOMO. Now, do we have any questions today at all, Spencer?
Yes, we have many questions, and yep, Zippity is right. FOMO is exactly right. FOMO is an epidemic in investing and trading. Okay, what are some questions from the chat? What do you feel about SGMO?
I used to have that. I think they're very good potential, but I got tired of trading this and not seeing this move for many months. If you see the chart here, even if you see in a yearly chart last year, like I was just tired of it. So I was carrying a bag. It was like I bought it, I think, at $19, and but there's a huge potential. I just lost my patience. Maybe it's time for me to dig a little deeper and looking into this company again. But I liked what I saw, a couple years back for sure.
Man, questions are flying now. Let me try to keep up. Oh man, what about? Do you know CYCC? You know that one?
No, I'm not familiar with that one. CYCC.
Cyclacel.
Yeah, no, I'm not. You guys, I'll take a note. I'll try to dig in on that one for you guys.
All right, SNDL. Did you not mention this last week?
I did. I'm still holding that. It's annoying. It's barcoding right now. Oh, it got a little better. It was barcoding the last day. So wow. Okay, 119. I'm still holding. I mean, with legalization of marijuana, right? This is off topic. I am not holding this company forever, but I'm definitely leaving a little bit for the summer because I think summer, a lot of the weed stocks are going to do well. KERN is another one, Hexo, HEXO, and then SNDL. But I'm definitely holding some for the summer just to see what happens with, a lot of the legislators are trying to make it legal across the nation. So I think it will help.
Please say something about SENS. Please.
Yes. I am holding SENS. So this is a funny story. I bought SENS 4 years ago, okay, for $3, and completely went down to the tank, like to to 50 cents, 60 cents. I don't even know. I don't even remember. So I like the fact that I like this company is that for people who don't know Roche is big in diagnostics. You know, Roche is part of Genentech. And Roche owns 11 million shares of this company. And they have a monitor. You know how kids put their glucose monitor into their arms? And this one lasts up to 180 days, which is amazing. So I finally decided to go back in because I see the potential. I bought a $2 calls for July. So let me tell you guys, my calls right now are printing. It's, let me see what my calls are doing right now. I am up $6,000 on my calls, 100,000%. So, and it's a $2 calls to July. We're going to see more news, more approval in July. I'm definitely holding this one, guys. I feel like this time we're going to do well on it. And I'm holding long. Another one that I lost, completely got smoked. And I know they have changed and I'm looking into buy again is TRXC. So they are they're changing the way they're doing their robotics. They're start leasing to, and the company has completely revamped themselves. And so bought it too early 5 years ago. Like I told you guys, you go through reverse splits. Next thing you know, it tanks to 50 cents and you lost a lot of it. So that's why I'm not holding these companies without trading in and out of them. But that's the one that I feel like it's finally got their stuff together and we're going to do well. Any other questions?
Yeah. Do you ever mess with ETFs? Like someone mentioned the IBBJ, which is not, I own the IBB. I do not own the IBBJ. I've never even looked at the IBBJ. This is one of the newer ones, right? Yeah.
No, I know IBB. I never heard of a IBBJ. I have some RK. I have some funds in, and Kathy. I tried to take some of my profits and put some in the ETF for long term. Have not heard of this one. So Junior Biotechnology, I kind of like this.
I think what they did is they took they made like a junior QQQ and they took like the NASDAQ, like the NASDAQ 100 through like the 101 through 200, and they did the same thing I think with the biotech. So they took like not the largest names, like the names right below those guys, those names. I think
AstraZeneca, Roche, Genentech, Gilead.
I could be wrong. I don't know. Well, let's do some more individual stocks. Somebody asked OPGN. Didn't we discuss this already?
No, that was OC. Remember? No, I have not heard of this one, you guys. I will take a look.
And then someone had asked, we had already discussed a few of these. KMPH, we talked about that. George,
yes.
Rewind like 15 minutes and you'll get it. Do you know DTIL? Do you know that one?
Never heard of this one.
It's Precision Biosciences?
No, I have not heard of this one.
What about, let's see if I can get a few more here from our chat. Dare. That's a great ticker.
Yeah, I heard of this name. One thing that I wanted to talking about is, I really Beam is those one of those gene companies. I would love to get into that technology. I think that's going to be the future. But I don't own. I heard of Dare, but I do not know what the background is. But I like the name. I can definitely take a look.
And here's one that I'm sure you have at least heard of. Wait, where was it?
Which one?
The chat goes so fast, I don't even know. Cara, CARA. I'm sure you've heard of that.
Oh, Cara is a great company. It's a great company. I'm very bullish on this company, but you guys, I can't own them all, right? If I own all these companies, I will have 100% of my portfolio just biotech. So I would become Vivi's.
What's wrong with that? What's wrong with that?
There's a lot of risk. I told you guys. So I post on Twitter and to show people that only 25% of the companies make it to phase 3. So it's 3 out of 10 companies will make to phase 3. So biotech is a risky business. So you need to know how to take advantage and how to trade and invest in biotech. But yeah, Cara is a good company for sure. No doubts.
How does VV find companies to research?
Yeah, that was a question on my Twitter a lot too. And guys, I try as much as I can to return the DMs, but I get a lot of DMs about this. I've definitely like Twitter as an avenue to find new tickers, because people say, hey, have you looked into this and that? But I really like Biopharma Catalyst, because Biopharma Catalyst is telling you exactly what catalysts are going to come. So it's going to be like phase 1 readout, phase 2 readout, phase 3, readout, and now it's PDUFA date. So I definitely use a Biopharma Catalyst to find my picks. So, just to know what's coming up. So ATNX, you guys, that is only $14 so far, $14. So analysts are targeting between 25 to 30 on ATNX. I found through Biopharma Catalyst, and I start digging, and then I'm like, wow, Perceptive Advisors own 13 million shares of this company. I gotta have it. So do we have any more questions?
Yeah, CRISPR. Do you know CRISPR? CRSP?
Yes, great company. I don't, but it's a great company for sure.
Yeah.
I would love to get into the CRISPR technology companies. I needed to buy some for sure.
Yeah. All right, a couple of minutes left, and then I'm gonna cede the floor to Chris Kachi, who's gonna share with us more stocks on his radar. Let's just do like 1 or 2 more here, Vivi.
Okay.
Let's do LPCN.
Okay, yeah.
LPCN?
I traded this company before. I have to remember what they had it. Don't they have a gel, testosterone gel, and they're in dispute with another company for that patent, for the commercialization rights of that company, if I'm not mistaken.
Don't ask me. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm like, yeah, there's better choices out there than this one.
Okay. Here, what do you want? What do you want more?
Okay.
TTOO.
TTO, I heard of that company. But I have not traded. I need to look into. I have a lot of people that tell me about this company. I'll definitely keep in mind the couple tickers that you guys gave me. So I'll do my research, and then I'll have the answer for you guys on my next show. How's that sound?
All right, Vivi, how can the people follow you?
It's a Biotech _SD. It's right there on my name, right? Does it show on a YouTube video? Yep. I put Vivi Biotech _SD.
I see it. All right, Vivi, thanks a lot for the insight.
You're welcome,
as always. Vivi Biotech _SD, as she just said, this has been our daily biotech show, the Biotech Buzz. Thanks a lot, Vivi.
You're welcome. Bye, you guys. Thanks for watching. Bye, Spencer.
Have a good one. All right. I'm going to bring Chris Kachi on in a few moments. In between now and then, I'm going to play for you the dulcet tones of the Benzinga YouTube channel. All right, I've got Chris Kachi here. We give him an hour every morning, and I guess that's like not enough time. One other thing I want to say before I bring Chris on is you may assume from this stream that Benzinga's got like a half dozen people. That's not the case. We've got over 100 employees, and the vast majority of them don't want to come on for some reason. So if you see anyone on Twitter from Benzinga, tweet at them and tell them to get on our channel and come on with me. I don't bite. I'm trying to tell people that I don't bite. Chris is one of the few people who's not afraid to join me here, so let's bring him on right now. Chris Kachi, you have more to say about the market, do you not?
I've always got stuff to say about the market, Spencer.
All right. Well, we give you an hour every morning. It's not enough. So between now and 3:30, when I'm going to be joined by Joel Elconin, let's shoot the breeze here. What's on your mind?
Yeah, so on Friday, Mitch and I talked Super Bowl commercials a little bit, and obviously Super Bowl was the big event this weekend.
Obviously.
A couple that I highlighted were GM, so General Motors, which they ran that commercial with Will Ferrell taking on Norway in the push for electric vehicles here in the U.S.
Yeah, everyone keeps mentioning that one, and I think I just may have missed it.
Yeah, it was in the first quarter, I believe.
All right.
So towards the start of the game.
I think I missed it. Oh well.
And then General Motors also ran a Edward Scissorhands style commercial for the Cadillac vehicle. So GM had a big presence for the Super Bowl, as they normally do, but I think it really showcased the push for electric and autonomous vehicles from the company. So shares were up today. Last I looked, up 4%. So again, I said this on Friday that I thought GM would be one of the winners from the Super Bowl. And it looks like the market, is at least receiving those commercials somewhat well here.
Yeah, the Edward Scissorhands commercial I remember is one of the few that actually stuck out. There really are only like a handful of commercials last night that I even remember, and the GM, the Edward Scissorhands or whatever the name was one that was one of those. What else stuck out to you?
Yeah, I can say that too. Not a lot stood out, and
not really.
Normally there's some funny commercials, and that was one of the trends this year. Was there going to be as many funny commercials as companies kind of look to do, social messages or, hit on the pandemic and stuff? A lot of companies sat out this Super Bowl and didn't run ads. So one that I talked about on Friday was Scott's Miracle Grow. So SMG, they ran a Super Bowl commercial, a lot of celebrities in it. Martha Stewart was one. So they had earnings last week, and as I said Friday, this is a company that used to be very seasonal. So as you can imagine, gardening big in the summer, but because of their division Hawthorne now that does indoor planting and hydroponics and is attached as a pick and shovel play for cannabis, they hit a profit for the first quarter for the first time in company history. That's a huge win, right? Because this company no longer now is going to have that down quarter. So this is a company having a lot of things going right for it with those earnings. And now this Super Bowl commercial, showing brand awareness of, you want to have those top products for your gardens, just like those celebrities in those commercials. So I think that's one that could pay off. We're spending the $5.5 million, may end up being worth it for a company like Scott's.
Is that what the final cost was for 30 seconds this year?
5.5 million was the last that I saw. I also saw 5.6 million at one point. So I think it kind of, teetered around that probably when people locked in, but that was the price that I saw.
Jeez. Unreal. All right. What else?
Another one that ran an ad that some people might not even know is publicly traded is Dexcom. So DXCM. This is a continuous glucose monitoring company.
Oh, that was one with Nick Jonas, right?
Yes. So they ran a commercial with Nick Jonas, and
that was good.
That one actually stood out to me because I like the concept of talking about, we've gone from gas-powered cars to electric vehicles. We've, the internet, all this technology growing, but we're still doing, finger pricks for blood monitoring for people with diabetes. And I think it really got the message across that their device, takes away from that and, has transformed the technology for that market. So I was impressed with that ad. I didn't even know that they were running one. This is a company I've followed for years. I missed out on the boat as this thing, soared over the last 10 years. But again, as we talk return on investment, to me, this commercial stood out as maybe, helping with brand awareness and getting the point out. And obviously having a celebrity, in the commercial helps always too.
Yeah, that one actually, that was one of those commercials that made me ask like out loud, like, is this real or is this just like stupid commercial marketing? But
yeah,
that was one that actually made me think a little bit for a second, which they don't all do. All right. That was it, right? Or unless there were more.
So that was it for commercials. And then the other thing that stood out for me was, Viacom CBS overall, right? So VIAC, the company that owns CBS now, and CBS aired the Super Bowl. What perfect timing for them to have the Super Bowl in February, and now they're launching their streaming platform, Paramount Plus, in March. So you saw several commercials, right? Highlighting, all their different TV shows, all their different, movies and stuff. So I think it was really strong brand awareness for them to get the timing down, in this competitive streaming market that they're now trying to gain more subscribers in.
I saw those as well, and I'm sorry, Viacom, CBS, Paramount, but unless even if Paramount Plus has exclusive rights to like every show on my all-time shows list, like I just can't do it. I can't subscribe, Chris, to one more platform. I'm fatigued. I have streaming fatigue.
Isn't it amazing? It's amazing that years ago, right, we wanted cable to unbundle. And now we're getting to the point where there's too many streaming plays and it's the same.
It's the same thing. I just can't do it. I'm subscribed to like 4 or 5. I don't even know how many anymore. The one that really pissed me off last night, the Uber Eats commercial. God, that made me mad. There was this whole commercial about buy local, right? Buy from your local convenience store, buy from your local mom and pop restaurant, your local bakery. And I was watching that and I thought, oh, this must be from like the SBA or some small business advocacy group. No, it's from Uber Eats, the company that takes a 30% cut of every transaction.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
I can speak firsthand on that. So before I came to Benzinga, I worked in restaurants. So I was a restaurant manager. Uber Eats was a platform we used. And at one point we dropped Uber Eats because the cut that they take is so steep that it wasn't worth it, right? But then we added Uber Eats back before the pandemic, and it definitely helped, right, to have that delivery platform during the pandemic. But at the end of the day, that cut that they take, you can't really. It surprised me that was the message they ran, right, for their Super Bowl commercial. Is you're kind of tone deaf at that point to say support local when you're hurting local businesses. So, I mean, if you're going to say support local, you might as well put up there, an amount of money that you've donated back to businesses or what you've done to help businesses. But to just say support local, it seemed tone deaf to me.
I just want to be clear. Like DoorDash is just as guilty, right? Grubhub just as guilty. I'm not singling out only doing Uber because they had the commercial. But yeah, if you want to support local, just call up your local restaurant. Don't do it through one of these platforms. I think they're parasites on local businesses, in my opinion. I'm sure they help. I'm sure they enable, the restaurants that can't or don't have delivery to reach more customers. But gosh, it's just, Chris, you just said yourself, you would know better than I. And the cut that they take, I mean, it's killer.
Yeah,
it's killer.
And that's where the point where, restaurants for these delivery platforms, you almost have to charge more for food items through the delivery platforms just to break even on it. So it's great for the top line because it brings in those extra customers that you may not have had, but it's horrible for the bottom line. And it's just, yeah, it was a very weird commercial, for that. So I was surprised by that.
Yeah, that one just made me like. Normally, I don't really have an opinion about commercials. They are what they are, but that one made me angry. That one just actually made me angry. So, just wanted to get that off my chest. I'm glad that you feel the same way, Chris, and you have a direct life experience to back it up, because I do not. I just last time I worked in a restaurant, Uber Eats wasn't a thing. But okay, what other takeaways were there from last night? One thing I'm noticing today that seemed obvious even before the weekend was the sports betting trade, and actually it's very interesting. It's coming off here today a little bit. These like I'm looking at Penn and DraftKings. Let me pull up the chart so you can see what I'm seeing. But they ran up. I made earnings last week too, but they ran up into the weekend. And let me do a 15-minute chart here. They ran up into the weekend and are just sold off today.
Yeah, and so Mitch and I talked on Friday, right, about sports betting, and I shared some insight from Bank of America with some early data from Michigan. And so I also wrote an article on Benzinga. I downloaded 6 or 7 sports betting apps. The first weekend it was live in Michigan. I tested them, and I'll tell you again, yesterday before the Super Bowl, DraftKings and FanDuel, their apps crashed. People couldn't place bets.
Wait. Yesterday or during the first weekend?
Yesterday. Well, it happened opening weekend too, but yesterday. So like an hour before the Super Bowl, you couldn't log in to DraftKings or FanDuel to place bets. So there's good and bad, right? Because the good is clearly they have demand and people using their product, but the bad is you just lost so much potential revenue of people placing those last minute Super Bowl bets. You also angered customers. And on the flip side of that, I'll say that Barstool, it seems like they passed the test because there were no problems reported with their app yesterday, up before the Super Bowl. Looks like MGM had mixed problems, but DraftKings and FanDuel really stand out as, they had to publicly say, hey, we're having problems with our apps. And, so it doesn't surprise me as much that maybe DraftKings is selling off today. Penn's a little bit of a surprise, but as you said, they did have earnings, and those shares, nice comment there.
That's funny.
And so those shares were up significant last week. So how much of this was baked in, right? And then the other thing is, when are we going to get hard numbers from the Super Bowl in terms of sports betting? Because in my eyes, it was going to be a record year, right? Because as more states legalize, your addressable market goes up. So it just seems natural that the betting handle on the Super Bowl this year is going to be that much higher. So I'm a little surprised that all the sports betting companies are down today, but they did have that big week last week.
Well, they're not all down. I mean, MGM is up, 3.5%.
Okay.
Wynn is down, but they had an offering. They announced an offering, so they're down 1%, or they're flat or whatever. But I mean, Penn and DraftKings at least ran up, right?
Yep.
Penn had their earnings report last week, so that probably weighed on performance or factored into performance more than like the Super Bowl. But normally I would say this looks like a classic. The Super Bowl should be a classic buy the rumor, sell the news situation. That may have been what happened here with DraftKings, which is down 2.5% today. But yeah, it's weird that we're at a point where sporting events are also tradable events, which is fun.
Yep, exactly.
Super fun. Okay, and then while we're at it, what is LVS doing? Flag, Golden Nugget Online down. So they're all mostly down today. MGM is the exception. You said they reported no problems with their app, so they're up 3.5%. I have no idea why, but oh no, didn't they get an upgrade? I think they got an upgrade today.
I think MGM had an upgrade this morning. Yeah,
they got an upgrade, and then I think it's Bank of America. So okay, what else did you see out there? Anything jump out to you?
Did you guys talk Hasbro on pre-market?
No, we didn't get to any. There wasn't much earnings to get to,
Okay.
but the ones that there were, we didn't even get to them.
So I talked about Hasbro on Friday, and I
Yeah.
said that my guess was that they would report good earnings, but the stock would sell off. And it seems like that's what happened today. So, you know, I'm a little surprised because I looked at the numbers and they looked fairly strong. It looks like it beat on revenue and earnings per share. You know, it looks like guidance was decent, but you know, shares down today now.
So here, this is an earnings calendar for Hasbro. Wow, that's actually surprising. Usually, you see most companies, almost always, a lot of them, they always beat the estimates are always low, or too low, right? Too conservative. Hasbro actually apparently has a hard time beating its EPS and sales estimates. That's interesting. So they beat the estimates both times. This time around, it's not mattering today. It's down, like you said, it's down almost 5%. But interesting that here's a company that does not always beat its earnings reports, and yet one time it does beat. But one thing you got to watch though is how did it do into the report. So Hasbro is not one that you want to own right now necessarily. Based on the chart, it's done a whole lot of nothing.
Yeah,
whole lot of nothing. Look at that. Look at that. Yeah, look, it's gone from October. It was what? In October, it was 91. It's flat since October. That's not what you want to see. It was, yeah. Ouch.
Yeah, and then the pair trade is Mattel, right?
Always.
So Mattel reports earnings tomorrow.
How we doing today?
So Mattel's down, but this is one that's ran up more as kind of that turnaround play. So I guess the question here is, what happens if Mattel beats tomorrow? Do we get the same reaction, or is this the opposite now because people are waiting for that turnaround to really kick in?
So I don't know why Mattel has always been so strong and Hasbro has always been so weak, but you know the fact that Hasbro reported first, and you know the bar is lower for sure. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if Mattel went up regardless. We're seeing a lot of that this year where the numbers don't really matter. The companies that have beaten expectations on their earnings have not been rewarded, and those that have missed have seen their stocks go up. I think FactSet did some good research on this, but it wouldn't surprise me, especially now that we saw how they reacted to Hasbro, if Mattel just kind of goes up regardless. That wouldn't shock me at all. I don't know. Who else is on the calendar for today? Let's see. Should probably know that.
I looked this weekend and I already forgot who was after hours today.
You can't.
I know
forget.
we have a pretty good week this week.
Yeah, here we go. Let's go into the Benzinga Pro. I'll just scroll down. Okay. Who jumps out to me? I know we have Take Two tonight. That's I think the big one. Chegg, CHGG, KKR is whatever. I don't know, not a super popular stock. So Chegg and Take Two looks like the big ones after the close today. I believe we have Take Two. I saw Take Two this morning. If I imagine that, let me know. But
I see Take Two as today up in Benzinga Pro, and so Take Two is an interesting one, right? Because last week we had the pair trade of EA selling off and Activision, rising. So Take Two, what happens from their earnings, because they're a lot more spread out. They have the annual NBA game, 2K Sports, but they really otherwise have some of these franchises. And then they get heavy monetization now of some of their older games. So they've been able to, really gain a ton from Grand Theft Auto without releasing a new game, in the last 7 or 8 years. So I'm looking forward to seeing if, that game continued to hit records for users, years after the game came out.
Real fast, because I just remember this, but you know what commercial I liked last night? I said that not many of them stuck out to me, and that's true. But the one that did was that Oatly one. Do you remember that one?
I do. Did it stick out as positive or negative, Spencer?
It was fun. It was the one where like the CEO was like playing the piano, like the keyboard in like a field of oats.
Yeah.
He was just like singing a song. Like that was good. I like that. It was super. It was campy, but in like a fun way.
So I saw the flip. I saw people didn't like that one as much.
Really?
And I think the reason why was because you spent $5.5 million. So yeah, there's an article actually out on BuzzFeed. People are calling it the best or the worst commercial. So it seems like people are one side or the other. But the thing that I saw is Oatly has like Jay-Z and a couple other musicians as investors in the company. So that was the thing I saw was if you wanted to do a song in your Super Bowl commercial, why didn't you go after the celebrities that have invested in your brand? So I guess, that's one question to ask, for Oatly.
I mean, I don't know. I liked it. It was super.
It definitely
super
stuck
low
out.
budget.
And
it stuck out.
At the end of the day, whether it's good or bad, shouldn't you want a $5.5 million Super Bowl commercial to really stand out and have people talking about your company?
For sure. I just saw a headline come through on Twitter. Let me find it here. That Wes Moore is stepping down as the CEO of the Robinhood Foundation. That is not the same company as Robinhood, the trading app. Different company entirely. So in case you see anyone talking about CEO of Robinhood stepping down, it's a different Robinhood. Okay? I'm telling you that now. Not the same Robinhood as the one that we've all heard of. So I'm trying to preempt that.
Oh, there's going to be lots of stories about that, I'm sure. So
yeah, not the same company, everyone. Different,
I
different
saw
Robinhood.
The foundation company you're talking about, I actually saw them tweet, a couple weeks ago when everything happened. Hey guys, thanks for, following us. We just want to tell you we're not the same Robinhood, but while you're here, support our foundation. And
that's hilarious.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely gained some subscribers and got some engagement on Twitter. But Spencer, if you want to pull up NGAC.
What? All right. NGAC. I do. Well, that's why I don't know it, because it's a SPAC. All right. Tell me.
It is a SPAC. And if you look at Pro there, it looks like there was a rumor out recently. So electric vehicle maker XOS Trucks. So those shares were actually halted, and now we're up 29%. So it looks like Reuters is the source of this. They're pretty accurate when it comes to SPAC merger rumors. Them and Bloomberg are the top two takeaways I get. So I'll be curious to see how this one trades into close and what we see tomorrow, because a lot of times when these rumors come out, we see them trade higher, but then they start to drop off. So, be careful anyone trying to chase this rumor right now, because you probably will have a better buying opportunity in after hours or tomorrow morning is what I would say.
So don't chase here is what you're saying.
That's what I'm saying. I would caution, don't chase. And I will say, I don't know much about that XOS company. So I was getting ready to look into that one, because I'm curious, obviously, as we talk, electric vehicles and sustainability, high growth, but there are a lot of players without revenue, looking for a piece of that pie.
But also $13 doesn't seem very high to me. So, I mean, like, what's the most you could lose? Like $3.68? Because
yeah, so that is the thing.
$10 is your floor.
Yeah, if you look at that line, I mean, this one was flat, right, until today. So this was one trading closer to that $10 floor. And yeah, so, the risk reward is, so the net asset value is $10, but by the time the deal goes through, it ends up being $10 plus interest. So it actually usually ends up being about $10.20, $10.25, depending on how long the SPAC was out there for. So that's your risk here, and your downside is about $10.20. So, we'll see where this one kind of ends up today and tomorrow.
All right, this was fun, Chris. Was there anything else you want to hit on? If not, I'm going to step away for a second, and my plan was to come back with Joel at 3:30. But I'll open the floor to you. Do you have any final thoughts?
That's all I got and all I had written down. So, just throwing out some ideas again. I try to look at the story, and for me, the story this weekend was obviously the Super Bowl. So, just updating everyone on those ideas I kind of threw out there on Friday. So, but yeah, otherwise I'll catch everyone tomorrow alongside Spencer at 11 on SPAC Attack. But yeah, don't go anywhere. Stay tuned at 3:30 for Spencer and Joel to hit that close of the market.
Yeah, and if anyone has any feedback, tweet at Chris, tweet at me, tweet at Jason. Do that enough times, eventually we'll see it. So, and that goes for all of our shows. And I haven't said this enough today, but smash that like button. Thank you. All right, I'm going to take a quick break. I'll be back in 5 minutes or less, 4 minutes now, with Joel L. Conan. All right, that's my cue. I've got Joel L. Conan joining me now at pre-market prep at the close. Joel, long time no see.
Hey, Spencer, how you doing there? You holding up okay?
Oh, I'm holding up. Okay is a good way of putting it. Mitch is moving. He's out.
Mitch is
and-
out. Oh my lord.
Oh lordy, I know.
Where's he moving to? Just in the area?
I think I think he said it's going to the burbs. He's leaving Denver. I don't know. I don't really pay attention. So why don't you pull up your charts and tell us what you're seeing? Because
I'll do some talking.
It's a continuation.
Yeah, I'm gonna do some talking here because boy, oh boy, you seem out of breath here. Let me switch over and I'll take a look at what's going on today. Pretty much a quiet day. We've only had a really under a 20-point range. If you include the overnight low at 85.50 up to 29 or 39.03, not much of a range. But let's take a look. Pull up the S&P. The only thing it did right is when we snuck into the top of Friday's range. Friday's high was 88 and a quarter. It wasn't a gap fill because we traded there obviously last night, but covered a short in that area, did not turn around and take it long, which would have been the thing to do. Currently, still have a lot of room to go on the upside here for the average daily range. Looking at the crude oil market, that's up $1.10, pretty much straight up from the open. We did climb into the 58 handle, 58.14. My next number here, 58.49. That was your close back on February 24th of last year. So almost a year for it to recover from that big crush that we had in March. Gold holding the gains here, up $22.30 at 1835.30. Silver going the same way. That's up 63 cents at 27.65. And Bitcoin, new all-time high, up 15.77%. The old boost from Musk, we got up to 45.5 on the futures. Currently trading up just about $6,000 at 44,010. And, you had that long consolidation at $30,000 handle and resolved to the upside. So new all-time high for Bitcoin. I bet you people want to talk about AEI, right, Spencer?
AEI?
Yeah.
Why? Because it's gone from 8 to 12 today?
Yep.
That could have something to do with it. I'll be honest with you. I don't even know what the news is.
I
don't know if there is news.
Does there need to be news, Spencer? Does there need to be news?
Just halted.
Several
halts.
Yeah. Okay. Let's get the 24. Why don't you pull up Pro here? I mean, if it's halted, it's halted. What?
Yeah, it's halted.
What's the news?
I'll show you what I see, and it ain't much. That's what we got. A couple of circuit breaker halts. That's what I got. We ain't got much.
All right. Let's go to this. Could just be a low floater. Something that didn't trade a lot of volume. Let's go to the daily. It's a fairly new stock.
Yeah, the volume in this is not, Joel. This is not. This is not your bag. This is
18,000 yesterday, 55,000 the day before. It hasn't traded over 200,000. It did on January 29th when it traded 231K, and so far 772 grand traded today. So there it is. There's your flavor of the day, AEI.
What about cannabis? That's also a flavor of the day.
Yeah.
Tilray's up 16%. ACB's up 14%. Free is up 12%. What's Corona? What's Canopy Growth? Canopy Growth is not in the same league. What's Kronos doing? Up 6%. No.
All right. Tilray coming back. I mean, these stocks started last week to move on some news of some legislation.
Right.
So let's see here. Kronos it's up. It's participating. It's trying to break out here, and the fact that it's going to be settling up here near the high of the session, that bodes well for that. You can see back in 19 that stock was up over $24. ACB, see if ACB is participating. Sure is. That's up $1.87. Last few times it's got up to this 15, 16 area. It's had a hard time holding. Let's hope that's not the case this time. Canopy growth, I know that was moving into the 40 handle last week. Running into some problems here at 45. Definitely two highs last week, right at 45.40, 45.32. We're $2 off that. So if you're looking for more continued upside canopy growth, you got to get above the pair highs yesterday at 45.40. What else falls into the cannabis arena there? VFF.
Yeah, that's one.
Nice day. Oh, nice day for this one. Very nice day. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 up days in a row. Man, this thing's almost getting back to its all-time high. Back in 19, this had a big run to 1810. One more day like this, and got to break out in VFF. So that covers pretty much the marijuana sector.
More or less. Do we know anything about AMTX, Alpha Mary Taco X-Ray? This is an oil gas play, and they did something with solar or EVs. I think they took a stake in a company. Yeah, here it is. They took a 20% stake in zero emission heavy duty truck producer Nevo Motors. That was back on December 22nd.
AMTX.
AMTX.
Yeah.
And then what happened? What happened a month ago? They, gosh, this is such a long headline to read. They announced a carbon zero biofuels production process has received. Looks like they got some government funding and grants. Weird chart.
Boy, you got to get that seller out of there at 8. I mean, it had the rally up to 11, pulled back, nowhere near filling the gap. But over the point, you had 4 sessions in a row of all your highs between 801 and 823. Now you've backed off there. Today's high a little bit lower than that at 775, but got to get rid of that lower 8 handle seller in order to make your next move up to the upper $8 handle. But quiet couple days, it's hanging in there. Maybe a couple more days of consolidation and can get back and take another run at 8.
So what about this Pinterest? You're right, Bill Big D. Looking sick after that earnings report. 2 days in a row now.
I mean, think about the run that it had, though.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's still up. If you bought this thing on Thursday afternoon, 3:30, you're still up.
Exactly. It's just profit taking in this one, right? I don't know if it's COVID related or not, more, stay at home or not stay at home, but man, oh man, just a big run. And you kind of saw this in some other charts. It's kind of been the mantra here for this earnings season is some of these good, stocks that have had nice runs into it, but selling off and, seeing some profit taking. So for this one, I'll just look at the latest move here. If you're looking for a possible resting place, I know it traded much higher in the pre-market on that day, but you're about giving back half, a little bit more. You're going to get back half of that move. So little off on the top there, pretty close on the bottom. Maybe this 73.5, 74 area will get it, find some support and turn up. But right now you got some profit taking. This OCGN, Spencer, did we get to talk about that this morning?
I've talked about it throughout the day. I'm pretty sure. I'll be honest. I don't remember. I really don't remember. I've mentioned it several times throughout the day today here on our stream. But
right.
Yeah. I mean, it's been like the stock of the day. I'm pretty sure we talked about this because I said it's not every day you see a pricing above the market, and that's what happened. So
way above. Well, where was the original pricing at?
That's a good point, Joel. So
okay.
they priced 23 million. I'm sorry. They priced 3 million shares at $7.65. That was a long time ago.
I don't understand this. I don't know. This is a weird one. Got up to 1877, and now it's still up $10 on the session. I have to figure this one out. I mean, as until further notice, this 1877 this is going to be the level on the upside, and then wherever you get it closed today. But we'll have to dig into details. Up 190% here on the day. Good move for CGN and whatever they do. Ocugen Inc.
Yeah, it's a biotech.
Biotech.
Yeah, Baranda's right. I'm over this OCGN for the day.
Yeah, I can tell. I can tell.
I really am. Nvidia is not one that I look at very often, just because whenever I look at it, it's always higher. So why bother? But wow, you are approaching that all-time high from September. From September, you're in the neighborhood.
Finally cleared out that 550 area. We had popped up there a couple times. Big day for it. News related or just good old fashioned breakout?
No, Nvidia just kind of. I mean, it moves with news, but this is just the whole sector is hot right now. I mean, there's a massive chip shortage. There's a massive shortage.
Yeah, we did hear that
of semiconductors. So.
All right. Right. The old time high that was made in November, 587.66.
November. I'm seeing September. I'm seeing 580.
Oh, you're seeing high. Oh, right.
589. Yeah.
You're right. 589.07. I stand corrected.
Yeah. Okay. That chat's right. It's probably crypto. Good point.
Yeah. Crypto. Yeah. Yeah. True. 589.07, $10 away. That other high that I was talking about, 587.66. So two highs, 587.66, and another monthly high at 589.09. So you could target that whole area. Finally, just broke out of its trading range. We can get rid of this line for now, right? It's history because it was took it out by a wide margin, and we will just have one. Just wait for it to come up to this line, right? And this is the all-time high line. Boom, boom. So there we go. Is AMD moving today too? Chip shortage, AMD. Good day for AMD. Pulled back after its earnings report. Key level for AMD here. You had this high right at 91.88. The high today, 91.99. You backed off there. So two times, maybe the third time will be the charm. Got a gap to fill up to 93.63. I believe that was from earnings day. So got to get rid of that 92 seller in shares of AMD.
Let's look at some earnings. I should mention Canopy growth reports tomorrow morning, but only a couple names that are worth mentioning today after the close. Take-Two, TTWO is the top of my list, and then Chegg is also of interest to me personally, but not much tonight.
TTWO. We'll check Activision here after that had its report. We'll see if that kept on going. Boom. New all-time high going into the report. We made that all shortly after the open. Boom. And that is at 214.91. So there you go. That's the only level you have in this one. They did hit I believe EA off their report. Let's take a look at EA, but that was short. Oh, there you go. Got a level 142, folks. Let's get rid of this 142 seller here, and we got a nice opening up here on the daily charts. Actually, it's a little bit higher. 142.47 is the highest of these three highs, but 142 to 142.50 looks like it's just raring to go there. ATVI, let's cover that one for anybody that had the earnings at the end of last week. And is anybody taking a little bit of profit taking today? couldn't quite get to Friday's high, new all-time high at 104.23, 103.08. That was a high in today's session. That was above the close, but $100. You got to be hawking $100 here. One double 100 right on the nose, the low on Friday. 100.39, the low today. No such thing as a triple bottom. So air in this thing under 100, 94.42. That's what I'm looking at. 4 shares of ATVI.
Joel, I hope you are well. Would you consider Twilio at a point of a breakout, or do you see it retracing back? It's from RAG.
I mean, let's see. It looks a little tired to me. And the reason is you made that new all-time high by a wide margin, right, on Friday, and you got the 407.77, and that took out the high from Thursday. But you know what I'm going to put my emphasis on here for this one? That close on Friday. That close on Friday was 4,006. And even though we backed off that considerably, traded down to actually, man, this is nice. You got a pair of matching lows at 95.68, 95.70. That's rare for a $400 stock. So you kind of know where where there's a chance for more downside. And let's just see if someone that wanted to sell at around 400, if we got that out of their system, and actually another close at 399.49. So like to see it get up over 400, whole 400, at least post a new all-time closing high. The other thing that's a positive for this stock is, the update on Friday, pretty good volume, 1.26. It doesn't look like you're going to get there today. So maybe just a little profit taking. Keep an eye on that close.
Joel, tell me how you feel about Twitter here, because they report earnings tomorrow afternoon. And man, it's running up. It is running up. I know what Pinterest and Snapchat did and Facebook.
Oh my Lord.
But I mean, this one is looking juicy, isn't it?
Oh, Jesus, look at this.
This is looking juicy to me.
This is, I mean, they better blow it away. That's all I have to say. I mean, in the
even if they do, really the question is, like, when do you want to short it? Do you want to short it now, or do you want to short it at 359?
I still got a little bit of this, and I've wanted to dump it so many times, and now I'm looking at it, and wow. I mean, that is, you tell me, folks. I mean, if that's not a channel, that's a channel. Comes down at the 56 area about for tomorrow, so stick with it, I guess, while you can. Taking it off this low, but man, what a move for Twitter, and just the way things have been moving. I'll adjust that line. Oh God, I wish you wouldn't have shown me this one, Spencer.
It's pretty wild stuff, right? Pretty wild stuff, especially on the monthly.
Oh my gosh, yeah. Twitter, so much for Trump being out of there, right? For Twitter, well, that's a good one. I saw Bill Big D. Asked about some stocks, and I'm not sure. Do you remember? Okay, Mara's up almost 40%. That's got to be crypto, exactly. What others? Big Bill D. Throw those stocks in there.
You mentioned AMAT, Applied Materials. You mentioned Lam Research, LRCX, same semi trade as Nvidia and AMD.
Okay. This is a new one here. I mean, for Mara, you got the momentum going. I don't want to say 40-12, but that's your next monthly high. That might take a few days for that to get there. LRCX. I mean, if there's a chip, I mean, all these companies shortage of chips, and I don't know if they do anything in the crypto arena. But let's take a look at LRCX. How that's trading today. Not a new all-time high. Had the declines looking strong. I think Bill Big D, I'll do this one here for you. Just a little retracement. Come on. Oh, that's horrible. I got to practice that some more. Let's try it one more time for folks at home. see what this is, see what we can figure out here. Boom, boom, boom. Coming up, 535.10. What's the high for today? Today's high is 532.95. You're getting half of this move back. You want to make for sure you get half of it back, and then go up and take a poke at that all-time high. That all-time high, 584.92. AMAT chart, that probably looks the same. Applied material. Not quite. That's trying. Not quite the momentum of some of these other ones, but you do. The only other target you have on the upside on this one is 110.88. That is the all-time high for that one. And we might as well take a look at Micron. Micron probably up 2. Yeah, I don't know if that's an all-time high for Micron. It might be, but you were over last month. You were higher in Micron at 87.25. There's your next target for MU. S&Ps coming back. We're going to expand the range on the upside. It looks like, folks, pretty close to the high of the day at 39.03. Trading at 39.02. You could tell when they were just trying to break this morning, it just wouldn't go. And here you go, responding to the upside. What else do we have?
When's the last time you looked at the IWM? Because the IWM, the Russell 2000, the small caps are absolutely crushing, and I mean crushing large caps this year. Year to date, SPY is up 4%. Year to date, about 4%. The IWM is up 15%.
Playing catch up, right, Spencer? Playing catch up. I mean, it was it took the fall. It was muted. It had just a hard time struggling. But near the end of last year, it's when it caught that bid, and that was in what month was that? When you finally broke out here in the IWM, the small caps underperforming for a long time. Boom! You hit the switch. Finally got through 180. That was your high from January. You got through it with a lot of room to spare when you got to 185.44 in November. New all-time high today. So small caps outperforming. S&Ps, one tick from the high of the day, 38.03. Like I said, folks, we've only had like a really tight range today. So if they want to get this thing to go into the upside, blue skies ahead. We have nothing there, 38.03. We just ticked there again, trying to bust through, clear out that seller.
And then if you look at the S&P sectors, I mean, we're green across the board, but energy is leading the way here. Again, catch up to an extent. I mean, no one's running out and saying energy is going to be your leader here, going forward. But energy is your leader again today. The XLE is up 4.5%. Every other sector is
look at Exxon
down between -1 and up 1%. So kind of a flat day overall. But the XLE is just playing catch up, like you said.
Yeah, look at that. Look at that Exxon Mobil chart. Finally.
The laggards.
Finally getting back. Wow, that had a nice rip in June. I guess that was a little bit of an overreaction, but coming back up, not at its highest level since you had the big tankage. Next on the charts, up at 55.36. That was your June high. That was your June 8. Remember the beginning of June? We thought we were coming out of it. I bet you that made that high the same day that that American Airlines had that big day. All right, we just pushed our way through 39.03. We just hit 39.05. And once again, can't give you numbers on the upside when there isn't any.
Because why? We are once again at all-time highs. Again, say that every day. Every week.
Every day. CVX. You want to do CVX here?
Yeah, we got a few more minutes. Why the hell not?
Okay, CVX. Discussed that merger when things were at the bottom, but never did that with ExxonMobil. Coming back nicely. This 95 area is real pesky. You can see it's got over 95 in 2017. right? And then what did you have here? What was this high? Oh no, on the rebound last year, this did get back over $100, got to 103.59. But that's a little bit different chart than the Exxon Mobil. Gonna have to work at this one, folks. But continuing on the upside for this one, 92.91. Did you even reach that? You didn't reach that in today's session. It's your January 26 high. And then this 95 longer term, that looks like a level to keep an eye on for CVX.
Okay, Joel, I have a question that's more for your own sanity than
Sure.
anything else. But have you looked at GameStop today?
No. I saw it was down. Is it still down? Let me take a look. I had the level. I gave the level this morning. Let's see if it took it out. Come on, GameStop GME. Oh boy, got down. How low did we get today? We only got well, you got those parallels, 5109 and 5333. You made a low above that today, but I mean, $50. You got to think the Bulls are still in control. Until this takes out. Well, I don't know how control they are, but two lows in the same area, 53.33, 51.09, called 52 to split those. Somehow we got to 72.68 today, but that's quite a bit lower than that high from Friday on the Kramer pump. That is 95. So maybe we'll calm down a little bit. Got to hold that 52.
Looks like Easy Mike read a Benzinga article over the weekend speculating about Netflix buying AMC. Personally, I don't see it, but hey, you never know. And if they're going to buy AMC, why wouldn't they have bought AMC a year ago? I don't know. Don't see it, but that's just me.
All right. Let's see. What did AMC doing today? Not good. Tired. Now this one's looking a little bit worse than GME. Just trapped. People are trapped. You have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 lower highs. That's not good. The $6 had been the support that it had been holding when this thing got started. So boom. $6 got a gap to fill down at 5.19. Looking kind of heavy here, down 67 cents.
All right, it is 3:57, a couple minutes left. Smash that like button. I have not said that enough today. I've been on for God knows how long, but I have not said to hit the like button enough. If Mitch were here, he would smack me. So hit that like button wherever you are watching this broadcast on. Hit share, hit subscribe. You'll get notified when we go live. Do all that so I can sleep better at night. Looking at the
You'll be sleeping good tonight, Spencer.
Looking at the tomorrow show, we got Nick Shaheen. He's the author of Create Income with Option Spreads. Also runs sellspreads.com. He would join us on pre-market prep at 8:35. Any final thoughts here?
No, we got to 0550, which is good. Going to be settling near there. We got a couple minutes more of action. So just a tight range today. Yeah, just a tighter range today. We'll see what they can do. I didn't see the imbalances come across here, but just a quiet, nice quiet update. I will say that a nice winner here from the Super Bowl, General Motors. That's a new all-time high here.
Is it?
Is it?
Yeah.
It is.
You said that this morning. You said that this morning, and you were right.
56.97. You got the 57.05 closing up near the high of the session. So looking good there. That is looking good.
And I don't know if you saw Penn National or DraftKings, but run up into the Super Bowl, sports betting, and sold off afterwards.
A little bit. Yeah. I did the another good call by Triple D here. I did this as the pre-market prep, stuck in the day. Game over and some profit taking, but last week it went from 54.11 to 63.87. I mean, what do you want, right? And it made a new high. If you were keying on the high from Friday as your level, 64.51. You got that price, 64.78. Took out Thursday's low, but found support just under Wednesday's low. Or no, under took out Friday's low, found support just under Thursday's low. So there's you go, 60-50. Spoos finally wake up. They finally heard me. Needed to expand the range to the upside. That's what it did. Going to the close, we just hit 0950 and new all-time high, all-time closing high by a wide margin.
All right, that's it. We're done. Everyone have a good rest of your day. I am signing off. We are signing off. We'll talk to you tomorrow morning. Good luck. Stay safe. Hit the like button. We'll see you tomorrow.